to properly send the data for that. So basically the components that we have, the nodes, let me just adjust this components, and then accordingly we will send this data to the endpoint, and then we shouldn't see any problems in the components. For this thing, let me add in alongside the this props that we are passing in this node ID, which it's going to be of type string. And let me just destructure here this node ID, and we are getting so let me get in here the use React workflow. I'm going to get this set nodes functionality in here, and let me just have the function on save node. So basically the hook which we just tried to create, so but here it's for the color, which it's going to be of type map item colors set nodes, and here I'm going to collect in here this previous nodes, whatever the nodes that I have. Previous nodes, I'm just going to get this node using the ID, node ID, if it's matching. So we're just going to update, and that's pretty much straightforward. So whatever this node data that we had, so here let me just change this thing, node.data color, and here this node. Okay, and here let me pass in the empty array to the callback, and in this caller select, now I'm just going to pass in this on save node, so that we receive that in our main component related to the node details of these things, specific things. And here now this thing, I'm just going to make this dynamic, this styling. So let me wrap inside this brackets. So basically if we are editing, then width it's going to be a full, else I'm going to set the width to 90%. so this is what I'm going to add in. Let me just close this one and close this bracket. Yep, so that's the just a small change inside this node wrapper. And here for now I'm just going to add in this any, that shouldn't be a problem. And now just going back to this thing, I'm going to add in here this color, this one, the mind map item colors. Let me just do the same thing, the set nodes. Here I'm just going to import this use React flow, and here in this whatever we had, this one, I'm just going to remove this, the hook, I'm just going to remove that one, and let's import this use callback. Here this whatever we had in this hooks, let me just copy this one. So going back here, I'm just going to copy this one, and instead of this edit, let's change this one to on save node. So node ID, node text, In the previous nodes we're just iterating, and node dot here this data, whatever this node dot data we have alongside the text, I'm going to update in the node, and we are going to return this things. So this is on save on node, and in this on submit, let me change this one to on save node. And for this one we need to attach in here this node ID. Now this is the node ID, and the color, it's going to be the data.color. Okay, and this width, the thing that I set here, let me change this to 26.5 rems. Okay, and here for this one, let's add in this width to be full, and break word styling for this. So that's the change to this. And now what's the error here? Okay, here let me specify here node to be any, and I'm just ignore this one. Now just going back here to this mind map. Basically we are just passing in this flow content and then ID, workspace ID for this one. That looks good. And here let me just console once the flow content just to verify if we are not getting the content the way that we want to be sent to the API, and that's I'm just going to verify. And we are just editing this normally, and this color, let me pass in the number, and on nodes change we are just going to get these changes, and I'm updating here. And also we can just call this debounced function, though we don't have anything inside that, to just automatically save, and I can just pass in here this debounced, which eventually will add in actual logic inside that. And hopefully we should see this one to work. So let me just test this again. So I'm just refreshing this completely, and I'm trying to first open this inspect section, and let's see in the console if we are missing anything. So I'm just adding this new node. Okay, and let me try to save this one. Okay, it's unauthorized, but we are getting this data. So going to this endpoint, while we are trying to update, okay, fine. Let me just console here this result and also the session. Okay, I'm just testing this again, so let's try to save. Okay, let me just refresh, creating a new node, try to save this. Okay, here okay, the schema, what is it that I'm getting? So let me just print in this body as well. This result success is false. So let me just refresh and try to create a new node and try to save this. Okay, we got this content, fine. And why is this? We got this content, mind map ID and workspace ID. And this is a string. We have this one. Why is it? Okay, but why am I receiving this issue? Body is correct. Content, this mind map schema, content. Okay, here this is the problem. It's mind map. Okay, fine. Now we shouldn't see any issues. So let me again this mind map, it's MS capital. I was sending in here the small case. That's fine. And now if you just save this, we shouldn't see any problem. So creating in here, let me just clear this, saving. Yep, and we should see one update. Yep, updated user ID is here and contents we have. Okay, fine. I'm just going to remove this console now. Okay, let me move it here and just zoom in. Okay, fine. So that's the small change, just the capital letter difference. And now we need to update our workspace shortcuts endpoint, where we are supposed to get the details about this mind maps. So that is in let me just close this one, tags, the workspace, open this get the workspace shortcuts, and here alongside the task that we have, I'm going to add in here this mind maps and select in here this ID true, and the title, these two things we are going to get. And now we shouldn't see any issues in our the workspace options. So basically the sidebar, okay, here the workspace dot shortcuts dot so let me the type of this, the mind maps. Why am I still getting this issue? Okay, should we sure, it should be added as part of this extended the workspace shortcuts. Let me add in here this mind maps. So this is going to be of this shortcut mind map, so the ID and title, that's what we are getting. So this short mind map, and here let me just add in here this string, and the title, which it's going to be a string, so it should be interface. Yep, and this one, it's going to be a short mind map array. And now we should not see any issues inside this workspace options. Yep, so and this is going to be pretty much the default name. I'm just adding this whatever, let's just keep that as it is, and this is the thing. Okay, fine. So we are able to change, and now let's say okay, so if I just add in one more node and add in, so let me just zoom this thing, and now here let's attach here the content of this. I wanted to edit, so here this edit the text. Let me change this one to edited content and all. Now saving this one, and now I need to okay, now we are not able to see that. That's one issue. Okay, we need to fix a lot of things here after editing and all. I mean editing the options to save and all. So if I just check in here, we are having the content no edges, but whatever it we had the before these things. So basically the options that we are adding as part of this node wrapper component, this one. So where are you? Yep, only if it's not this one. In this mind map, so basically here these things, the panel that we want, not able to see those things, basically adding and all those things, and this is the problem. So if I just refresh this again, now we have this. So if I just add in the new node and attach for this and save this one, we're able to save. But when I edit this thing, okay, it's a lot of weird things. So let me just add in some content and click on save. This is what it's happening. So we are going to handle all of this issues that we are facing, but for now the endpoint that we added to save the mind map alongside the update the content, though it's not still proper, and also get the details of that. So to just get the details, okay, this initial info, what are we sending in this workspace? ID dashboard workspace, where are you? Let me just close all of this. Okay, this one needs to be updated. So again, I'm just going to for now comment this component, and let me just refresh here, and this is the name that we have. So ideally clicking on this should take us to the page mind maps. Okay, it's not minds maps, it's mind maps, so I need to change that in our workspace options. Mind maps, not mind map. Okay, let me just try it again. Yep, this is what we have in DB, and that's the data that we are getting. Fine. So just the endpoints that we added, and we are just checking, and a lot of things needs to be fixed, and all those things like auto saving and all those things, the editing and all, it's not working. So I'm going to create in the context the autosave thing like we had for our indicator of the task and all those things. Likewise, similar way, let's create a context and try to auto save whatever the user is trying to create a node and edges and the content inside this, and also the editing, that thing we are going to fix it. So let's focus on that part now. Okay, the auto saving for mind map, let's focus. And just before that, I just want to get rid of this option sidebar. So that one, to just get rid of it. So now it's not just the task ID, it's the mind map ID also, it's being on the same location. So let's just rename the task ID that I have here. Let me just select all of this one, and I'm going to rename this one to be something like additional ID. Okay, so basically this is the thing, and in here alongside this one, let me add for mind maps as well, so that we don't see. Let me just copy here. So now this, the route, it's going to be mind maps, and instead of this task here, it's going to be mind map. And let's remove this edit part. Okay, yep, now it's looking better. We're just removing the option sidebar, which we don't want in this case. Okay, fine. Now the saving this mind map as user keeps creating. So let's just create a context for that inside our context folder. So I'm just creating here, there's a new file called autosave mindmap.tsx. okay, and in here first the props that we want for this context is the callback function to save the whatever the nodes or edges that we are adding as part of a mind map, and having the React Flow instance and the IDs and all. So let's just add in so that you will understand what and all we need for this. And I'm just going to minimize this one. Auto save mind map context. So here this on save callback function, which and after this to update the RF instance, so the React Flow instance on init of that component. So let's for now keep it this, it's going to be react.dispatch. later we might change this one. So this is going to be of type React Flow instance, or it can be of null. Okay, and then the IDs that we are receiving. So in here this mind map ID, which is of type string, and workspace ID, which it's going to be of type string. Okay, this is what we receive, the mind map ID and the workspace ID. And what are we doing once we receive this one? And then the props for our children's to wrap the other components. So it's going to be the react node. So fine, so this is the props, and let's just create this context auto save mind map context. So here we are just going to use the create context from this react, and this is going to be of type autosave mind map context or null. So by default, let's assign the values to be null. And once we have this one, then the provider, the auto save mind map provider, and in here the children, which again I'm just going to use this props that we just created, and inside this we'll have the state variable for our the rf instance, and the IDs and all those things that we are maintaining in our props. So the rf instance, the set rf instance, so this it's going to be of type null or the react flow instance. So initially again I'm just going to set this one to null, and then the IDs, so the IDs that we have, set IDs, I'm just going to, this is going to be of type null, or the object that we have, the mind map ID, which is going to be of type string, and the workspace ID, which it's going to be of type a string. And initially let's set this values to true. Okay, and the autosave indicator, so I'm just going to use that, use the autosave indicator. So for that let's do one thing. So I wanted to use here the status update callback function in this component as well. So whatever the save task state that we have, let me just rename this one to not just related to a task, but I'm just going to name this one as autosave indicator. Okay, and we need to update the types. Okay, that's fine. So now in here let's just quickly rename few things so that it makes better sense for me. This one, instead of the save task thing, let me change wherever we have the save state providers. I'm going to change that to auto save indicator. Okay, yeah, a lot of corrections needs to be done, which we will do this, the autosave indicator context, the provider as well, and also here that thing that we are wrapping, and in this one as well I need to change here to the auto save indicator context. In this one it's going to be use autosave indicator. Fine, and now here, now I can just use this function inside. I'm just renaming it so that it becomes very not confusing for us when we are using for mind map. Just it's not restricting it to for task thing. Okay, so here now I can just use this thing, and here let me get the onset status function that I have. Let me just refresh this one. Okay, wherever we were using this inside the page that we are currently in. Okay, so this save task state provider needs to be changed to auto save indicator provider. So I'm just going to replace this so that we don't see the issue. The other places also needs to be changed. So the header component here, saving status, this one as well needs to change, use auto save indicator. Okay, fine. The other places we will correct eventually. There are a lot of places that we need to correct, but first let's focus on the thing that we want. The changes we can make it later, and after this this is where we will try to update the mind map. So wherever we just have this the update mind map function, so this the thing that we have, let me just copy this thing and let's go back to our context, and I'm just moving this code to this function. So here let me just use this, use mutation, let's import this. It's going to be react flow json object, and import this axios. Okay, and now inside this this one, the IDs, it's going to be of mind map ID, and workspace ID it's going to be this IDs.workspace ID. And also let's have this stored so that we can show in the on success on error callback function if there is something that happened than what we expected. So this thing, the endpoint, it's going to be the same, and here on success we are going to update the status back to saved, and in here also let's update this one, the status to unsaved if it's an error, and we are going to show some title error saving mind map, something like that. Later we'll just localize this one, and variant, it's going to be destructive. So now we have this an endpoint to update and all those things. So here let's wrap this one inside provider, the autosave mind map context dot provider, the values that we are going to expose to the components that we are wrapping inside in is this set out of instance, and on save callback function, and on set IDs thing, and here let's have in here this children, and now this the on save and all things and all we need to create. So basically here in the on save callback function, so basically it's going to be straightforward. If we have this order of instance and the IDs that we have, whatever we were doing in this component, I'm just moving this code to this thing, get this object and call this update mind map and pass in this flow value to this endpoint, and we are going to trigger this one, the RF instance, the update mind map and the IDs. Okay, this things it can be null, that's the reason we are receiving the things. For now let's just ignore the types, we will take care, and that's for saving. And then on set IDs also, let's try to wrap inside this, get this mind map ID which it's going to be a string, then this workspace ID which is again going to be a string, and all we are going to do is pass on this IDs to this set IDs and the workspace ID, and here let me again pass in here this empty array. Okay, fine. And the set rf instance, why is it okay? Instance, did I misspell this? Okay, I need to change set rf instance. Okay, the types issue, let me just add in here for now, just to ignore this types, and here as well let's add in, we will take care of this one eventually. I do have in here, okay, this is the issue, fine. Now just the spelling mistake. Now we have this auto save mind map. So what we need to do is wrap the components, basically the page that we are trying to edit this mind map, like we did for a thing. So just before doing that, let's change the components where we were using this the autosave indicator. So in here, let's just update this one to autosave indicator, and here I'm just going to change the name so that we don't see. And also you can just clean whichever you're not using as part of these components and all those things, which is not important, but it's good to have. Okay, even this history, let me just remove this one. Okay, and also in all of this the container things needs to be updated. Use autosave indicator, and let's just update this imports, changing this one the autosave indicator. Fine. And now inside this calendar also, so let's update this one autosave indicator, and I'm just removing this whichever we are not using, this use effect also. Now just update this name to autosave indicator. Yep, and we should be good. And here as well, let's update this imports here on the autosave indicator. Okay, fine. And that's one place. And now let's try to first wrap this autosave indicator in this current page that we are in this mind map ID. So I can just wrap so inside this one the autosave mind map provider, and whatever we have here, I'm just going to move this inside this provider. Okay, fine. And here let me just move this one into separate variable. So basically let me just copy here, I'm just maintaining trying to have cleaner code. Const can edit here, let's, if user role is admin or owner, only then so I'm just going to set this one to be boolean variable, true or false. And we can remove this thing and use just can edit, and show this in the simpler manner. And after this, in this thing, whatever we have, this mind map and all those things, and I'm going to pass for this now the edit functionality, can we edit or not, so that now whatever we are seeing problem, we are going to fix that here. And this needs to be updated. Of course, we are going to receive the error, and here whatever the things that we have. So now this is just to be wrapped in, and now we need to update this component. And also here in this tasks edit page, this needs to be changed to autosave indicator provider. So let me just change this one to autosave indicator provider, so that we don't see the issue here also. Okay, so I'm just removing this, which I am not using. Fine, now we have this error in this mind map, and we need to update that component. So let's just go to this component and add in the additional prop which we just added. So for this thing, the can edit, which is for type of boolean, let's get this edit value, and the issue in the page that we are currently, I need to fix this issue of being the autosave mind map that I have. I need to make first that as a client component, so that whatever we are doing, we don't receive this issue. Okay, now it should be fixed. Okay, fine. Now let's just jump to this mind map component. In this mind map, so we added in this can edit. So let's maintain one variable, whether this is editable or not. So is editable, and the callback function to update that value is editable. By default, whatever the value that we receive from the prop, I'm going to set that. And also this rf instance, I don't need this, we are going to update. So how we are going to get the values from our provider that I have, so let me just use this auto okay, did we not export from this autosave mind map? Okay, fine. So let me just export the provider like we did in the save context. So export const use autosave mind map, and here again let's use this context thing and pass in this auto save mind map context, and pretty much the standard. If you are trying to refer this inside this component where we did not wrap the provider, so we are going to throw this error invalid use, something like this. And if not, we are going to return this context. So now I can use this one, use autosave or mind map, and from here let's try to get the values that we exposed from that context. One is the callback function to update the React Flow instance, then on save the callback function and on set IDs thing, and also we got the autosave indicator values also. Let me just get these values, the status, and also so on set status and the status indicator. And we have an issue because we have this on save function. So let me just remove this thing. Okay, and also this update thing, I'm just going to remove this endpoint because we moved that code to our context provider. And so let me just change this one, the name of this debounced mind map info, and inside this what we are going to do is let's change set this status to pending, and after this I'm going to trigger this on save callback function, and let's say for every 3 seconds or something like that. That's the change. And also in this thing, after this one I'm going to call the onset IDs and pass in this initial info.id alongside the workspace ID. And now the dependency here, let me pass in this initial info.id and the workspace ID and the onset IDs callback function. Okay, so this is how we are going to update the thing. Yeah, we have an issue here. We are going to change this one. I'm going to change this to debounced mind map info, and also let's set the status to unsaved. Okay, and here also this one debounced mind map info and onset status in the whenever the we are changing. So should we do it here on nodes change, or let's I'm not going to add in this one here. Let's just update, call this apply node changes. Inside this node change, let's keep that simple. Okay, and let's try to set this editable based upon like set is editable to can edit, depending upon this can edit value change, so that the local state will be updated. And the on edge click, once we receive here this event and the edge, if it's not editable, so this one, if it's not editable, so let me return here. We are not going to set this clicked edge to true, or this one to thing, and here I'm going to pass in this is editable for this on edge click, and also this on save change, the data that we're getting, and we are destructuring all of these things, and setting in this things, returning the edges. And after this, apart us closing this sheet, we are going to update our status to unsaved, and also call this debounced mind map info. So now the dependencies for this, it's going to be debounced mind map info and on set status callback function that we have. Okay, even in here in the on delete edge, after this one, let's update the status to unsaved, and the call this debounced-mindmap info function and update this debounced-mindmap info and the onset status. Okay, and then in the on connect, the patterns that we are getting after. So let me try to wrap this one. Have this. Okay, so after setting these edges, let's update the status to unsaved, and this debounced mind map info, I'm just calling this, and here let's have this dependencies passed like we just on set status. So this is the on connect. Okay, fine. And where do we have this on add node? So let me just, okay, so in this function, after this setting the nodes, again we need to update the status to unsaved and call this debounced mind map info and pass this as the dependencies debounced mind map info and the onset status as the dependencies for this. Okay, that's the change that we are making to this on add node. And additionally, let's add in the on node drag. What are we supposed to do? And also on nodes delete and all the callback functions. So I'm just going to add. So when we drag this, again this the thing, all I'm going to do is, let me just pass in here this empty array, and on set status we need to update the status and again call this debounced mind map info function that we have. So let me just call in, and I can just pass in so that we update the details of it, like coordinates of the node and all those things. So this is on dragging the node, and then on nodes delete the callback function. Here again the dependency, it's going to be the same debounced mind map info and on set status callback function. Inside this, what we are going to do is just update the status back to unsaved and call this debounced mind map info. Okay, so now we need to attach these functions to our React flow thing. On init the whatever we have, and additionally on node drag, I'm going to attach in this function which we just created on node drag, and remaining we need to add in a lot of things. So on nodes delete, let's attach in this nodes delete and connect on click. This one I'm going to pass in here is editable value. So for all of these things, so basically edge updatable, so this again it's going to depend upon this is editable value. Edge also focusable, this is again going to depend upon this value. Nodes, whether can we drag it only if it's editable state, and nodes connectable, again only if it's in the editable stage, and nodes focusable, again it's going to depend upon the value whether this is edit or not, and the elements selectable, again this is editable. So that's the importance of whether we are in edit state or view or state. And after this the panel, I'm going to show only if it's the editable stage. So let me just remove this one and add in here. So if it's editable, the whatever we have, the plus square and also the options, the save and all. So here I'm going to add in the on click functionality in our save things. On click, let's also update our status. So here I can just set the status to pending and then call this on save function. Okay, that's just the status indicator on the screen of the UI that we have. And also this one, let's disable this if the status it's equals to pending or the status is equals to saved, so that we don't have to make multiple API calls which doesn't do anything because we already have it saved. That's the change inside this mind map component. Now we shouldn't see any issues. And now just going to the other components where we have this nodes and all. So here a lot of corrections. Again, I'm just going to use the provider values that we have on save and all those things. So here let's just use this autosave indicator. So basically we are just using all of the code that we just moved up to our provider, so that we can have the save values across all of the components that we are having related to this mind maps. An auto save mind map, and here I need is the on save the callback function. Okay, and same way let me add in here this debounced mind map info, and here let's try to wrap this one inside this callback. And here all we are going to do is, and this one for every same thing 3 seconds we can change that one. So on set status, update this to pending and trigger this on save callback function. Okay, and now inside this on save node, after this nodes, setting the nodes, we are, so here the mistake, again we are not returning the nodes, that's why the error. And after this on set status, let's change this one to unsaved and call this debounced mind map info, and pass here this set nodes, the node id, the debounced mind map info as this dependency to just trigger this code that we have inside it. Okay, and even here in this color thing, the dependency, I'm going to pass in here this on save node thing. Fine, I think, yeah, that's the thing. We are just triggering this on save, the function that we have. We will just see this one in action. Okay, so the other thing, just let me copy and do the same thing inside this text node as well. So here let me just import this one, the status indicators and on save callback functions, debounced callback function. So I'm just setting this, it's going to be pretty much the same inside this on save node. After this, update this status to unsaved, and this debounced mindmap info, call this one, and here additionally pass in this as the dependency on set status and debounced mindmap info. Okay, I think we should be good here, and now we can test this thing. So this is the thing, so let me try to add in. So we can see the status is unsaved, and let's say I wanted to edit this thing. Oh, okay, fine. So the edit thing, test 1 2 3 4, click on this save changes, and it's unsaved, so it's saving the status indicator. Okay, it's still saving. What do we have here? Some issue. Looks like we do have an issue. Okay, there's no the mind map related thing. So the date, the content of this, the position, the text node, fine. The status, there is an issue with the status that we are trying to update. So let's just fix this. So I'm just going to refresh this whole thing. So basically that one we did not save whenever we are trying to add in this new component. So there is an issue. Let me just fix it and then we'll continue from here. Okay, the issue was here we are using the single ampersand, so that means we are not coming inside of this and triggering the update function, which is why we are not able to persist the changes that we are making in our editor, the mind map thing. So let me just change this one to and now let's try to add in, or else let's try to edit the text of this. And in here let's say test 1 2 3 4 5, click on this save, and now it's unsaved, so it's triggering, and we can see now it did save. And even if I refresh this one, we should see the test 1 2 3 4 5 thing. Okay, fine. So we are able to successfully save the mind maps and the status indicator and everything. And I'm going to create an edit page for mind map thing, like we did create for the task. So in here, and let me just minimize this part, the workspace ID, the mind maps that we have inside this one. Let me just create a new folder called the edit, and inside this let me add in this page.tsx, and whatever we have, let me just copy from here and try to edit this one. So it's going to be pretty much the same thing. So here it's going to be edit mind map page, and let me just rename this one edit mind map page. I'm just going to tweak that eventually. Let's just leave this one as it is, whether and also here, instead of hard coding this one, I'm going to pass in here this workspace ID, the thing that we are getting, and even the place where we are hard coding, that also needs to be changed. And if here we cannot edit, then we are going to redirect the user back to the normal page, that is the page that we have. Let me just copy this thing. This we are going to change all of these routes and all. Workspace, it needs to be for the mind maps and all, which I'm going to change. So let's, and also now anyhow we are handling there, I can just remove this one and just have this invite users component. Okay, so that's the thing. And even inside this component, now we have for edit section, and for this headers, let me add in the manual routes. So inside this one, same whatever we have for this dashboard thing, the href, it's going to be the dashboard. Use translate to be true. Okay, fine. And here this workspace name href, and let me just add in here this dashboard workspace, and pass in here this workspace id, and the here this one, the mind map title. So I'm just going to add in the mind map dot title. If we have that, the title of this mind map title, else let's have this the text as untitled. Okay, and here this href, it's going to be the slash, and use translate if this mind map dot title, if we have this, let me set this one to false, else to true. Okay, fine, that one. And here I can just set this one to be false. This is just the view only mode. And now I think I can remove this one because we have separate dedicated page for edit. Okay, and here as well, the invite users. Okay, so let's just keep this one, so because we are using here for this headers. Yep, now we shouldn't see any issues. So let me just close this console and move this here so that it looks better. Fine. So just a small change, just having this edit and non-editable components. Yep, we need to make a lot of changes, and also whatever the changes that we added here in this edit section, let's try to apply this one to our the tasks page also here. And let me just remove this one and redirect. Let me import from this nextjs server, and instead of this mind map id, it's going to be this task id. So if not, we are just going to redirect this thing, and here we can completely remove this because we are anyhow handling that redirecting thing. Okay, just the small changes. And even in our the options sidebar component, this one, the path that we have here, after this I'm just going to add in one more thing related to this. So I'm just adding, let me just copy this one, and here inside this let me remove this r. So the workspace, instead of this task, it's going to be the mind maps, and task the mind map thing. And I think, yeah, that's all the workspace options. we're just adding the mind maps related thing like we did add for the task things. Okay, and also here now we have this edit page. I can just add in this. For edit page we are not going to show. You can see for this page we are showcasing. So that was the intent of this one. So now we have this, and if I click on this, and if we just go to the edit page, so the mind maps, if I just go to this thing, that's where we are. And let me just go, let's try to edit this one. So nothing is we're able to do because we disabled this edit. But if I just navigate to edit page, we should be edit the nodes, the content that we have, and options sidebar we are hiding. So now you can see it's clickable and all. Okay, so those are the changes that we are making so that it looks better for read-only mode, not to edit, and for edit section we're able to edit. Okay, and now let's try to add a tags to the mind maps thing. So adding a tags like tag selector, what I'm going to do, it's basically we wanted to add in tags, so we need to first update the schema here. So the mind map model, I need to link it to tags model that we have. So in here let me just add, this can have the many tags. So this is the thing, and even the tags thing, it can have one tag can belong to many mind maps. So this is the relation. So once we, let me just migrate this thing, and here added relationship to tags and mind maps. Okay, fine. So now we have this schema. So now we can try to create the component where we can select the tags. So inside this mind maps folder where we have all the components related to mind maps, I'm going to create the new component inside this mind maps folder. Let's name this as the mind map tag selector. So here selector.tsx, and let's make this one as the client side component. Let's just have the placeholder for now, and we are going to first include it when it to be consumed, and then we are going to see this component in action. Here I'm just going to return here this empty fragment, and this inside this, so basically what are we going to have is the tag selector component, and the whatever the tags that we have, we are going to current active tags and all needs to be showcased. So this one should be, so this one needs to be imported into this component. For now let's add in after this delete all nodes section. So I'm just going to add in here this separator component. The orientation, it's going to be the vertical, and let's add in the height of this as 8, and below this I'm going to add in here this mind map tags a selector, and what are the props that we need to send in, what is it, and all we are going to see this thing. So here we are going to add it, and before focusing on what needs to be rendered on this mind maps tags a selector, the components that we have for the tag selector and all. So inside this tasks folder, this tags selector that we have, I'm just going to move this one to common folder, because now it's not just related to tasks, but we are also using inside these mind maps also. And additionally for this one, let's pass in the styling that we wanted to do, and also the icon size that we can configure as part of this component props, and make this one as the optional. So you'll understand so basically why we are adding this one, so for better styling. And the icon size depending upon where we are using this component. So now I can just get these values, the class names plus icon size. By default, let's set this one to 16. So it's the small change here. The button that we have, let's try to make this one as dynamic. So inside this one, let me import this cn class, and I'm going to pass in the additional class name that we receive, and also here the plus icon size, we can just set this as the prop for this one, and let's just have some margin right and all. Okay, and this all we are going to localize eventually, so let's not worry about that. That's the least priority for us. And whatever we have these components, I'm going to move this folder completely. So inside this common folder, let's create a new folder called tag, and let's just move all of these things into, so I'm just moving this one into the folder which I just created. Let's here into this tags folder. So let's just move this one, and we need to update the same so that we don't see an error. And also here create a new tag and all. Let's just update this import. Yep, and we should be good. So just I just moved it to a different location so that it makes sense. Now let's go to our the mind map tag selector component, and we'll focus on this. So first, the props that I need for this components, it's going to be the mind map ID. So this is going to be a string, and the workspace ID to which this one belongs to. Then whether this is mounted or not, this is going to be or not a string. Let's boolean. And then the initial active tags that we belongs to this mind map. Okay, fine. So these are the props that we need to pass on for this. So here, how do we get inside this mind map? Even here, let's try to add in alongside this params. I'm going to add in this initial active tags, which it's going to be tag array. So let me just destructure these things, and this one needs to be here, the page where we have the edit and the normal page. We need to provide additionally for these things. So let me add in the initial active tags as this mindmap dot tags. Okay, and this needs to be updated, the definition and also the schema and all those things. So let's just go to our extended, so the place the extended mind map like we have for this task. I'm just going to create in here the interface extended mind map, which extends the mind map, and I'm going to add in here this tags list. So now we have this extended mind map and the endpoint where we are trying to get this details. So basically let's just go to the mind map thing, and where we are trying to get this here alongside. I'm going to include the tags, and this it's going to be true. Okay, and now just going in here, this one, the get mind map, I need to change this one to extended mind map, and we shouldn't see any issues. Okay, yep. And so if I just go back to this thing, okay, we are not seeing any issue now with respect to types when we are trying to access this thing. So I just added the active tags, and here as well let's add initial active tags to the mindmap dot tags, and here also we shouldn't see any issues. Okay, let me just refresh this one to dashboard and go to some page, the mind map page. Why isn't this not found? API mind maps get details. Okay, all I'm going to do is restart this one. Let me just refresh this again. So refreshing this, let's see again if you're receiving 404 not found. It's compiling. Okay, so basically whenever we are updating the schema, so just restart the things. Okay, so this is the thing we just added here, the initial active tags, and now inside this component we shouldn't see any problems, and the props that we need for the components that we are consuming inside that we do have now. So I can just pass in for this component. Let me just add in this props here. So the mind map ID, the workspace ID is mounted, and the initial active tags. Now we need to just update this thing here, the initial active tags which we just passed in, the mind map ID. This is going to be the initial info dot id, and also the is mounted thing. We do have the is mounted value, and the workspace id, which it's the workspace id. So I'm just passing this one. Now we can focus on working on this component. So once we get this thing, so what are we going to do? Let's worry about updating these tags and all those endpoints and all. So inside this thing, we are going to wrap everything inside this hover card. Open delay again. This is the standard 250 milliseconds, and inside this let's have the trigger point, the hover card or trigger, and in this one it's going to be the tag selector component. The plus icon size, I'm going to pass in here bigger one, let's say 22, and the styling for this, I don't want any border, and height of this, let's set this to 9. So just let me just close this so that you can see better. And let me go to the edit page so that we see these things. Okay, yep, this is the new tag that I need to pass on. First, the workspace ID. So here this workspace ID alongside whatever the props that we need to pass in. The tags, we need to pass the tags for this. So where can we get this? So let's do one thing. So let me for now just remove this thing and remove this thing as well so that we don't see an error. I'm going to create a reusable hook where we can try to get in the details of the tags and all those things. So inside this, so that we can use across the components, I'm just going to create in here this new hook. Let's name this one as use tags.tsx and make this one as a client side component, and this the name of this, it's going to be use tags. So this is, so now inside this one, and the props for this, we are going to pass in this workspace ID, which it's going to be a string, and the same thing that we had is mounted the boolean, and alongside the initial active tags, which it's okay, this should be comma initial active tags. This is going to be a tag array, and the on debounced thing, so just the update debounced. Okay, so this it's going to be of this debounced state from this use debounced, and in here let me pass in white. Okay, fine. So here let's maintain the local state for the current active tags, and this is going to by default set whatever we receive as initial active tags, and here the name of this, I'm going to maintain this as current active tags, set current active or tags. Okay, fine. And here we are going to use this auto save indicator to update that. So I'm going to get this status and on set status, and in here we are going to make a call to get this data of the tags. So this let me just use this query thing, the query function. This it's going to be, and here let me just fix this, the data, let's rename this to tags, and is loading this one, let's rename this one to is loading tags. Okay, now here inside this the result, let's use the Axios or fetch. The API that we are going to call is tags get, and this get workspace tags, and provide in here this workspace ID as the query param. So this is the value for getting this response. So if this response it's not okay, I'm going to return this empty array, and this data, let's response.json. So I'm just going to return this data as a list of the tags. So that's the query function, and this enabled, it's going to enable when only when it's mounted. The query key, this it's going to be get workspace tags. So this is going to help us get these tags, and now we have these tags. From this one, what we are going to return as first the tags from this thing, and is loading our tags. Same way we'll try to handle the deleting of active tags and updating on selecting and all those things. So it should be pretty straightforward. So first let's have in this on delete active tag handler. So let's try to wrap inside this use callback, and here this dependency, the on set status, the status, and on debounced thing. And here we will be receiving the tag ID that needs to be deleted, which is going to be of type string. And now inside, what we are going to check, we are going to check first if the status it's not equals to unsaved, then I'm going to set this status to unsaved, and we are going to update this active tags. Just get this previous active tags, and inside this, if let me okay, now inside this, if the previous active tags length is equals to 0, I'm going to return here this previous active tags, and the updated tags, it's going to be just leaving aside this current ID tag.id is not equals to tag ID, and I'm going to return here this updated tags. And after this, if on debounced we have, so I'm just going to call in this function, and this should be the on delete active handler. And after this the other things to update. So let me just copy this one, okay, and change this name, the update active handler, and here alongside the tag ID we will be receiving the color to change, and this is going to be of type custom colors, and also the name that of the tag that needs to be changed. And let me just remove this one, and we are just going to check the same thing, and instead of your filtering, let's try to get these things and find the ID that we want, if we did find. And here for that tag, I'm just going to change in this name and color, else we'll just have the same tag. That's the updated tags, and we are just returning here. And let me just remove this one, and the dependency, it's going to be just the empty array. Okay, fine. So that's the on update, and also on selecting the active tag handler. So let me just on select active tag handler, and in here this tag id. So if the status we are going to do the same, and now collect the previous tags, and here let me find this tag index using this previous active tags. We are going to use this and get this active tag, and in here this active tag dot id, matching it to this tag id. Okay, and we are going to check if we did not find this index. That is, if we did find this index, then we are going to get this updated active tags, whatever we have here, this updated tags dot splice the tag index 1, and return this updated active tags. Okay, else what we are going to do is, let's get this selected tag, and we are going to use this tags and make sure this is not null. Okay, and find this tag, and here the tag dot id, matching it to tag id. So this is the thing. Once we found this thing, if selected tag, I'm going to return in here the previous active tags and the selected tag. Okay, this should be it, and let me just remove this one, and here I'm going to return here previous active tags, and this is what we are going to do, and this should be pretty much the same. And here alongside this I'm just adding in the tags. Yeah, mostly these are the handlers that we want. So now let me just return this one as well from this hook, so that we can consume inside our components. And here the current active tags, and on select active handler, on update active handler, and on delete active handler. Fine, now we have this hooks to use it. So I can just go to this mindmap tag selector component where we are trying to develop this one, and here I'm just going to get all of the things that I want from this use tags hooks, and pass in here the workspace id is mounted value, and initial active tags alongside this debounced current active tags. This one, how we are going to just create the endpoint first to update this one, which we don't have yet. So I'm just going to create this one, this mutate. Let's name this one as the update mind map active tags, and inside this the mutation function. So we are going to receive in here this tags IDs, which is going to be a string array, and here let's just make a call, the post call to the endpoint, which we don't have. I'm just going to create inside this folder mind maps, and what is it? It is to update. So this is the update tags, and the body that we are going to send in is the workspace id, the tags IDs, and the mind map id. So this is the endpoint, and in the on success callback function, so let's update the status on set status. So for that, let's get this use autosave indicator, and I'm just going to get this callback function on set status. Here let's update this value to saved, and in here this on error, let me update this status to on saved. Okay, so this is the endpoint. Now let's try not to overcall this endpoint, so that one we are going to wrap using, and let's name this one as debounced current active tags. So use debounced callback, and inside this let's first update the status to pending and get this tags IDs. The current active tags we are going to get using this current active tags. So I'm going to use this map through this tag and just get the IDs which we want, and this one we are going to pass on to this function the tags IDs. That is what we want. And now I can just pass in here debounced current active tags for this, and let's collect what and all we need here. The tags list, then is the loading tags, on delete handler, then on select handler, on update handler. So these are the things that we want. And for this tag selector, let's pass in all of these things. The tags I'm passing in here, the current active tags, let's pass in here this current active tag. So on select active tag, on select active tag handler, on update we have this on update active handler, on delete active tag we do have this handler. Okay, and after this is loading, so is loading tags, and let's add in some padding in the x direction and y direction. Let's keep this one to 0 and text to be base. Okay, so these are the inputs for our tag selector. And now if I just refresh, okay, we don't have anything, so that's why there's something wrong in here. I'm just going to check that. Don't worry, just now we'll focus on this layout, and after this the card content, and here let's add in this side offset set to 8 and align the start and content for now select a tag or something like this. I'm just going to change this later. Okay, let's just refresh this one. Okay, select the tags. I'm clicking on this. Yep, now we have this tags priority and check. Fine. So after this our car, we are going to go through this current active tags and check if this length is 0, then we'll display this current active tags. Let's try to display inside this scroll area. So let me just add in that component npx shard cn. Let's just add a scroll area component. So I'm just adding in this, and then once we add that, so let me just import this and the styling, let's, and in here inside this I'm just going to add a div. Let's just refresh. Yep, let's iterate through this current active tags and get this each tag, and here we are going to use this link tag component, and this would be disabled, and pass in this key which it's going to be tag ID and the tag value. Okay, fine. And after this let's add in this scroll bar orientation. It's going to be horizontal. Okay, fine. So as of now if I select this, the endpoint and all we need to create, and then it's going to work. So, and also let me just add in, by default let's hide in smaller screens. In the small screens, let's have this one to be block max width. Let's add in this 15 rems, medium, max width. I'm going to assign here 24 rem, and this div, let's create this one width max, and flex, and space in the x direction to be 2, and padding in y direction 2. Okay, fine. And now let's just create the endpoint that is needed to update the tags. So that one, let's just go to this the mind maps. So APIs here, this mind maps, and the update folder, and inside this let's create the new folder called tags. So I'm just going to create in here this new folder called tags, and inside this the route.ts. okay, and whatever we have here, let me just copy this one, and here let's edit this thing. So to update mind map active tags, let's just quickly add in the schema inside the schemas folder. Let's name we are going to just use this inside this mind map schema. I'm going to add in this update mind map active tags schema, and here let's this it's going to be object and workspace id. So basically whatever we need for this endpoint, the workspace id, and then the tags ids and mind map id. So here let me just add in this mind map id. This is going to be of type string, and this tags ids, which it's going to be array of strings. So fine, and let me just export this type as well. Update mind map active tags schema. So here this it's going to be of update mind map active tag schema. Fine, so let's just going back to this endpoint and the tags. In here let's just import the schema. So basically this validation users thing, it's going to be pretty much the same. So the consoling, just let's remove this, and here use this update mind map active tags schema, and here even this result I'm just going to remove, and if it's not successful we are going to remove this, and instead let's restructure the tags ids, mind map id and workspace id, and here this user, as usual we are just checking for a role and all those things. After this the mind map will find this, and let's get this tags and set this one to true. So if we don't have this mind map, we are going to just do this, and now here the updating thing, instead of this content we are going to update this tags, and connect the link the ids, the tag id that we have to the id. So I'm just going to pass in here this tag id, and disconnect mind map tags, filter the existing tag, and if this not include, so I'm just going to pass in here this existing tag id. Okay, so we're just disconnecting leaving aside the tags ids and connecting this tags ids. Okay, and after this just it's going to be updated mind map and status 200. Okay, so now we have this endpoint So just going to this component, where is this yep, mind map tags things. So let me just refresh this and let's see if we are able to add in new tag for this. So let's say I'm just going to add in this one, so it's a saving, and this is what we are adding in here, this PRT and this check icon. So this is what it is, and now we should see the tags for this one updated. So the tags, to see this I need to reload this studio. So let me just reopen this studio. So let me just refresh this in the mind map. Now we should have here this tags. Okay, so this is what we have, these two tags, and we can add in this new tag as well. This is mind map tag, and I'm just going to add in this color, and let's try to create this. And we have this one, I'm just going to add in this one. So yep, so it's looking good, and that's how we are going to add in this mind maps to this we are going to add in tags to this mind map. And now the changes that the things that we did add now, the things that I wanted to focus on, let's also make this title, edit title and emoji for mind map and all those things, and a little bit of cleaning. So now after this the mind map should be in a good shape. Before moving on to this editing title and emoji part, we just forgot to add this delete functionality for the nodes. So let me just add in here this prop, the on delete callback function. So let's this one get this callback function, and we are going to use this and create in here the function on delete node, and again try to wrap this one inside this use callback. And the dependencies, the set nodes, node id, and on delete callback function. And now inside this one, the set nodes, the previous nodes, whatever we just have, I'm just going to filter that. So previous nodes dot filter this node dot id, if this leaving aside that alone, not equals to this node id. And let's just return this remaining nodes, and after this I'm just going to call this on delete callback function. Okay, and this thing we need to add in the options that we have. And for color also, let me just add in the icon, the palette icon, the size, let's keep this one on to be 16. Okay, and after this I'm going to add in this delete icon. So just below this let me add in the drop down menu item, and here this on click functionality, we are going to call this all delete node. Okay, and the styling for this, let's just keep this one and this trash icon. So the size of this, it's going to be 16, and this one, let's say delete is the text. The styling for this, just to make this cursor to be a pointer, and a gap of 2. Okay, so that's the thing. So basically now we should see this one. So this is what we have, and we added in this node wrapper. Now just going to this text node, we should update the same. So let me just update here the props on delete the callback function. So we just need to move up this call to the parent, and this one I need to pass on to this node wrapper. Let me just add in this on delete function. So this one we need to destructure here. I'm just going to destructure here this on delete. Okay, why is okay, sorry, it should be part of this data that we have. So I'm just going to change this one to data.onDelete. Yep, now we should be good. And this delete functionality, and also inside this mind map component, let's the thing that we have here, let's make this one to be items center. Okay, so that it looks better. And also for this save, let me add in here the side offset of 8. Fine. And yep, and also this edge options component that we have inside the mind maps, this edge options, the sheet content that we have. So basically I just wanted to wrap all of this inside the scroll area component, which we just added. So I'm just going to add the scroll area and give this one the height to be full and padding index direction 6, so that if this the form fields exceeds, we don't see any issues here. So that's the thing. I'm just adding this one, and also the form that I have here, the parent div. I'm just going to add in the space in the y direction, like 2, so that there'll be enough space. And if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have this space in the y direction 4. Okay, fine. That's just the thing. So now if we just click this one, so we are just removing the nodes, and we should be accordingly updating the content. And even now, so you can see it's working, everything. We don't see any issues, the content whatever we are, and this is what it's going to be. So the deleting of the node also we just added in this one. And just one more last refactoring needed inside this tasks container. So basically whatever we have this on delete active handler, since we moved this code all onto our the hook, so I'm just going to remove this one, and we are going to use the hook which I just created. So let me just minimize these things, whichever we just don't want, all of those things, the on select thing and on update thing, and all of these things that we have to get this tags and loading and all. So let me just remove all of these things, and we will just use those things. So the update these debounced current active tags, so I'm just going to remove this one. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to use the tags, use tags hook, and from here I'm just going to collect. First let's pass in here the workspace id, is mounted value, and the initial active tags, and debounced current active tags. Okay, I just removed that one. Okay, this one, the tags IDs, let's just have that, and here let me just use this remaining things and get the things that we want. Pass in here the workspace ID is mounted, and initial active tags and debounced current active tags, and from here we are going to get the current active tags, the is loading tags, on delete handlers, and on select handler, on update handler. And I think now we shouldn't see any issues. So there is the issue here regarding this current active tag, so whatever the local state that we are maintaining, so I'm just removing this, so that should not be a problem. And now here this loading value, instead of this I'm just going to change this one to loading tags, and on update active tags handler, did we not, okay, it's on update tag handler. Okay, so this on update active tag handler. Yep, so just a better way of handling, just the cleaning the thing, so just the refactoring way. Fine. So deleting, refactoring of using the hook inside this task container, though there's not much of a functionality change, I'm not going to check whether it's working or not. And now the thing is to update the title and emoji for our the mind maps. So for that, let me first create the emoji thing in our schema, and then we'll create an endpoint, and then we'll consume in our components. So just going to this mind map over here, I'm going to add in the emoji thing. So this is going to be a string default. Let's assign this default code that we normally added for our task as well. So let's just migrate the schema. So I'm just going to add in this npx prisma migrate dev, and let's say added the emoji to mind map. Okay, fine. So that's what we added, and now we are going to create the new update route for us to handle this title and emoji update in our API folder. This mind maps, let me create the new folder inside this update. Let's name this as the title and emoji, and okay, so and inside this we are going to create a new route.ts, and whatever the thing that I have here, let me just copy here, and I'm just going to tweak this accordingly. And also we need a schema, so like always, let's go to our mind map schema. Okay, and here let me just create one for this title and emoji schema, and this it's going to be of object, and here this icon which it's going to be of type a string. This title, this it's going to be again a string, and let's make this one as a optional, and also the endpoint to update the title and the emoji schema. Okay, this is again going to be an object, and we need to pass in the workspace id and map id, those things, that is mind map id. So here this map id, which it's going to be a string, and then the icon, which it's going to be string, and then this title, this is again a string, and this I'm going to make this as an optional. And let's just export both of this. Export type title and emoji schema. So this one, let's just, it's going to be a title and emoji schema. And now for this update title and emoji schema, this again it's going to be just the type of update title and emoji schema. So now we have the schema going to this endpoint title and emoji. Let's just tweak accordingly. So here this session, let's just remove this console statements which we return to debug things, and here instead of this schema, that we are going to use update title and emoji schema. And just check this, and let's remove the things, the icon, the map id, the title and workspace. Okay, I need to change this one, the workspace id. So going back to this endpoint, the workspace id. Okay, and here it's going to be pretty much the same of checking for role and all those things. And instead of this mind map id, with the name, it's just the map id. And let's not include this tags. And if you don't find this one, this is what we are going to do. And the updating of mind map, let's just remove all of these things. And here, okay, the updated user id, it's going to be the same, and the emoji, it's going to be the icon that we have received, and this is going to be a title, and we are returning this updated mind map and this error. So let's just remove the other things, update title and all those things which we don't need, even this jar. Fine. So now we have this endpoint, and we need to have an option to update this one. So to update, let's do one thing. So inside our components folder of this mind maps, here I'm going to create a new folder for editing the info. So let's name this one as editing info, and I'm going to add the two components. One is to changing the emoji, so let's name this change emoji, and one more, the component to edit the title and those things. Okay, so it should be a simple component. So here this changing emoji, this it's going to be a client side component. So basically it's going to be simple one, like we already created for our task section. This, and the on form select the emoji callback function, let's add in this one. And here this function, the component, the name, it's going to be change emoji. And here let's just destructure this props, the emoji and on form select. And now inside this, let's maintain two local variables to keep track of the selected emojis. So set selected emoji, this one by default. Let's set the whatever the prompt that we have, and the rendered emoji. So for this one we have here this change code to emoji and pass in this thing. And now this UI, all we are going to do is use this emoji selector component that we have, and on select emoji thing, let's just create a callback function here. Let's name this one as select emoji handler, and here I'm just going to add in the emoji thing, update our selected emoji to this, and trigger this on form select to whatever the thing that we selected, and I'm just going to pass in for this. And now inside this span, let's have this rendered emoji thing. So we can just add in the same styling that we added. Width and height, I'm just going to set this to 16. Rounded, let's make this one large. Background secondary, and display to be flex. Justify, let's center this one. Items, let's center, and the text to be 3 times extra large. This one we'll just see eventually in our the UI. Okay, and now the editing info. So this is basically, so inside this one, for now it's going to be again a sheet component where I will trigger the triggering button and the content to edit title and emoji, and the change emoji component that we have. And after this the text area to update the title, and option to saving and closing this and all those things. Okay, so let's make this one to be client side component, and for now I'm just going to make this as a placeholder, and then we'll add it, and eventually we'll see this in action. So here let me just return this empty fragment. So where are we supposed to add? It is of course in this edit mind map component, so that we have here. I'm going to add this one right after, let's say, the plus that we have. After this I'm just going to add in here the edit info component, and for this the props that I want. So let me just add in inside this component, and then we'll pass on to this and start developing that component. The props that we are going to send for this, it's going to be basically whatever we need for the endpoint which we just created. The workspace ID here, the string, and the map ID, this mind map ID, and this emoji string, the title which is optional. So these are the props. Now I can destructure this workspace ID, map ID, emoji, and this title. Okay, fine. And just going here, let's pass in this one workspace ID, the values, the workspace ID. So I'm just going to pass in all of the things that we need for this, and this title, we will have this one inside this initial info dot title, and the map ID, it's nothing but this initial info dot ID, and the emoji icon, which again is initial info dot emoji. Okay, these are the things that we want the thing, and also here this initial info thing, let me change this one to extended mind map thing. Okay, fine. And now let's just go back to this component, and we are going to see this here once I start right next to the plus icon. Once we develop this thing, so everything, let's try to wrap this one inside the sheet component, and here inside this sheet, to open or not, let's have the state variable. So pretty straightforward, whatever we have developed for other sections. The use state of false, and we'll have one reference for our title, which we are going to use the text area auto size component. So this one, the reference, it's going to be of text area element, and default, let's set this one to null, and use this auto save indicator while we are trying to update this one. So on set status and this status, and when we are trying to update the toast messages, whether we successfully updated it or not. So this one, the use toast, the endpoint, for that let's use this mutation. So whatever we just created, that we need to consume here. Let's name this one as update mind map, and now inside this, it should be simple mutation function, asynchronous. Here this icon, the title, let's just destructure. So this is going to be of string, and this title, it's again string, and this is optional, so I'm just mentioning that. Fine. And now inside this thing, let's make a call to the endpoint using this Axios. The endpoint is /API mind maps and the update folder, and inside this we have the title and emoji. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to pass in this body things, map ID, workspace ID, icon, and alongside this title. So, and inside this on success callback function, all we are going to do is update the status to saved, and in on error callback function, let me just update this status to unsaved. So here this one, it's going to be unsaved, and the toast title, we are going to have something like failed updating, something. Later we'll change this one. In this variant, let's have this destructive. Okay, fine. So this is the endpoint, and let's prepare this form thing, use form, and here the schema which we created, title and emoji schema, attach in this resolver, this jot resolver, the title and emoji schema. The default values, let's have this icon, or which the emoji that we have, and even this title. So if we have this title, I'm going to set this one, the title value, or else the empty string. That's the thing. And let's have this from the thing, register this title, and I'm just going to get this reference and name this one as the title reference, and the rest whatever we have, I'm just going to add in here. Okay, the callback functions and all, I'm just going to add in the open and on open change, pass in here this set open. Fine, and let's add in here this hover card and open delay. Let's again add in this 250. Close delay. You can just take it from the other section where we just added similar thing, the sheet or trigger. Add in here this child, and I'm going to have this hover card trigger, this button component, and here we'll just have the pencil icon size. Let's set this one to 20. Now we should see, yep, that's the thing. So if we just style this button, that is the variant, let's make the ghost like others, and the size of this, let's change this to icon, and on click here all we are going to do is open the content of a sheet. So this is what we are going to do. Okay, that's the thing. And after this trigger, the sheet trigger, let me add in this our card content. So here let's say edit title and emoji is what I'm just adding in for now. And this side offset, let me pass in here this 8, align this start. Fine, and after this content we will have this sheet content, so basically the form, and here let's have this width to be 26 rems, and medium, let's have this maximum width to be medium, and here let's have in this sheet header the sheet title, so it's a common. So here I'm going to add in here this edit title and emoji, so we can just see this one. So this is the thing, and after this let's add in this sheet description. Let's add in this again smaller things, edit title and emoji description, so later we'll just change this thing. And after this header, the form component, the id, let's pass in here this mind map info, and for this the styling, let's add in some margin top, width full, or make this one as a flex. Of course we need this direction to be column, and this gap of 8. And inside this form, let's add in this div, and I'm going to add in this change emoji component. Emoji, let's add in here this get values of this icon, and on form select, we are to add in this handlers. So to just add in nothing, it's going to be simple handler, this const on form select handler. So all we are going to get is this emoji, and this one we need to set the value to our icon in the form, so this emoji value. And here if I just pass in this one, we shouldn't see any issue. So this is the thing, the rendering part, we'll change that. That should not be a problem. Okay, fine. And below this, let's add in this text area auto size import. Let's import this one, text area auto size from React text area auto size. Okay, so here let's just, this should be small case. Okay, and here let me just close this one, and for this the max length I'm going to set this to 100, and whatever the rest we have I'm just passing in here, and this reference. So in here let's use this title reference, and the title reference dot current. I'm just going to set this one, and just to ignore this one, let's add in this ts ignore, and on key down, so basically on entering. So if this e dot key it's equals to the enter, I'm going to prevent this default event, and this placeholder, let's say the title of your mind map, something like this, and here this styling, let's add in this width to be full. Okay, and resize none, and appearance, so basically whatever we have for the other places. I'm just going to add in this background transparent. Placeholder text, let's make mutate foreground, and text size to be 2 times extra large. Font type, let's make this one to be semi bold, and focus outline to be none. Okay, fine. And this div where we have all of this, let's make this one flex column, and if it's a medium size, let's have this row, and again this gap of 4 items, I'm just going to center this one. Okay, fine. That's the thing, the component which we just added. So after this the div, let's add in the button. So here I'm just adding in this button. So basically here on clicking this, I'm just going to close this one, set open to false. So here I can just say close or something like that. We'll just change this text type of this, it's going to be button, and this variant, let's make this one to be secondary, and the styling, let's add in this width full. If it's a medium onwards, let's have this off width. Okay, and same like this, I'm just going to add in the one more button which says like save, so the text of it, and on click we need to trigger save edit function. So let me just create a simple callback function here on save edit. So wrapping inside this use callback, and here this dependency, it's going to be the form, and on set status and update mind map. So now inside this first let's update this status to pending, and from the form I'm just going to get this values that I want. So get values, the icon, and the title. Okay, and once we get this, let's set this the sheet to be false, and we can call this endpoint and pass on this icon and the title. So this is the on save edit the function which helps us to save. So just going here, let's trigger this function on save edit, and this type it's going to be button. Let's remove this variant to be secondary, and text of this I want it to be white color. Okay, so if I just have this is the thing, and here this code I'm just going to correct, and this buttons styling, let's make this flex column reverse, and the medium I want it to be row, so it will be, yep, close save, and have this some gap between them, and also let's center these things, and the width to be full. This is the buttons, and pretty much the component that we want, the form that we wanted to take help of to update the title and emoji of this icon. So now we have this. So if I can just add in here some emoji, let's say this is the thing that I'm adding, and here the title, let's say first mind map title, and clicking on the save. Okay, it failed updating. 405 mind maps update. Okay, all I need to do is let me just restart this one and try refreshing this. And I'll just refresh this and check this again. If it's still failing, we're going to cross verify the endpoint, and if you're missing anything that needs to be sent to that endpoint to work. So we are here, so let me just change this one to this, and here the first mind map title. So let's click on this one, and it is saved and the endpoint is successful. So now if I just refresh this one, we should have the title here, the emoji. I need to reload this, that's fine. So now we have this, and we need to showcase inside our the mind map that we have. So where exactly we are going to show is the title of this. So going back, the mind maps, yep. So here we have the mind map title and all. That's fine for now. And the tag selector here, let me pass the additional thing, the drop down of size. Okay, so just to configure for us to look better, of size offset, this it's going to be a number, and I'm just going to extract this drop down of size set, and the drop down content that we have, I'm just going to pass in here this the prop that I just added, drop down offset, and if that is true, whatever the value that we get, we are going to attach in this. So now this one I can just pass on the prop where we are referring these things. So basically in our mind map tag selector, so just going here, I'm just going to pass in here in the drop down of size 10. Okay, and also in this task component, the emoji code in this container where we are adding in this one, so I can just remove this thing and have this emoji, because we are just handling that one. And also here in this thing, the emoji value, we can just get this value of the icon. That's the small change. Okay, because we are storing now in a code, and that should be fine. Okay, so I'm able to save all the thing, and you wanted to see the emoji. Let me restart this again. So here let me just refresh this mind map, and now we should see the emoji. Yep, so this is what the code it is. And now let's try to localize this mind map section. So for that I'm just going to add in all of the things related to mind map and also tag section and all. So inside this messages, the where we have this unsaved, so just below this one, let me add in the tag related thing. So I'm just going to copy all of those values, so you can just refer here, so which is just self-explanatory: filter, new tag, something went wrong, and all those things. And the mind map thing, so I'm just going to add below our task. So let's just search for here this button that we have, and here is what I'm going to add: all of the things related to mind maps. So let me just copy that as well here. So these are the things related to mind map. For other language I'm just not adding. You can just translate this to whatever the language that you want and add it there. Okay, so I just showed you initially for one thing, and it's pretty the hover tip, add a new type title. Okay, this title under saving the mind map and all this success, error messages, and all pretty connection type, pretty common, self-explanatory. So we added this. Now all the components related to this, we need to localize this one. So going to this mind map section, first let's go to this text node, and let's use this translations, and this, the name of this, it's going to be mindmap.node. Here the text, the placeholders, first of all, in the form, let me change this one to placeholder, and let me define this one above here. Now we shouldn't see any issues. So the placeholder, same thing, let me just copy this one, and here as well I'm just replacing this to the placeholder. I might miss in few places, but just add it yourself if I'm missing few things which is not important. And even here this text area size, the placeholder, let me just add this placeholder thing, and here this cancel text, instead of this placeholder this is going to be cancel. So I'm just adding in this, and this one, the save, let me replace this placeholder to save, and here as well this is going to be a placeholder. Okay, so this is the thing, and we should see the same thing whatever we are trying to add in. So there's nothing to show for this one. So, and in this node wrapper as well, let me just import this use translations mindmap.node, and here also, so basically the edit the text that we have, all of this needs to be changed. So this one, the text, it's going to be the edit, and here this color, let's change this placeholder to color, and after this the delete, and here I'm just going to add in the delete thing. So on below we just added the placeholder, so I'm just going to remove this item, the more thing. Okay, fine, so that's in here. Now just going to this other components, the edit info. Again, let me just import this translations mindmap dot edit dot edit title and emoji. Okay, so let's just go back to this. I just misspelled this one, so it's going to be title. So going back to this edit info component. Okay, so the title of it, I'm just going to change this one. So here, instead of the placeholder, let's change this to error. Okay, and also the below things, our card content, let's change this one to our content, and also this one to title, the sheet title, and this one to description. So let me add in this description. So basically the editing thing, so if you just go back here, so the things basically whatever we just saw, the editing, the title, the change the name of your mindmap and set its icon or something like that. So this is what we are just adding in. And also now here for text area auto size, the placeholder, let's have this one, the placeholder thing, and after this here the cancel button, and this one the save button. So I'm just changing this text to save. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And now we're just going to other components here, mindmap tag selector. Let's again import this, use translations, and here this mindmap thing, and here the our text again. So this one, the content, let me change this placeholder to tag. Okay, and the mindmap, so this one also needs to be localized. So let me just import here this, use translations, and here the mindmap thing. Now here these things, the React flow where we have, and let me just add in the prop options for this one, or I'm just going to hide this attribution, set this one to true. And now the text of this one, add node. So let's just add in this text. This, it's going to be of our dot, so basically our tip the add title. Okay, and the other save thing, so let me just add in here, replace this placeholder to our tip.save. So like these are all the things that we are adding, add a new title and all those things. Okay, that's the thing. And now inside this edge options, so let me just add in this translation const t, so use translations mindmap dot edge options. Okay, so here as well the sheet contains some titles and all. Let's localize this one, internationalize or localize, whatever it is, the title. And this one, let's change it to description. That's the thing. And now the label that we have, we are going to change this to form dot label and this description, let's again change this one to form dot label dot placeholder label. Not this one, this is description. So here is the thing, the here it is description, so I'm just going to change here this to description. Okay, and same thing here again, let's copy this one. This one it's going to be label but of the type, so this type dot label. Okay, and all of these things that we have, type dot default, the placeholders and all those things needs to be changed. So in here, let me change this one to form dot type dot default. So I'm just changing here this form dot type dot default, and here this step thing. So here this one we are going to change this to form dot type dot straight, form dot the straight thing. Okay, and here this the step chart thing, so let's just change this one to type dot step underscore sharp, and after this one finally this thing, so let's have this one to type dot step rounded. Okay, and this description, this is going to be type dot description. Let's just change this one to type dot description. That's the change, and same thing needs to be changed for all of these things. The colors, so this it's going to be a color dot label, and after here this one, the animated the color description. After this form control, let me add in here this form description for color. So here let's just change this one to color dot description. Okay, and now the animated label, this one needs to be changed, so let's change this to animated dot label. And finally all we have is for buttons to save and delete, so this one, let's change this to button underscore save, and this one to delete button code. So form dot button delete h. Okay, so this is the thing, localizing. And now here inside this delete all options, use translation. So let's again, this one, it's going to be the mind map dot delete, and here the this delete section, we did not had it here for deleting all nodes. So let's this the thing, basically this one which we just left that as a placeholder. Let's try to complete this thing, the updating this mind map and localizing it. So let me just remove this placeholder or text. So this one, we need to create an endpoint, and also the nodes from our use react flow comp hook. So here let me get this set nodes and get nodes thing, and the status showcasing that we want autosave indicator. And here let's have this onset status, this status thing, and then the toast that we wanted to show any messages in our endpoint. The endpoint, this use mutation, and here this mutate, let's rename this one to update mind map, and his pending. Okay, this should be straightforward, where we already had this endpoint thing. So set status, let's set this one to pending, await axios. The endpoint that we have is /API mind maps, and the update is the endpoint that we have. And here this content, we are going to set this to null. Mind map id, let me pass in this mind map id, and the workspace id. So this one we need to receive as a props. Okay, let me just add in here the props, the mind map id, which is going to be a string, the workspace id, which is going to be string. So here let's destructure the workspace id and mind map id, and okay, fine. And the thing where we are consuming this, we need to just pass in here for this component the workspace id and the mind map id, which it's going to be this initial info dot id. So now just going to this endpoint, and after this, so basically the endpoint that we are trying to call in, this updates this route. So that's what we are just calling this one. And in the on success callback function, here we are going to set the status back to saved, and the nodes, let me set this to empty array, and the toast, let's have this title, the title as message.success. Okay, and after this I'm going to set the open to false. So basically we are just closing this dialog of back to false. That's the thing that we do. And after this, in the on error callback function, let me add the status, set this status to unsaved, and the toast thing, let me set the title to this message dot error, and also the variant, let me set this one to be destructive. Okay, so this is the endpoint. And now here in this button, so basically whatever we have as a trigger point in the this one, let's add in this disabled. So this would be disabled if this get nodes length we don't have, or this status it's not equals to or saved. So then this one would be disabled, and we will have this trash icon. After this content, let's just localize this one. So this one, it's going to be t of hour. So that's the text, basically the delete thing. And here this is going to be dialog title. So change this one to dialog dot title. Okay, and this one dialog dot description, dialog dot description. And after this is the text of this warning. So t of dialog dot warning. So that's the text. And after this the warning, I'm going to add in a button. So here the text of this, so if it's pending, we are going to show the loading state icon, and loading text, we are going to show this dialog dot button pending. Okay, so this is the thing. Else if it's not pending, they will show in here this button text. So this, it's going to be dialog dot button reset. And here this would be disabled if it's pending. And on click, let's call this update mind map function that we have. And size of this, let's have this one to be larger size. And variant, this is going to be destructive. Okay, fine. And yeah, this is the delete all nodes component. So now if you just click here, okay, let me just refresh this one. Yep, delete all files and reset the mind map layout to initial state. So if I click on this one, everything will be deleted. And so I just don't want to delete, and that's the delete all nodes functionality. And we just change this tags to a different location. So let me just update that one also here, instead of here the localized I did not. Okay, fine, let's not worry about this one. So I'm just leaving, like I said, I might have not localized all of the components. If there is something that I missed, just do it the way which you guys should know by now how to do this and all. Okay, and so after this, let's try focusing on adding the preview mini map view in here in our mind map section that we have currently. So for us to have the mini map, we need to create like preview components on all. So let's try to add in a simple preview card component inside this mind maps folder. So here I'm just going to create a new folder called preview, and inside this let's create a new file called mindmap preview card wrapper. So this is the component, and this is going to be client side component. And for this basically what we will have in here is the read only emoji, the title, and if it's saved and all, like we had for task and all. So that is what I'm just going to add in. And also the one more component, the card thing. So for the options, so where we have an options to make it favorite or not, more horizontal and all those things like we had. So let's create for that also this one, mind map card preview options dot tsx. Okay, and these things first, let's focus on this component, the placeholder. So export const mind map preview card wrapper. Okay, and for this the props, what is it that we'll be sending or needing for us into this component is this mind map, which it's going to be of extended mind map type, and then the children that we wanted to wrap, basically the options that we have created the other thing, and the children, it's going to be of type React node. And this is this saved by user, so like we had for our task, and the user role. So this one, it's going to be of type user permission or null. So let me just destructure those things inside this component mind map children, and is saved by user, and then the user role. So in here let's have again a state variable, whether this is saved or not. So I'm just going to create in here set is saved or not, and default I'm just going to pass in whatever we have for this is saved by user, and this translation. So let's also add in here parallelly this mind map dot preview. Okay, and then the callback function to update whether this is saved or not. Let's this is going to be simple toggling the above state variable previous to just whatever it was, we are just going to toggle that, and everything we are going to wrap inside this card component. And the styling, let's make this one height to be full, and here this card content I'm just going to add in here this styling, let's worry about that later. And here let's add in this read only emoji component, this selected emoji. I'm going to pass in here this mind map dot the emoji. So this one I'm going to add in here this mind map dot emoji, and this we don't have here in the mind map. Okay, sorry, this mind map dot emoji. And after this we'll have a div, so the title and all those things. So I'm just going to wrap inside this div. So let's have in this p tag this mind map the dot title. So if we have this one, I'm just going to show this title, else let's show this no title thing. And now if it is saved, I'm going to show this star icon. So we can create this here svg icon, or else I'm just showcasing this one for now. And so this is the icon that I'll be showcasing. After this div we'll have a div where we'll try to wrap in the mind map card preview options, which we don't have yet, and this is what that is for. And after here, let's have a div where we'll have the info icon, just the trigger, and we'll show the info text, and also if we have a tags, and I'm just going to add in a tags that belongs to this mind map. So here let's create the hover card, and open delay, let's pass in this 250, and close delay passing in 250, and inside this the trigger, it's going to be the icon. The trigger point I'm adding in here as the info icon, and the size of this, let's set this one to 16, and the styling, just let's have the icon width and height to be 4. We will see this in UI eventually. I'm just going to wrap our mind map existing component inside this component. I mean you'll see this eventually. And after this thing, our card content, so this one, the styling, I'm going to take care of it later. And here this is going to be of info, and then below this div, let's check for this mind map dot tags, and if we have this tags, then I'm going to iterate through this list, get this tag, and pass this one to the component where we have this link tag, and pass in here this key, which is going to be a tag.id, and tag the value that we are passing in. And let me just close this one. So this is the component, and after all of this thing, so just below here we are going to add in the div with the height full and width full, where we will wrap in the children's inside this. So here, so this is the thing. So let me just go to the edit page. So not in the edit page, but this page. Now the place where we have here, I'm going to wrap this one, and here let me just add in whether this is saved by user or not. Is saved by user, the mind map, also let me just get the saved mind maps thing. So for that we need to change the endpoint, and also the schema. So for me to save like we did for tasks, so just going to this Prisma, and here wherever we have the updated mind maps, same way I'm going to add in the saved mind maps. And this one, let's just create the new model. Okay, so the new model, now let me just add in here below itself, model saved mind maps, and here this id, which it's going to be of string, and id, and this default it's going to be of current id and relation to the user. And let's add in this relation fields, the user id which we are going to create, and it references the id of the table on delete. Let's cascade this one, and the user id, which is string, and then mapping a relation to our mind map table. So here this mind map relation fields, let's add in add in here the task id, and it references the id of the table and on delete cascade. So I'm just adding in here this task ID which is of string. Let's add in index on the user ID and the index on the task ID. Now we need to add in the relation inside our mind map table. So just going to this mind map table here. After this tags, let me add in saved mind maps and relate this one to saved mind maps. Okay, that's the thing. And here also, wherever we did not add this on delete cascade, let me just add in for this on delete cascade. Okay, fine. So let's just migrate this schema. So now we do have in here, and even in this task table here, let me add in on delete cascade, and here as well let me add in this cascade thing. Fine, so I'm just going to migrate the schema npx prisma migrate dev, and let's say added saved mind maps model. Okay, so now we added this schema, and I'm just going to update the types so that we don't see any types issue. So alongside here this tags, I'm going to add in here the saved mind maps. Let's make this one as optional. This one, it's going to be of type saved mind maps array, and also the endpoint where we are trying to get this mind map details. I need to include this saved mind maps to true. Okay, fine. And now we can refer this one, the mind maps, and we shouldn't see any issues inside our page. So in here, let me just add in here is saved by user. So I'm just verifying whether this is saved by user by getting the saved mind maps, and try to find here this mind map, and this mind map dot user id matching to the session dot user id, and let's add in here this undefined. Okay, fine. So this gives us the saved by user, and also here let's add in this emoji, change code to emoji, this mind map dot emoji. Okay, and now just below this, wherever we have this mind map, all I'm going to do is import this mind map preview card wrapper. Okay, and inside this, let me add in this component thing, and I need to refresh this. Let me restart the application. Let me just add in the props, the mind map here, and the user role, and is saved by user. I'm passing in here is saved by user, and now we shouldn't see any issues. So this is how we are wrapping. And this one, let me just restart this application, and let me just refresh this one, and we need to style this component, which we will take care. So once we see this in preview, the whatever the things that we added. Okay, so we are in the edit page, so let's go back to the page where we are trying to wrap this component. So this mind map, so clicking on this, it should take us to the specific mind map page. Okay, so this is the thing, the first mind map. Now just going to this component, let's properly style so that we see the other things that we did wrap. So this wrapper, first let's make the card content that we have, some padding in the y direction, and also if it's a smaller, let's make this one 6, and make this display as a flex, direction to be a column, and also have this gap of 10, and I wanted to make this one to be relative, and height, let's make this one to be a full. Okay, fine. Now we started to see the mind map that we have, and now this one, let's make this to have width full, and display to be a flex, direction to be a column, and if it's a smaller screen onwards, so let's have this flex to be row, and items, let's add in this start gap of 2, and if it's a more than the small screen, gap of 4. Okay, so it's looking better. And now the div where we have this title and all, let's add in this width full, flex, and direction to be column, have this gap of 2. Okay, fine. And this div, let's make again width full, flex, justify between, and items, so let's center this. Okay, and this one, the width, let's say it takes 5/6 of the width, and this the title that we have, the text size, let's make 2 times extra large, font to be semi bold, and flex, items center, and have this gap of 2. Fine, that's the thing. And here I'm going to add in the options, where let's make this one to be absolute, and I want it to be top right corner, so top 5 and right 5, and if it's a smaller, let's make this one to be static, so we don't have in here anything. So I'm just going to add in the options. So this is what here, this options component, so we need to create that one. And now this content where we wrapped in this one, let's make this one width full, and have here this gap of 1, make this display as a flex, and add in this wrap, and the flex row, items, let's center this. Yep, so this is the thing. And this one we need to add, don't have to worry about that. And this content, let's make max width to be extra small, and if it's this max width, let's make this one to be smaller, and from medium onwards, max width to be 2 times extra large, and larger thing, max width to be full. Okay, that's the content. So this is the thing for now, and let's work on. So basically, so let me just, so this is the thing, the preview thing, where we have the title and all the tags associated with that, and here we need to work on this options component, which I will just create, and this is the thing that we have. Okay, so now options component, let's make this one as a client side component, and this thing, the props that we'll be sending to this component is whether this is saved or not. So this it's going to be of a boolean, and the workspace ID, which is type string. The mind map ID, it's again a string. The user role, this is going to be of type user permission or null, and on set whether the callback function to save this one. Okay, so these are the props. Now let's pass on to this component, export const the mind map card preview options. So inside this one, let's just destructure the props that we added above. So inside this one, the props, first thing is saved workspace ID, the mind map ID, user role, and on set is saved callback function. And in here everything I'm going to wrap inside this dialog. So for that, to just open the dialog or not, let's have in this state variable set is open this use state. Let's set this one to false, and we are going to have an endpoints included here itself to delete the specific mind map, and also the toggling the saved mind map endpoint and all. So just to show the error messages for that, so let's just use this translations messages thing, and also let's just correct this const. Okay, and this localized thing, use translations. This it's going to be mind map dot we are going to add this one, mind map dot preview, and after this the query client. So first I'm going to work on this endpoints consumption and all those things, and then we will have this UI components, the dialog things, and the things that we wrap inside that. The toast, use toast, and here let's get this toast from this, and the router to redirect. So the use router from this nextjs client. Okay, so to delete and that we don't have the endpoint, so let me just create inside this mind maps. Inside this, let me just create the new folder, and here this it's let's create the endpoint. So whatever we have for update, let me just copy this thing, and let's copy this one, and here this it's going to be again the same. Let's just check the session. So let's just remove wherever the control statements, and we have here this body, the schema for this. Let's again add in inside our mind map schema to delete this one. So just going to the schemas folder, the mind map schema. So I'm just going to add in the simple delete mind map schema. So basically we'll be passing in this mind map ID in workspace ID, which is what we need to delete. So this mind map schema, get out object workspace ID, which it's going to be of type string, and the mind map ID, which is going to be of type string. Fine, and here this type, let's export this delete mind map schema. This one, let's add in here this one, delete mind map schema. So now we can just go to this endpoint that we have, and I'm just going to import this delete mind map schema here in place of this whatever the mind map schema that we have. This delete mind map schema. So we'll parse this. Let's remove this result. If it's not successful, we are going to throw this error, which is just stays the same across all the endpoints. And here just assessing the roles whether he has the enough permission to delete or not. And after this, let's find this mind map. If we don't find, we are going to return this 404 status code. And after this, let's delete this mind map dot delete, and here I'm going to attach in here this mindmap.id. okay, so this is how we delete, and here instead of this one, let me just pass in okay message. So this is the endpoint for us to delete the mind map. And similar way, let's add in the endpoint to save the mind map saved by whatever the model that we had it. So that one, let me add the endpoint inside saved folder like we had for tasks. So I'm just going to create a new folder, or let's name this one as mind maps, and inside this, same way like we had for save task, this is going to be pretty similar, the toggle mind map. And inside this, let's create this route.ts, and whatever we have here, let me just copy this one, and here let's change accordingly. So here the task schema here instead of this one, so we can change the names and all accordingly, so I'm not concerned about those things now. The mind map id, and just safely parse this one and get this mind map id instead of this task id. And after this one, so here instead of save task, we are going to include saved mind maps. And if we don't find user, this is what we're going to do it. And here instead of exist saved task, we are going to look for this mind map, and here as well let's change this one saved mind maps. This, let's rename this to mindmap.id, checking again to the mind map id. And this one, let's change this to saved mind map. And here instead of this model, we are going to delete this in the saved mind maps, else create inside this saved mind maps. And the thing that we need to connect is this mind map, add in this mind map id. Okay, yeah, and rest should be the same. So this is the endpoint to toggle the save task thing. And also here, let me the workspace shortcuts which we had, I'm just going to where is this, yeah, the emoji that we had. Okay, we are already selecting this emoji, fine. So here in here, let me add in for mind maps also the emoji true. Okay, the route related things we are good. Now let's go to the component where we were creating the options here. And now I'm just going to consume those endpoints which we just created. So let's use mutation, and inside this, so first let's rename this one to delete the mind map, and indicator the loader if you are processing that. And here let's have this mutation function, asynchronous, and here let's make a call to the endpoint which we just created the post, and the endpoint is mind maps delete. Okay, and here we are going to pass in the mind map id and alongside this workspace id, and in on error callback function, this let's try to show some toast messages and all those things. Axios error, this error dot response dot data. So here let me just show this data health, pretty standard what we handled in other endpoint consumptions. And the toast message, the title, let me show this the error title, and the variant, let's make this one to be destructive. Okay, fine. And here in this on success callback function, we are going to show that it's deleted and all, and we are going to invalidate whatever the get workspace shortcuts that we had, and redirect the user to workspace id and all. So here this toast message, the title, let me add in here this title thing as the success dot mind map deleted, which we are going to add all of these things. And here using this query client, I'm just going to invalidate the get workspace shortcuts. So workspace shortcuts, and here after this let me just redirect the user to the workspace id page. So in here this dashboard workspace, and pass in here this workspace id, and let's just refresh this route. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to ignore this the thing, and after this the mutation key, let me add in here, this is going to be of delete mind map. Okay, same way we are going to add in, so let me just copy this one for our toggling the thing. So let's rename this one, so I don't want this status also. Let's rename this one to toggle or save mind map, and here this endpoint, it's going to be save the mind maps, and the toggle mind map. Okay, so this is the route, and for this all we need is the mind map id. So I'm just passing in here, and in on error it's going to be pretty much the same, except that the onset is saved. I'm just going to trigger this, and this is the thing. And in on success, let's just remove everything, and I'm just going to update this thing, and this mutation key, it's going to be toggle save mind map. Okay, so that's the thing, the endpoints that we want all are in place. Now here everything I'm going to wrap inside this dialog. The open, let's attach in this is open, and on open change, let's attach in this set is open thing. Now let's first, wherever we added here the placeholder options, let me just change here and include this mind map or card preview options. And for this, whatever we need, let's just pass in for the props. Okay, so let me just close this one, and here is saved. So I'm just going to pass in the is saved thing, the mind map id, let's attach in this the mind map dot id, and workspace id, let's attach in here this workspace this mind map dot workspace id. Okay, fine. And after this onset is saved, so let's pass in this callback function, then this user role, and now we should be good. Okay, so now just going to this, let's work on this component, the dialog where we just wrapping everything that we need to see here. So let's add in here this drop down menu. So inside this drop down menu, let's add in here this drop down menu trigger component, and has this child, so the button component. And so in here I'm going to add in this more horizontal icon. The size of it, let's set this one to be 18. Okay, fine. So that's the option that we are seeing. And this variant, let's make this one to be ghost, the size to be of icon, and the styling for this one, the text color to be primary. On hover also, let's just add in the text, the primary. Okay, so that's the button, the triggering point to open the content that we'll be having inside this drop down. And here inside this drop down menu portal, let's have this content drop down menu, content align, let's set this one to end, side offset, let me set this one to -8. Okay, fine. So drop down menu item, on click, let me call in here the toggle save mind map, and the cursor, let's make this one to be a pointer. And now inside this, if it is saved, same like we had for our the task things, I'm going to have in. So let's add in here also the empty fragment. So if it is saved, so we are just going to add in this start of icon. So the start of icon, the size, it's going to be 16, and let's add in some margin right. Okay, and in here the text, let's say remove from favorite, so pretty much the same. And in here we'll just add in the star icon, the star icon. Okay, and the size, let's set this one to 16, and also the margin right. And here this add to favorite. Okay, so if you can just open this one, so this is what we have. The text and all the localizations will take care, so don't have to worry about that. And after this drop down menu content, the user role, if it's not equals to read only, then we are going to add in this menu item, the same exactly like what we had for the task. You can take it from there, that okay. So here the cursor pointer, the as child, and inside this let's add in this link thing, and the reference, I'm just going to navigate to dashboard, the workspace, the edit page of this mind map. Okay, so the workspace id, and add in here this mind map, and the mind map id. And here let's add in this edit the link. Okay, and inside this one, let's add in here this pencil icon, the size, it's going to be 16, and here this margin right. And after this I'm just going to add in the text which it's going to be edit. So if we just, yep, so that is the thing. And after this menu item, let's add in the separator, drop down menu, separator component, and I'm just going to have an option to delete this. So this one, it's going to be a dialog trigger. So the width, let's make this one to be a full, and this drop down menu item, let's make this cursor to be a pointer, and inside this one I'm going to have this trash icon. Size, let's set to 16, and the styling margin right. Okay, and the text of this, it's going to be a delete. So that is a thing, and now we need to work on this dialog content. Then after this drop down menu, let's have in here this dialog portal, and here I'm going to add in this dialog overlay, and here let's add in the dialog content. And now inside this, as usual, the header and all those things, the dialog title, the header, let's wrap the header, and inside this we are going to add in this dialog title. And so here let's add in this dialog dot title. Okay, and after this the warning component that we have, and here I'm just going to wrap inside this the dialog description. So this one, dialog dot description, and finally the button to delete it. So here I'm just going to add in, and on click, what are we going to do is just call this endpoint which we just added, and the size, let's make this one to be larger. The variant, it's going to be of destructive, and inside this, if it's pending the status, then we are going to show this loading state component, and the loading tags, let's again add in here this as a dialog dot button pending, and let me just close this one, and here let's add in here this dialog dot button delete. Okay, fine. So if I just click this one, so this is what we have, and this one we are going to add in. That should not be a problem, but this is like the options component which I was talking about. So let me add in the messages so that the mind map sections for preview things. So here inside this all of these things, so let me add in the preview related things. So again, I'm just going to copy all of those things. You can just refer here. After this, I'm just going to add in, like, this is a preview page and all those things. So you should yep, so this is the delete, and this is the text that we have, and I'm not going to delete, and that's fine. It's going to work it out that we just added. And also like we did add for other sections, the loading page, let me just add in the loading page for this section. Inside this thing, I'm just going to create a new file, this loading.tsx, and this should be a simple loading component. So let's fix this error here. Let's add in here this loading screen, and I'm going to export this default loading component. Okay, fine. So now we should, yeah, that was the loading screen which we just added. And also now we wrapped the mind map inside this thing. So this is the preview thing, so where we can just view whatever we created, and we added the endpoint to delete this one which we did not test. That's fine. And then to toggle it as a favorite or not, so you can just check this one. So if I just add it to favorite, you can see the star, so it is successful. That's what that exactly it does. And the read-only emoji component that we have inside this common folder, inside this task where we have, so now it became the common. So this read-only emoji, maybe shall we move this component to a common section? Yes, I think it makes sense, because we are using for our mind map as well. So I'm just going to move this one to our common folder. So I'm just adding inside this into common folder. So let's just update the imports as well, so we shouldn't see an issue. Let me just refresh. Okay, so where are we referring? So inside this one, let's update this one, the import to this common section. And now, yep, it's loading fine. So just I moved to common section so that it makes sense. And also the invite users component that we have. So let me just, so I'm just styling it to look better. So that's the only thing. Whatever the components that we have for mind maps and all, so if you're inside this invite content, the our card content that we have. And in here for this one, let's add in the maximum width to be extra small, and I'm just limiting the maximum width, so there's nothing much like we did, making it as responsive. Okay, so even this one, the larger screen, let's make this one to be 4 times XL. And for this whatever the max width I just added for URL, let's make this one to be full. Okay, just the small UI corrections that I'm trying to make. And also the options sidebar inside our sidebar component, let's also the div where we have all of this things, the width and all, let's change this one to 52. So I'm just increasing to more width. Okay, and also now the other sections, let's just localize these things, the workspace options. So I left a lot of places without localizing. So in here this default name, so I can just add in here now this of default name. So I'm just trying to correct a few places which I feel it's needs to be corrected. And also now inside this options sidebar action section, this new mind map, let's also change this toast things on all. Instead of this task added, it should be the mind map added. Okay, so that's the thing. And even this loading section, this thing needs to be changed. This one to be of like t of add mind map. It's going to be the text, and here this loading text also, let me just add in the text as the add mind map pending. Okay, so this it's going to be this add mind map pending. And also the page that we are going to redirect now, it should be the edit page and rather than this preview page. Okay, so after successfully adding, so these are like small changes that we are making, and we did make. Yep, fine. So and here this sidebar workspace options, let me just add in these things. So just going to this messages where we have the options add mind map. So workspace options, workspace options. So and let me just minimize this one. So here let's add in here this add mind map. So here I'm changing this one to add mind map text. Now we should see this one. So like this, just add in whichever we are missing. Okay, fine. And after this, let's try to create in the creator and last update info in the card. So basically let me just create a simple common component. You'll understand where we are going to use this. So inside this common folder, I'm just creating here this user hover info component, and let's make this one as a client side component, and this one user hover info component. This one, let's try to wrap everything inside this hover card component. Okay, so where we are going to use this component is basically inside basically on hovering this user, I need the details, like we have the next to invite and all. So let's worry about where to use and all of these things. Let me first create a placeholder component here. So I'm not going to add major things for now, just the placeholder. So hover card trigger point. So this one, this trigger point here will have this button and this variant, let's make this one to be link. And here let's say now I'm just adding here this user hover. We'll change this one eventually. So and this hover card content, the width, let's set this one to 80, and inside this I'm going to add in the user avatar and all those components that we have. Space in the x direction, let's import this user avatar component. This is what I'm going to show. And after this inside this div, let's add in space in the y direction, and here the header, for now let's say some placeholder. So text, the font to be semi bold, and here let's say the user details or something like this, or other options. Just the header I'm just adding in, and after this the p tag, and some description. Okay, fine. And this one text to be smaller, and after this the div, let's again make this flex items center padding in the top, and here let's add in this calendar days icon. For this, let's add in some margin right, height 4 and width 4, opacity let's add in this one to be 70. Okay, and adding in some space, and after this some content like when joined, like joined November or something like this, the month, which I'm just adding in here. All of this as a placeholders for now, which we will change text to be extra small. Text, let's make this one to be muted foreground. Okay, so like this is like the component just user over info that I'm preparing in, which we will change. So for us, the details and all those things, the creator and all those things need to change inside the endpoints related to task and mind maps. So opening here the tasks related things, the task get details task id route. Here alongside this one, let me add in this creator details and select this id and true username, uh, which it's true. Okay, fine. So let me just change here the image, adding this one true, the name. So basically I'm just trying to get all of these things, and the surname to true. So like this, I need to change inside this mind maps as well. The mind maps get this one, so where we are getting here, let me add in here this creator, and here this select the id, which it's true, user name to true, and the image, let's set this one to true, name to true, and the surname to true. Okay, alongside I'm just going to get in here the updated by details. So here let's get this id and the username again, then this image. So basically all of the things that we need, and the surname. Okay, so I'm just updating this endpoints to get the creator details and updated by, and you will see where we are going to use this. So and also in this tasks read only component, let me just add in the placeholder for footer. That's where we'll try to show. So here in this read only content, after this content, let me add in here this footer, and let's make this one to be full. I'll just show this one eventually. Items center, and justify center gap of 2, and text to be the extra small. And now inside this, the div like let's say the footer created by details and all those things, we are going to add in here. Just adding in here created by or something like this. Okay, fine. So now this one needs to be used, whatever we just added, the components and all those things. So where exactly are we going to include this component? Let's try to add in our mind map preview card first, and let's check that thing, and also I'm just going to uh, pass in the dynamic values and all those things, whatever we just hard coded now. So basically where exactly I want to show is the components that we have related to this mind maps, and in this preview uh, wrapper. So here I wanted to have a footer and show in the user hover info card details and all those things. So for that I'm just going to pass in the details of the updated by, created by and all. So let's now completely change the hard coded values. So here user info hover info component. So since this we are wrapping everything inside card, let me just rename this one to user hover info card. And for this, the props that we are going to send in is basically username, surname, name and all those things. For that, let me just prepare one type definition inside this types folder. So inside this extended, let me add in the new interface. So here this interface, let's name this as a user info, and the id, which it's going to be a string, username, which it's going to be a string, the image component, this is going to be either image or string or null, the name, which it's going to be a string or null, surname, this it's going to be a string or null. Okay, so now this one, wherever we have this extended mind map and extended task, so let me just add in here this creator, this it's going to be of type user info, the updated by, which it's going to be of user info, and also same thing for this one, add in this creator, which it's going to be of type user info, updated by, which it's going to be user info. Okay, and I'm just a small change in the schema, so just the small fix inside the schema, the date that we have here, I'm just going to change the name so that it doesn't conflict with the default date type. So let's just change that one to task date. So here this changing this to task date, and this model, let me change it to task date, and even the date that I have, I'm just changing this to task date. Okay, just a small change, and let me just migrate this thing. Fine. So sure, yep. So let me just renamed date to task date. Okay. Okay, it cannot be applied because we foreign key constraint, that's fine. So the task date that we have here, let me do one thing. So whatever the entries that I have for now, so basically while we are developing, we'll have the developing database. So I'm just deleting this, and now let's try to migrate this one. Okay, fine, yep. So let me just refresh this thing. Okay, and now we are almost like empty thing. So if I Just refresh. We are not going to have any of these details, so I'm just going to log in again. So let's wait here. Let me just open here localhost dashboard. So it should take us to the login page. The login page, what's happening? Okay, we do not have this login page. Sign in, the redirect also I need to change, not sign in. So I'm going to fix a lot of things. So the sign in login should be replaced with sign in page and all those things. So let's just sign in with GitHub. Okay, so yep, let me just enter this for steady continue. Give this name as this thing, and I'm not going to upload any image, and that's it. Continue. Okay, yep, welcome to the message, and now we are here. So entering this workspace, we have this mind map. So let me just add in a mind map, so that pending text also needs to be created. Let's add in this new node, and here let me just edit this one, target 2025. So I'm just updating this one, add it to this source, and here let me just rename build something like this. Okay, so now it will be saving. So this is the new thing, the task and all. So the task also we are going to create, that's fine, so I'm not worried about that. And once we change the schema and added the task date change, now let's complete this component of taking in this. We have a lot of errors. I'm just going to fix that because we changed date from to task date. And now in the common section, the user our info card, in here I'm just going to add in here the props. So the user info, so let's change this one to user info, which we just added. And here I'm just going to add in here this props, and here this is going to be the user, and this our card, let's add in this open delay, like we normally have 250 milliseconds duration, and this close delay 250 duration. And after this the button which we just hard coded here, this values, I'm just going to change this one to user name. So let's just remove this, and variant I made it as a let's change this one to ghost, and also the size, let's assign this one to be smaller, and the styling of this button, so you're going to see this one, so it's not big. Padding in the x direction, however, let's make this one to be transparent, and font to be semi bold. Height, let's add in this fit. Okay, that's for user name, kind of the trigger point. So you can just minimize this one so that the code section you'll see it bigger. Okay, and also yeah, I think that should be fine. And after this the content, the width, which I set this one to 80. Let's remove this and avoid. I'm going to pass in here this collisions to be false. Align, let's set this one to start, this side to be at the top. And after this justify center this one rather than this between. And items also, let me center this one, and let's remove the space and have the gap, so this should cover. And this user avatar that I have here, the profile image, this is going to be this user dot image, and height and width, let's set this one to 10, and the size of this, let's set this one to 12. After this, the div that we have, let's make this one to be flex, and the direction to be column, and here let's remove this header, and inside this p tag let's add in this user dot username. Okay, fine, and let's remove this text size because we're already covering in the div, and I'm just removing this old div which we don't want. And here let's add in this, we have this username, and we have here this user surname. Then I'm just going to try to show both of this inside this p tag. Text extra small, text muted foreground, and inside this user dot name, let's add in this user dot username. Okay, so now this is the component, at least it's in a good shape. So now I can just go to this mind map preview section and try to add in here below this card content. So here this card footer component, let's make this styling eventually, and in here this div, let's say the text we will change this one like created by or updated by, something like this. And here let's use this user hover info component. Okay, and this user I'm going to attach in here this mind map dot. For now let's pass in this updated by. Okay, so let's just go back to the preview section. So here this mind map, it's not title. So here this is what I'm talking about. We have the footer created by. Let's fix that styling, and after this thing we are going to add in here this separator component. And for this let's hide it if it's a smaller screen, and height of 4, and if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have this block orientation, this it's going to be vertical. So this is the separator, and after this I'm going to add in one more div. So here again let's say something like updated by, and use the same, use our info in this user, the mind map dot updated by details. Okay, and here the time, let me just add in the format from this date fns, and use this this format. Let's use this formatter. So I'm just going to add in here use of formatter from this nextjs, the date time, this it's going to be new date of mind map dot created at, and then the now date. So this one should be simple new date thing. And now here let's remove this import from this date fns, and here I'm going to use this relative time, pass in this date time, and this now here. Okay, fine. So this is the thing. Now I need to change the styling, the footer. Let's make this one to be widthful, flex, and direction to be column. And if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's make this to be row. And items, let's center this one. Justify, let's center. Okay, and have this gap of 2. Text to be extra small, and margin top of 4, and if it's a smaller, no margin top. Okay, fine. So if I just scroll over, this is what I'm trying to show this one. So let's style this div as well, making this as a flex, and let's center this items. Okay, and here as well, let's center these items. Okay, so that is the thing so that we have here for this card footer. That's fine. For now we can just ignore and these details. I'm just going to change this, but this is the component which we are trying to created by and updated by, and the time and all those things. So now in the other the date things that we need to fix in first in this route. Now it should be changed to a task date. That's what we changed. So this is the task date. Okay, and also here after this creator, let me add in the details of this updated by as well. The id true, and the username to true, image to true, and this name, let's pass in this true, surname to true. Okay, so just the change in here, and also all of the routes. So basically in all of the routes that we have, and I need to fix few things in the mind map as well. So while we are creating in here this thing, let me add in even this update by also. So here let me update this one, where this id, the mind map dot id, and this data updated user id, it's going to be the same user id. So I'm just updating this one. So just few corrections to handle whatever the component we have created by and updated by, to get those details. So that's the thing. And also now in this mind maps as well, I think that should be fine. And in this new route of this task as well needs to be changed. So basically the date should be changed to now this task date model. And also so after this create, let's do the same thing, db dot task dot update, where id task dot id. Okay, and this here, this data updated user id, session dot user dot id. Okay, so that's the change. And in other sections where we have all of this endpoints, we need to change the from this date to task date. And even here in this content as well, let's just change this one to task date. And even here in this date endpoint, we need to change the everything to task date, the task date also here. Let me change here this task date. Okay, fine. And also in the other routes, the emoji also. Here let me just change this one to task date. And even in this title, so I'm just changing in all the routes where we are trying to get this date details. Okay, fine. And now we just changed this, so we need to handle this in the task created components, though I'm not showing in this UI. So if I just navigate to that, we'll have the issues. The task folder, the editable, the container, the task container here. Let's just update the way of handling the date. So basically here let me just create one new use state and get this from the two values, and let's name this one as the task date. And for the task calendar, where we are trying to pass in this one, so I'm just going to pass it in this way to section. Okay, fine. So that's the change, and also the same thing in the read-only content component. This one, whatever we added, let's change this one. The updater, let's collect this one by the task dot updated by. Okay, and here let's get this as a updater, and also the formatting thing. So the format, we'll use this use formatter, and here let's get this date time, new date. So task dot updated at. Now create this new date object. Okay, so now where we have this read-only calendar, the date, we are going to change this one to task date, and here as well let's change this one to task date. So these things I'm just going to change. For now, let's ignore this error, and inside this footer that we have, so whatever we just added, same way I'm just going to add in for this task also. Here this one, let's say whatever, just I'm going to later change this one to messages things. The user, it's going to be the updater. Okay, and after this let's have in the separator. I'm not showing here because I'm showing it for the mind maps, it's pretty much the same. And this have this hidden height of 4, if it's a smaller display to be block, and orientation, it should be of this vertical. Okay, and this div flex items center, again here let's change this text later and all those things. And inside this p tag, let's add in here this user hover info, the user details. I'm going to add in this updater and this time. So let's use this format, call this relative time from this date time and the current time. Okay, so that it is better human readable. Okay, so this is the change, and now the issue is in here this task date read only section. So this task container, the extended task definition. So this is going to be the date, because we are not changing we have not changed this definition. Okay, so this is the change of adding in this small user our info card, so and all. So I am just going to fix that created by and all those things, but I'm just making sure that so if I just go to this the mind map id page, so let me just add in some margin bottom. Okay, yep. So now we have at least in better looking thing, and also in this task edit page, this should be changed to task date. So instead of this one, so first of all we need to change inside this extended thing the extended task. So for this one, this it's going to be task date, and now wherever we are referring all of that thing, I'm just going to change this one to task date, and here as well let's change this to task date, and also inside this edit page we need to change this one to just to align with the same name convention that we just changed in our db. Okay, so yep, so this is the change from the date to task date, and now we need to update our values and all those things. So let me just add in inside our messages related to the editor info and all those things. So this one, let me add in this task, and section. So here this task section that we have the editor, after this I'm just going to add in here the creator info, which the text it's going to be created by, and the editor info, this one it's going to be the text is the edited by. I think I think the updated by or edited by should be fine. So this one needs to be added to our workspace also. So like we have in here for this mind map also. So let me close this one. So after this I'm just going to add in here. So now we can just use this one. So let's just go to read only content. So we already have this one, so I can just change this info to the creator info, and also this one let me change this to editor info. Okay, fine. So this needs to be changed in other components as well. Mind map preview card section wrapper. So here also let's get the updated value. So I'm just going to store this inside this state mind map dot updated by, and let's get this, name this as the updater, and just here at the footer let me change this one to t of the editor info on the creator info first, and this one should be changed to the updater, and this one, let's change this one to editor info, t of the editor info. Okay, the preview, I'm just going to change the location of the things that we just added, and here let's again change this one to updater. Okay, fine. Think now let's just go to this editor info and all these things. So I'm just moving this one to this section. Now we should see that, yeah, created by and edited by, and the time that we have, relative time. So I think that should be good. And also now the endpoints, just the things that we forgot while we were trying to delete the task. The task delete endpoint. So here this thing, this needs to be changed to task date. Okay, fine. Yep, so this is the thing related to the mind maps and the task sections that we have to edit, and I can just add in the title for this. Let's just go back in here, and I wanted to edit this one, so going back here to this mind map, which is untitled. So okay, I wanted to edit this thing, so that's fine. So we are going to edit this title and all those things, just the fixing of the navigation for this. And after this, one more important feature that we are going to move to the Pomodoro page, where we'll have the Pomodoro settings and all of those things, the timer tracker and all those things, like, which is going to be really exciting. So let's shift our focus to Pomodoro feature. Let me just edit this title, and then we'll go to the Pomodoro part. So here the mind map title name, and this emoji, let's change this one, and it's saved. Going back, it should reflect what happened. Okay, fine. Okay, that's the mind maps and task related things. So you can just, we don't have any task, you can just add in the new task, API task new 405. What is the issue? Just let me task new. Okay, it's the DB error. Let me just restart, and we should be sorted. Okay, whenever you receive something related to DB, just try to restart this, and you should be good while developing. And while we are in development phase, okay, so it's just compiling, so you can just create. Yep, so let me just click on this new task. Okay, this task is added. So this test and all text and all, you just add it, and here the first task title, and let me add in here, this is the icon, pick a date, let me pick 8 to 25, and a new tag. Let's add in tag 1, so just adding this one, so it is created. So yep, and yeah, and we can add in this content, the header or content of task and all. So this will be automatically saved, so we don't have to worry about this. And okay, so that was the thing, and this is related to mind maps. Now coming down to Pomodoro, so let's try to process that in our DB. So I'm just going to create a new table. Let's name this as Pomodoro or settings, and inside this the ID, so pretty standard, will have this ID default. Let's have this the thing, and user, the relation to the user. Let's add in the fields user ID, where I'm going to add in inside this, and we are going to reference the ID of that table. And on delete, let's cascade. Okay, and here adding in this user ID, this is going to be of type string. The work duration, so this is the field that we'll have, and by default let's say 25 minutes. And here the short duration, so this one let's say 5 minutes. Okay, and the long break duration, so I'm just going to add in this default times. Let's say this, it's going to be like 15 minutes. And a long break interval, this again, let's say 2 rounds. And here this rounds, I'm just going to add in default, let's say 3 rounds. And the index on the user ID, so you'll understand what is this defaults and all while I develop, but just I gave you just overview of those things. So now we need to add in a relation to our user table, and in here let me add in this Pomodoro settings. So this one is going to be there, so let me just migrate this one, npx prisma migrate dev, and we should, let's say, added Pomodoro model. Okay, fine. So now we have this Pomodoro, and for that the page, let's create the page inside this dashboard folder, just the placeholders for now. Inside this I'm going to create a new folder called Pomodoro, and inside this let's have the page.tsx. and for now let's make this as a placeholder, so Pomodoro thing, and this is going to be asynchronous. And let's just return here this empty fragment, and the export default Pomodoro component. And here inside this fragment let's add in the dashboard header component, and also inside this main, for now I'm just adding here the placeholder text. Okay, and since this I want it to be protected, so we are going to check whether if user completed onboarding or not, and the page that we are is going to be in dashboard Pomodoro. Okay, so and okay, now if I just navigate here, local dashboard Pomodoro, what's a dashboard, I just misspelled this one, so we should see, yep, so this is the thing. And now let's work on the components related to this, and also the endpoints and all those things. Okay, let's have simple APIs inside this API folder. So here let me just create a new folder for Pomodoro, and here first thing it's going to be to get these settings of this Pomodoro. So inside this I'm going to create a route, and wherever we just have this get endpoint, I'm just going to copy this one and copy here, and we are not going to pass in any param. So let me just remove this request, the URL, user ID, and if you don't have, we are going to show this. And instead of querying this table, task table, I'm going to query. So let me just remove this one. Okay, so here also let's change this one to Pomodoro settings. So here let's query find first, though we don't have anything. Okay, so the user ID, we are going to pass in this user ID, and if you don't get any details, so I can just for now let's say not found, and here we are going to return this whatever we got from the DB. So this is a simple endpoint for now to get the settings, and also now to update whatever the properties that we entered in a DB. Also I'm just going to create the endpoint right away. So for this we need a schema. So let's just create a schema inside the schemas folder. Let's name this one as Pomodoro settings schema dot ts. Okay, and here this Pomodoro settings schema. So this it's going to be jar object, and whatever we had first, this work duration, so this is going to be of type number, and the minimum let's say 5, and the maximum an hour. Okay, fine. And then the short break duration, this it's going to be number, and minimum let's set this one to be 1, max 15. Long break duration, so this it's going to be of number, minimum let's say 10, and maximum I'm going to add in like 45. And after this long break interval, so this one let's set this to minimum of 2, and maximum let's set this one to 10. And finally the rounds, this one again it's going to be of number, minimum let's set this to 1, and maximum I'm going to add in value as 10. Okay, so this is the schema for us to update the values from the form to the DB and all those things for the particular user. And this Pomodoro settings schema, so red.info, the type of Pomodoro settings schema. Okay, now we have the schema. So inside this folder, inside this Pomodoro, I'm just going to create a new folder for updating. So let's create this folder called update, and inside this let's have a new file called pro.ts, and whatever I have for updating here, let me just copy this one and paste it here, and we'll just change this. And inside the author session and the body in this schema, it's going to be this Pomodoro settings schema. So I can just remove this thing, and now the destructuring thing it's going to be a long break duration, long break interval, the rounds value, short break duration, and work duration. So these are the values. And here the workspace id, let's remove here this thing, the Pomodoro settings. Select the user id. I'm going to set this to true, and the id of this. Okay, now we are going to get this user detail, and pretty straightforward. We'll check the user, and now the role checks and all not needed. And after this, let me get the Pomodoro settings. I'm just going to find this settings using the user id. Settings dot user id matching to user.id. Okay, and here like this, I'm just going to use this for Pomodoro. So if there is no Pomodoro, so I can just say here, instead of this no task found, we will just change this one as no Pomodoro settings. And after this one, here we are going to update the settings that we received as the values. db dot okay settings and update, where the id, the pomodoro.id, and this data, the long break duration, long break interval, rounds, short break duration, and work duration. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, and let's just remove all of these things. And here I'm just going to return the OK or text from this endpoint. So this is to update the details of the columns that we have in this Pomodoro settings table. So now we have the endpoints. So the components for this one, it's going to be pretty much the settings, so the form thing. So inside this one, let's just create a new folder for Pomodoro, and inside this one thing, I'll have one for form and the container to wrap that form. So let's create in here the settings container.tsx, and one more file, settings form.tsx. okay, fine. So let's just have a placeholder for this component, and here the props for this that I'm going to pass in is nothing but our Pomodoro settings definition. So let me just import that, and here the simple component, the settings container, and here the prop. I'm just going to add in here this destructure, this Pomodoro settings value, and let's wrap everything inside the card component, and add in this bg background, and no border for this, and have this shadow none, and inside let's add a small placeholder. So we'll just come to this. So let's say this one for now, Pomodoro, I'll just add in. So this the settings container, what we will do is let's try to have a in the option sidebar of inside this one, I'm just going to create a new folder specifically to our Pomodoro, and here we'll have all the links related to this Pomodoro links dot tsx, and this one it's just a simple component to active link components with a clock icon and settings icon. like for timer and the settings to change that. So here the pomodoro links component, and here let's wrap everything inside a div and make this one flex. The styling, I'm just going to come to this, and here let's have the active link component, the href, the dashboard slash the pomodoro page which we just added, and the icon in this, I'm going to have this clock icon, and the text, it's going to be the timer. So same like this, we'll add in the settings settings link as well for pomodoro. So this one we don't have it, which I will create eventually. And the icon, let's change this one to settings icon, and change text, let's have this one as settings. The styling, I'll just come back this one. So I'm just going to add in the options sidebar like we did add for this workspace and all those things. So it should be simple path name, it's equal to dashboard pomodoro, which we are currently in, or this path name is equals to dashboard pomodoro settings page. And inside this, now the component, the links that we just created, I'm just adding in. So now we should see those things. Yeah, this is a thing. Okay, let me just do better styling for that, at least it looks better on the screen. Let's have this gap of 6, and the width, I'm going to make this one as full, and this one, let's also make this one column, gap of 2, width full, and margin 2, so that they'll be in the column now. Okay, and this first one, the variant, let's make this one to be ghost, and size I want it to be smaller like others. And the styling for this, width full, flex, justify, let's add in start items center, and this gap of 2. Okay, fine, it's looking better now. And same thing for this, let's add in here this variant as ghost, size to be smaller, and the styling width full, flex, justify start items, I'm just going to center this, gap of 2. Okay, now they're starting to look better. So this is our the pomodoro links as part of our options sidebar. Okay, fine. And the settings container and all, I'm just going to create that. So first let's create a settings page inside this pomodoro itself. So new folder, settings, and here the page.tsx, and this one pomodoro settings. Okay, so this, it's going to be simple. We are going to whatever I have here for this session, let me just grab this for session. So basically whatever the settings container that we are going to create, we are going to use wrap this inside this one. And also let's try to get the pomodoro settings, and we need to just return here this empty fragment so that we don't get an issue. And this one, let's import this one. So now we have this API. So I'm just going to create a simple helper function inside our api.ts like we did for workspace, task, and all those things. So let me just copy this one and paste it here. Let's rename this one to get user pomodoro settings, and here the input param user id, and the endpoint, it's going to be change this mind maps to pomodoro, and after this get settings, and here the user ID. Okay, and this should be pretty much same. In this one, let me change to pomodoro settings. Okay, so this is the endpoint which gives the settings related to pomodoro, and here I'm just going to import that one. So let me get this pomodoro settings, await get user pomodoro settings, and all we need to do is pass in here this user ID, and inside this one let's add in this common component dashboard header, and after this let's wrap everything inside this main, make this one as a column, gap of 2 height, let's make this one to be full, and inside this I'm going to use this settings container which we are just creating and pass in here this pomodoro settings. Okay, so if I just click in here, it should take us to settings page. Okay, why settings page, it should be there. Okay, let me just go back. So dashboard pomodoro settings page. What happened? Settings, we do have this component. So dashboard pomodoro, is there any spelling mistakes? No. Okay, let me restart this one. So we should be able to navigate to this settings page. Sometimes if there is any issues, just restart, we should be good. Okay, now we have this page, and that's what we had in here, this header. So let's work on the content of this card and this container. So after this, the card description. So for now, let's add see placeholder text. Later we are going to change this text. Okay, so we should see this text. Okay, fine. And after this description, the header, the card content. So inside this, maximum width, let's say 2 times extra large, and here I'm going to wrap in the form component which we are at to build. So this is the thing, so let's build this form component. So basically whatever the inputs that we the columns that we added as part of pomodoro settings, so this is where we'll be collecting from the user. So the interface, it's going to be the pomodoro settings that we have. Okay, so let me just import this pomodoro settings, and after this the settings form component, and for now let's have this empty fragment, and I'm just going to get this props from here, pomodoro settings, and from here let's destructure the id, long duration, interval, rounds, short break duration, and work duration. Okay, fine. Now let's try to add in here inside this thing the settings form so that we can see in the right hand side whatever we are developing. Now just going in here, everything, let's try to wrap inside the form component, and here we need to prepare the form object for that. So here use from this reactive form, and this is going to be pomodoro setting schema which we created, and attach in this resolver, which it's going to be job resolver of a pomodoro setting schema, and this default values: work duration, short break duration, long break duration, long break interval in the rounds. Okay, fine. And now here let's import this form thing and attach in this form whatever we have there. The pretty standard which we just added for the other section. I'm going to add in here the clock icon, and after this the text of this, it's going to be a timer. That is the thing. Styling we are going to do eventually, don't have to worry about that. And form field, the first thing, it's going to be for the work duration, and the render part here, this field, let's get this value on change callback function from this one. Okay, this should be on change inside this. Okay, so yep, and here let's wrap everything inside this form item component. The label, for now let's add in the outcoded values, and later we'll move this one, the work duration. So this we are going to collect in minutes, so this is what it's going to be. Okay, let me just close this one so that we don't see an error. Okay, this is in minutes, and we need a slider component to take as the input. So let me just add in the slider component. Okay, so we added, and inside this form control I'm going to wrap in the slider component that we had. Minimum, let's set this one to whatever the constraints we added, the max 60, and the step of 1, and default value whatever we get inside this value, and on value change. The values that we get, I'm going to pass on to this so that the value will be updated, and the value for this one we are going to set this. So let me just close this one. Now we should have this slider here. Okay, this is the slider that we're trying to add in, and after this add in the form description. So for now just the placeholders, I'm just adding in some description here, and if there is any error, job error, so we will show using this form message. So that was for the work duration. So now I can just copy this component and add in for the next one. So the next one, it's going to be for short break duration. Short break duration, and the value change, and let's change your work to short break duration. It's again in a minute, and the minimum value it's a 1, maximum 15, and step value it's going to be 1, pretty much the same that we have. And after this, now for long break duration, so let's change this thing to long break duration, and even this work duration I'm going to change this one to long break duration. And the minimum value it's going to be 10, maximum value it's going to be 45, step value I'm just going to keep still the same as 1, and others it's going to be remaining same. And after this, for rounds, let's change this one to rounds, and the title it's going to be the rounds, and the minimum value it's going to be 1, the maximum value it's going to be 10, and we are going to have the same thing, whatever the description and all that we have. And after this, the long break interval, so changing this name to long break interval, fine. And this title should be changed to long break intervals. Okay, and here this minimum it's going to be 2, and maximum 10, and this one, let's remove this value minutes, and the remaining is going to be pretty much the same. And after this, let's add in the sound thing, the voice of the time limit. Okay, so for now I'm just adding in here this placeholder, which you will understand why is this. So basically, if the time is reached and all those indication and all those for that. Okay, and now so let me just close all of this. So let me just add in a better styling here for this space in the y direction. Let's set this to 8, and this div let's add in again more space in the y direction, and width I'm going to set this to full. Okay, and here let's make this one as a flex gap of 2, and items let's center them, text to be mutate foreground. Yep, now it's better. And after this, the form fields that we have, I think they are okay, so I'm just going to keep, let's just minimize all of these ones. Okay, fine. After all of these forms, and this one let's just move inside this div itself. And after this div, let me add in to resetting the states and updating the settings and all those things, the button. So adding in here this button component, the thing. So based upon this state, we are going to update the settings, and for this to update we need to have an endpoint consumption. So here below this, whatever we created the endpoint to update, we are going to use that. And let's just create quickly, use this mutation, use mutation, and inside this, and let's first thing to let's rename this one to update settings, and is pending. I'm going to rename this one to is updating. Okay, and after this, the mutation function, so it's going to be a simple form data that we are going to get. this is going to be of pomodoro settings schema type, and inside this we are going to pass into the endpoint using this axios.post. The endpoint is /API pomodoro /update. So this is our endpoint, and I'm going to pass in this form data. And after this, in on error callback functions, as usual whatever we do, so just showcase if there is any error, the toast messages. Okay, so for that let me just get this toast object. So here this toast, let's destructure here this toast, and this error collection, so it's going to be pretty standard. Error dot response dot data. So if we have this, we are going to collect this one, else it's going to be errors default. Okay, fine. And after this, the toast message, the title, it's going to be, and again here this messages, I'm just going to get this use translations, which it's going to be the messages. And the same way, let's get this translations also, though we don't have, but I'm just going to add it anyway. And here let's just leave that as it is. And here this m of error, and this variant, it's going to be destructive. Okay, fine. And after this, in on success callback function, again let's make this one as asynchronous, and again this title, the message that I'm going to show, it's going to be of success dot deleted info. So I'm just for now having this one whichever we defined. And let's get this router object. This router, we are going to use this router from this nextjs. Okay, and so this I'm going to change this message whatever we had in our things defined. I'm just adding that one. So after this, we're just going to refresh this, and this mutation key, let's say this one, we are going to name this one as update pomodoro settings. That's for updating. And now we have the resetting. So for resetting, what we need to do is just set back the values to whatever the default it was. So let's just change this one to reset, and here I'm going to rename this one to is resetting, and the endpoint and everything, it's going to remain same, but except here the form data, let's remove, because we need to set in the default values, not the values that user is entering. What duration 25, the short break duration, the 5, long break duration to 15, and the long break interval to 2, and this rounds, let me set this to 3. So this is the default setting, and the errors and all, the destructive and all, it's going to be the same. And in this on success, after this one, the form, I'm just going to reset the values to default 25, the short break duration to 5, the long break duration to 15, whatever we are sending it to the API, and this one to 2 rounds. Let's update this one to 3. And this mutation key name, this is going to be reset pomodoro settings. Okay, and now we have this endpoints. Now in this button, I can just add it here. So this first is for resetting. So if it is a resetting, we are going to show this loading a state component, else this normal reset settings text. Okay, fine. And after this, let me just copy this one, just below this we'll have for updating. So is updating loading state, and instead of this reset settings, this is going to be update settings. Now let's just style this div, make this one as a flex, and the column reverse, the flex to be a row, and if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have justify, and items to be center and have this gap of 4. Yep. And this button, this would be disabled if we are updating or is default value. So just to know whether this is default value or not, let's say I'm just going to maintain that using the use memo hook. So here the object is default object or not. So here let's wrap this one inside this use memo hook, and inside this let's return the work duration if it's equals to 25, and the short break duration is equals to 5, and the long break duration is equals to 15, and also the long break interval it's equals to 2. So whatever the default values, if it is thing, we're not going to allow the user to make an API call. Okay, so that is for this. And this one, it's going to change based upon this all values: short break duration, long break duration, long break interval, and the rounds. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, and I just need to pass in here is default value. Now we should not see an issue. So basically we're disabling if this is the condition, and this type of this, it's going to be button, and on click we are going to call in the reset settings function. And for this, let's the styling, let's make this one to be width full, and if it's a smaller screen, let's have from smaller screen onwards width to be auto. And for this one, for updating, disabled is resetting, and the class name text to be white, width to be full, width let's set this one to auto, and type of this, it's going to be submit. Okay, fine. So the default values, what are we setting in here? The form, okay, whatever we are receiving from that, which we don't have any value. So if I now just set this value to, let's say, 35, 15, 21, and round. Okay, the text and all, we will change that, and long break intervals. Okay, and now if I just update this one, okay, we received an error. What was that error? Okay, let me just try to add in this one, try updating this. Settings, okay, what is the okay, I'm not calling in any function here in this on click, that's why we are not seeing any entries. So for that, that one needs to be handled using this form. So I'm just going to add in the onSubmit function of the form. So let's add in here the onSubmit, and here this data, it's going to be of Pomodoro setting schema, and here we are going to call in this and pass in this data, and in here let me pass in for this onSubmit function form.handle submit, and attach in this onSubmit function. Now we should be able to make a call. So let me just set this one to 24 6 seconds, and this one 22 minutes, and just I'm setting random values and see if you're able to update this one or not. Why is this error 404? The update API here. Okay, we are receiving this. I just need to fix this one, the endpoint that we just created. So we are just checking for that. We are not finding those details. That's why it is here. Let's fix this. So for us to fix this, we need to create the Pomodoro settings while the user is trying to complete the onboarding. So the best place for us to hear the onboarding route that we have, after this one, let me just add in this db.pomodoro settings.create, and the data in here, let me attach in the user ID, the user.id. Okay, so this is the thing, and now let's so how do I the onboarding here, let me set this one to false, and let's try to refresh the user. So it is it will redirect the user back to the onboarding. Then we should be, yep, I'm just going to enter whatever it was, and let's just create the same name, create, and now we should create an entry into our the Pomodoro. So if I just refresh this one, okay, I'm just going to restart the studio. So I'm just restarting and refresh this one. So we have this now one entry, yep, and now we shouldn't see a problem while we are trying to create this. So let's go to the Pomodoro page, and there we'll go to settings page, and here let me set in these values, and go to this, try to update these values, updating, yep, and so it is updated, and we should see these values inside our the thing. So 5, 15, 3 and 3 and all that, those are the values that we just added. Okay, fine. So we are able to create and reset also. It's going to be pretty much the same. So let me just go back to this components. So let me just expand this and minimize this one, the settings form. So that's exactly what we added for all of these things. In the container we have this one, so that is the settings page for Pomodoro, and also we added in the links for settings and all those sections. And after this, let's try to focus on main logic for Pomodoro and try to complete the main timer component and also the other sections. We'll move on to this timer component that we need just in the shortcut sidebar. Let's add in the top section the shortcut to our Pomodoro page. So let me just add in here. I'm just going to add in let's add in, just copy this thing, and below this let's change this one accordingly. Here this active link include, it's going to be the Pomodoro. Okay, and also the icon and this link, it's going to be Pomodoro thing, and the icon, let's change this one to something like brain circuit. Okay, and the text of this, for now let's hard code here this text as Pomodoro text. Yep, I think, yeah, so this is the thing which we just added. It looks great. And also let me just add in the other section which will eventually create for calendar, which we don't have yet. And here this include, I'm just going to remove this one, the variant ghost size icon, and here we are going to create in the calendar page, and the icon of that, it's going to be the calendar days, and the text of this, let's say this is going to be calendar. Okay, that's the thing. So I'm just adding this as part of the top thing, and also inside here the workspace section. In here let me add in this include the href / id. Okay, fine. And also in the pages that we added, let's add in the loading pages for our Pomodoro. So basically whatever we have here, let me just copy in here and create this loading page .tsx, and I'm just going to add in, and even inside this let's add in this loading .tsx, and we are adding it. Okay, what is the problem? We did add the default import. Okay, fine, it took time to load. So we just added the loading pages and the bare minimums, can return these settings form and all those things for the Pomodoro. Now let's and also the so if I just go to some workspace here, the icon of this, the options sidebar, so let's try to change in the workspace options, where are you? Okay, so just closing this one, in this option sidebar, workspace options, the workspace options that we have. For this I'm just going to change this one to like workflow icon. Okay, yep, so that it looks like it's a mind maps. Yeah, just a small change, and now let's focus on the components for the timer that we want. So inside this Pomodoro folder, let's create a new folder called okay, let's rename this one. It's going to be a timer, and now inside this I'm going to create a new component called Pomodoro container, and here we'll have the time related things and all. So let's make this one as a client side component, and for this the props, the pretty much the Pomodoro settings. So this one, it's going to be of type this Pomodoro settings, and let's just export this skeleton component Pomodoro container, and let's just return for now the empty fragment. And the props, let's just get the Pomodoro settings, and this one we need to include as part of the main page of this thing, where we have this placeholder, the text Pomodoro. And here let me just add in this container component and pass in this Pomodoro settings. So this one we can just use this function to get the values that we want. So I'm just let's import this function here and pass in here this Pomodoro settings value and this mean. So like for the other pages, let's make this one as a flex, direction to be column, and have this gap of 2, and height I'm just going to set this one to full items. Let's center this. So basically if I just go to this Pomodoro page, and here this is what we are working on now. Currently we don't have anything inside this component, so let's try to use some shape for this component. So everything we are going to wrap inside this card, and for this let's add some margin top. Width I want it to be full, and for smaller screen onwards, let's say it's going to be width auto, and width minimum, let's say minimum width of 40 rems, and padding in the y direction 10. Oh, okay, you will see this eventually. So let's add in here the card header component, and inside this the card title. So here we'll have the minutes and the seconds, which it's going to be formatted to get the times and all those things. Let's first work on this timer component, how we maintain these things. So let me just destructure all of these values: the long break duration, long break interval, rounds, the short duration, and also work duration. Okay, and since we added inside this form the sound icon also, let's just update the schema to store the sound effects as well, so that we can just get those values also to the Pomodoro component settings. So after this rounds, let me add in here this sound effect, and for sound effect let me create an enum. Let's name this one as Pomodoro sound effect, and the effects, let's add in simple analog sound that we see, and the bird sound, and then the the church bell sound that we hear, and the digital sound, and fancy. I'm just adding few enums. We can add as many as well. So let's say this is the enum, and this one, it's going to be of this enum. By default, let's have this bell sound, and sound effect volume. This is going to be a float. Let's say this is going to be 0.5. So that's the thing, and whatever we had the others, we're just going to keep that as it is. So let's just migrate this schema npx prisma migrate dev, and here added sound effect to pomodoro. Okay, fine. So we just added this one. So now we are going to get the sound effect details also inside our container. So we are going to first focus on this component. This one, okay, and let's get the sound effect and sound effect volume. Okay, fine. So once we get the state variable for us to have this timer that we'll be showcasing on the screen, this one, it's going to be we are going to have the minutes, which in our case it's the value of work duration, and the seconds, let me set this one to 0. Okay, this is the timer object with minutes and second properties, and whether is timer running or is it passed. So for this one, this is the variable which keeps us track of, and this is the function to update it. Use state, let me set this one to false, and this is did this complete the intervals, and this is for that. So set completed intervals, and this one, the use state, let's set this one to 1, and to is it a break time or not, just a boolean for us to capture that. So is break time, set is break time, let me set by default this is a false, and the current rounds values. So this is, I'm going to capture in here the current rounds, and let's set this one to 1. Okay, fine. And now the callback function, which is going to handle this timer, let's wrap this one inside this use callback, and this one we are going to update based upon this is break time, the completed intervals, short break duration, long break duration, long break interval, the work duration variables, sound effect value, and sound effect. Okay, so now inside this, what are we going to do is basically first let's update its timer running to false, and if it's a break time, then I'm going to set the timer, the minutes to the work duration, and seconds, let's set this one to 0, and also the break time we are going to update this one to false, and set completed intervals, whatever the previous that we have, I'm going to increase that one by 1. Okay, fine. And if it's not a break time, then we are first going to update that break time to true, and if the completed intervals is equals to a long break interval, then the timer that we are going to update is minutes. Let's update this one to long break duration, and seconds we are going to set this to 0. And after this, set completed intervals, let's set back this one to 0. Current rounds, whatever we had, we are going to increment that by 1. Okay, so this is the thing. And even here inside this else the timer, let's set the minutes to short break duration, and the seconds, so basically if it's not the long break interval, it's setting that to short break duration. And after this, let me have this current path. So this path, this is for the sound effect things, and I'm going to add in a simple mp3 files into the public music folder, and I'm going to create in helper function inside our utils, which is going to, so okay, the error, let me just remove or comment this one. So going to this utils function for here, I'm just going to create in here simple paths to sound effects. We can either get this dynamically using some API and upload as we want, but I don't want to complicate that. So here I'm going to add in into this public music folder names of this mp3, and this bell again slash music bell dot mp3, and here this bird, add in music bird dot mp3, the church bell. So like this you can just add in as many sounds you want. So as of now I'm just adding this 6 sounds. After this, the digital sound, music digital dot mp3, and the finally the fancy sound slash music, let's add in this fancy dot mp3. Okay, and let's export this as a const. This I will eventually add. For now, just assume we have those sound things. And here let's try to get this current path. So this how I'm going to use this paths to sound effects, and pass in here the sound effect thing, and let's get this sound, and I'm going to create in here this new object of the howler library. So that's going to help me to make a sound by passing in. So I'm just adding in the library, so you can just see more details about that if you wanted to know. So let's use this howl object. So let me just import this one from this howler, and I need to add in this types as well. So let me just add in the types. Okay, and now we should see this issue here. Yep. So now here inside this one, for this object, the source we need to attach in this path, which in our case it is the current path, and the HTML5 it's going to set true, and the volume we are going to pass in this sound effect volume that we have. So this is this sound, and after this I'm just going to call the play function on this object. Okay, so this is how we handle this timer, just the function. And also now to keep on changing the minutes and seconds and all, we are going to handle inside this use effect block. So just a few logic first, the main logic, and later how do I render in this UI I'm just going to add in. And here this dependency again, it's going to be is timer running. All of these variables that we the time depends on completed interval, short break duration, long break duration, long break interval, the work duration, and the handle timer callback function. Okay, so if any of this changes, then whatever the logic that we are adding inside this, it's going to change. So here let's have this interval variable, which it's going to be of type node.js dot timeout type. And here if this timer is running, then this interval I'm going to use this set interval, and inside this, if the timer minutes it's equals to 0 and timer dot seconds is equals to 0, then we are going to clear this interval by passing in this interval and call this handle timer. Okay, else now let's check for the seconds alone. So if this timer dot seconds is equals to 0, we are going to use this set timer, whatever the previous value we have. I'm just going to decrease the minutes. So here this is how we can, so here let's decrease the minutes by 1 because the seconds is reaching the 0. This is that logic. And if not, so let me just copy this thing, and in here the seconds I'm going to set this one to 59. So that is it, starting from 60th second to 0, just counting backwards. That is for this. And after here, else I'm going to reduce the seconds. Okay, so this is just a simple logic, changing the updating the seconds by 1 from 59 to 0, and if it's at 0 I'm decreasing the minute by 1, and again the setting the seconds back to 59 for the latest minute. Okay, so that is the thing. And after this here, the timer for every 1 second, so I'm just I added this one. And here in unmounting, let's call this clear interval function, so it clears that. So this is the logic to update this, and now we are going to see this one in UI in just a while. And let's have this formatted minutes and the seconds. So here I'm just going to wrap this one inside this use memo, and if here the timer dot minutes is less than 10, so I'm going to add in 0 for this minutes timer dot minutes, else whatever we have this timer dot minutes 2 digits, it's going to be there. And we need to add in, so let me just add this as a callback function. So here I'm just going to wrap in here, and here this is going to depend upon this timer dot minutes. Same way for seconds. Let's try to format. So let's rename this one to formatted seconds, and instead of this 1 minute it's going to be seconds, and it's going to be timer dot seconds, and let's change this one to seconds. Okay, and even this one I'm just changing this to seconds. So this is formatted seconds. And now inside this card title, let me use this formatted minutes and have this formatted seconds. So we should what is the problem? It's the string, that's the issue. That's fine. The type I'm just going to ignore. Okay, fine. And just the header, let's the justify, let's make this one to be center, and items I'm going to center these things, and this title of this one, let's make text to be 7 times extra large, very big, and I would say a smaller screen onwards the I'm going to make this one as 9 times XL. Okay, this is the thing. The formatted seconds. I'm just returning here the time, and also what is the problem. Okay, the problem is here. Let's wrap this one inside this. Yep, same way I'm just going to wrap this one also into this. Okay, you can see now that's the formatted minutes that we had, 25 and 0. So after this title, let's add in this description, and for this inside this thing, if it's the break time, I'm going to add in like it's a time for a break. Okay, and if not, it's time for focus. So this is the text that I'm going to add in, and the size of this, let's make the text large, and if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have this 2 times XL and margin some top. Okay, that's the thing. After this header, inside this the card content, let's add in a button to stop or start. So I'm just going to add in here this button component, and the size of this, let's make this one to be large, and here if this timer is running, the text of this it's going to be stop, if not the text of this it's going to be start. So that's the thing. So let's just make this the card content as a flex, justify center. In items I'm just going to center this one, add in some margin top, and also have this gap of 4. Okay, that's the thing. And this button thing, let's make this text color to be white, and text size let's have in this one 2 times extra large, and also make all of this as uppercase. Okay, and here on click, what are we supposed to do? It's simple. Whatever the set is timer running that we have, I'm just going to toggle that value. So whatever the previous that we have, so I'm just toggling. So if I just click on this, it should start the thing that okay, the logic in here, I think I messed it up. The interval if timer is running, in the else if timer says second 0, we are setting this, else setting this to 59. Okay, And okay, here this should be seconds, and that's the mistake. So let me just refresh this one, and let's click on this one. It should work fine. Yep. So this is how we have this timer working. So that's this button, either to stop or start. So if I just stop, it's going to stop there and continue from there. So that's the button, and after this button, let me add in here, if timer is running, then I'm just going to add in the button which says like skip forward. So here, this button, the icon inside this, it's going to be the skip forward button, and on click, all we are going to do is call this handle timer, and size, it's going to be of icon. Variant, let's make this one to be a ghost, and the same, the styling, text to be white. Text size, let's make a 2 times extra large, uppercase. Height and width, I'm going to set this one to 11. Okay, and the text white, it's not visible. Okay, that's the thing. So basically, once we set, it's for a break, and if I just skip again, it's time for focus. It's just to toggle between break and the focus thing. So I think for now this should be good, whatever we have. And same way in our form also, we need to add in a option to keep track of the sound effect and all. So let's handle to add in the sound effects inputs also from the user. So in this form component, let's add in, and also meanwhile let me add in the resources in the public folder, inside this I'm just going to add in the new folder music, and copy in the resources here. Okay, so these are the things. So now if I just save on start, and yeah, that's the sound that we receive, because by default the path that we have is of the bell sound, and that's the sound. So once we added this resources, we are receiving the sound. That's fine. So now let's add in the sound selection from the user inside our Pomodoro in the settings form. So as of now, the inputs that we are collecting in the form, the default values is the rounds and all those things. So I'm just adding in the other two params, the sound effect volume, and also let's have whether it's playing or not. The sound set is playing. Default, let me set this one to false. So I'm just setting this one to false, and also here let's pass in this sound effect, and also so the schema needs to be updated. So let's add in our schema as well. So going to this Prisma schema which we updated here, the same thing needs to be updated inside our Pomodoro settings schema alongside the existing things. So I'm just adding in here the sound effect, which is of type string, and a sound effect volume, which is going to be of float, so the number minimum, let's set this one to 0, and the maximum value, let's set this one to 100. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. Now just going here, we shouldn't see any issue. Sound effect volume. Yep. So after we add in here, for this default value, whatever the value that we receive, let's multiply by this 100. Okay, fine. And here as well, let's set in here this pomodoro sound effect dot bell as the default one, and the sound effect volume, let's set this one to be 50 as the default values. Okay, and also in here where we are trying to reset, let's set this sound effect back to the same bell sound, and sound effect volume to 50, and this refresh let's try to do after resetting here. Okay, fine, just small changes, and here as well let's add in the sound effect equals to pomodoro sound effect dot bell, and the sound effect volume, it's equals to 0.5. and this dependency as well, let's change this sound effect in sound effect volume. So like these are the changes that we are making, and like we have here the handle timer, let's add this play sound effect handler. I'm going to wrap this one inside this use callback, and the dependency for this, it's going to be the form component, and now inside this the sound effect, which it's going to be of type pomodoro sound effect, and here let's get this current path of the sound, so using the path to sound effect, and here I'm just passing in the sound effect value. And after this sound, we are going to create a new howl object. Okay, and in here the source, let's attach in here this current path, and HTML5, let's set this one to true. On end, let's set this is playing value to false, and volume, I'm going to pass in our sound effect volume, so whatever the value that we have inside the sound effect volume, so this one I'm just going to divide this by 100, so that's the sound. And after this we will just call the play function on this, and let's set the is playing back to true. Okay, that's the thing. And now here, after the label that we have for sound, here the div where I just added the placeholder for the sound, let me first go to the settings section. Okay, here, and let's make this div as flex and have this gap of 2 items. Let's center them, and text to be mutate foreground. Yep. And after this one, I'm going to add in this form field, and this control form dot control, and the name of this, it's going to be sound effect. And this render component, let's get this field, and inside this let's wrap everything in this form item, and let's have the maximum width to be smaller, and now the form label component, so I'm going to say here alarm sound effect, something like this. Later we'll change this one, and let me just close this one. Okay, and after this let's have a div where we'll try to wrap in the select component, where user can choose the from all of the sound options that we have. So this div, let's make this one flex, have the gap of 2, and the items, I'm just going to center this, and inside this now the select component, just import this on value change. We are going to just call this field dot on change function, and the value, it's going to be whatever we have in this field dot value. And now inside this, let's wrap using this form control the trigger, the select trigger. It's going to be the select value. So this select value, the placeholder, let's say I'm going to add in here select a sound, something like that. Okay, that's the thing. And after this form control, we are going to add in here this select content component, the first select item, the value I'm going to pass in the pomodoro sound effect dot analog, and the text of this, let's add in this as analog. So if I just open this one, yep, analog. So like this, I'm just copying this one, and let's add in for other sound effects. So here changing this one to bell, and the text, let's change this one to bell, and even here let's change this one to bird text, and here let's change this one to church bell sound that we have, and I'm adding here the church bell sound. And after this, let's add in the digital and fancy. So digital, and the text of this, I'm going to change this one to digital, and here let's change this to fancy. Okay, fine. So these are the values that we added, all of this sound effects. And after this select content select component, I'm going to add in here this button component, and inside this all we are going to have is here this play icon. So I'm just going to add in this play icon, and this disabled depending upon this is playing value, and on click let me just call this function play sound effect handler, and we are going to pass in here this field dot value, and let's just typecast this one to pomodoro sound effect. Okay, and after this, the type of this, I'm going to make this one to be a button, and variant, let's add in here this as a ghost. Size of this, it's going to be icon. Okay, fine. What is the issue? Okay, did I not add in here we do have this sound effect. Okay, in here let me just remove these things, and also the extra brackets. Yep, now we shouldn't see any issue. So that's the button that we added, and after that let's just add in the description. So just below this button, the form control, below this div. So I'm just adding in here the form description. Let's for now add in this text, and after this the form message component. Okay, that was for sound effect. And after in here, let's add in for now the sound effect volume control form dot control, and this name of this, it's going to be sound effect volume. And the render, get this field, and now inside this one, the form item. Okay, the styling here, same max width, we are going to make this one smaller. And this label, let's name this one as sound effect volume. So here I'm just adding in here this value as the thing. So the percentage, let me just add in. So this one I'm just going to destructure from this field the value and on change callback function, so that now whatever the value that I'm adding in here we don't see. And let me just close this one. So this is going to be this is not going to be an issue. After this form label, let's add in this form control, and now here this slider component, and minimum, let's set this one to 0, max, let's set this one to 100. The step of this, it's going to be 1. The default value, let's set this one to be value, and on value change whatever the vals that we receive. So I'm just going to update to our the call on change function. And here let's add in this on change values of 0. Okay, and now this value, whatever the that value we have, so I'm just going to set that as a value in here. Okay, so this is the slider. You can see here we have the 50% by default. And after this form control, let's add in here this form description. Again here let's add in the placeholder text for now, the form description, and the form message component if we have any job errors that we can show on the screen. Okay, so that's the other thing. So now if I just play this one, what is the issue? Howl is not imported. Okay, so let's just import here howl from howler. Okay, so if I just play this one, yeah, we are seeing the sound of that. So this is the analog sound, and now this bird sound, and this is church bell sound, and this is digital sound, and this is fancy sound. And you see now if I control the sound, it's going to, yep. So that's the sound effect that we just added. And now if I just select this fancy and sound effect to be 66 and update this endpoint, so this endpoint needs to be updated, the pomodoro update. And here we are going to pass in the sound effect values also in here. So from here let's get this sound effect volume. And after this let me pass in the sound effect and sound effect volume for this updating. So here the sound effect, let me just typecast this to pomodoro sound effect type, so that we don't receive an error. Okay, so now we updated this endpoint. So now if I just click on this update, we should see this one to be persisted. So even if I refresh, this is what we have, this sound effect volume, Okay, this sound effect volume I should have yeah, this one divide by 100, and now it should be fixed. So I'm just setting this 56, and let's update this one. And even if I refresh this, okay, and I can round off that one. That shouldn't be a problem displaying it on the UI. Yeah, I'm just going to round off. But now the whatever we added for selecting the value from the UI and storing it in our DB for our sound effect and sound effect volume also, and we are checking what each sound looks like, and that's what we added as part of our settings form. So now what we are going to do is let's focus on this instead of this not returning here. Let's fix this one. If we don't have here the settings, I'm just going to create instead of the update, so we can just copy this one, and inside this let's just refactoring whatever the loopholes that we have in this Pomodoro part, and in here now I'm just going to call the create function here, and remove this where thing, and this data user ID I need to attach in here. User ID, it's going to be user.id, and a long break duration, so the comma and long break interval rounds, short break duration, walk duration, it's everything, it's going to be same. And after this let's return here the next response JSON as okay, and the status I'm going to send in here this 200 code. Fine. So if there's no Pomodoro, else we have this Pomodoro, then whatever this update logic that we have, I'm just going to move this one in here, so that we do handle both of the create and update in here. Okay, and as usual this is going to be pretty much the same. So this is the small change in the endpoint that we are handling, and also let's try to localize the Pomodoro section. So for that let's go to this messages folder, and in here I'm just going to add in this new settings for Pomodoro. So I'm just going to copy all of these values, you can just take it from here. So this one let's add in before this routes section that we have. So in here I'm just adding in here this Pomodoro section, so basically all of this settings and all these things, and also the place where we have the workspace options and all for shortcuts things. So I'm just going to add in before that workspace options. Here let me just add in the title for the Pomodoro, and here this timer, let's add in here this timer, and also the settings, just the titles that we see in part of our option sidebar. This is for that. Okay, so and also in our sidebar main, let's add in the hover section also, the Pomodoro hover. Okay, so the other section I'm not going to add in for now, so you can we'll just add in for other language eventually. So now we have this translation added, so let's go to our container. This also I'm just going to update, and let's get this translations, use translations, and here this name, it's going to be pomodoro dot settings dot card, and after this whatever I just added in here, this title, let's change this one to whatever we have in this title section in our translation, T of title. Okay, and I'm just going to style this one. So let's make this text to be 2 times extra large, font to be semi bold, and leading, let's add in this none, and tracking I'm just going to add in this title. Okay, yep, so that's the thing. And this description also, let's change here the text that I added now. So description, yeah, manage your settings, personalize your pomodoro as you wish, and all those things, basically the controls which we have. Making sense, this is the localizing for this settings container. And now just going to the settings form, and there also let's we already have here. So this one, the name, it's going to be pomodoro settings dot form. Okay, and first in this on success, the title, let's change this one to update pomodoro settings. Okay, so that's the change. And even here the success, reset pomodoro settings. Okay, fine. And now the whatever this the text that we have, the timer, T of timer, and all of these things that we have below. I'm just going to change this text here. So the work dot label, and for us to pass in the dynamic value, all you need to do is pass in here. So whatever we have in that, it will be replaced. And for this, let's add in space in the y direction. Yeah, now you can see the work duration thing. So just to show, to pass in the dynamic values, so which we just added, the pomodoro for form section. So this is how we add in, and this will be replaced with the value that we pass. Okay, fine. And after this, the form description, so let's change this one to T of work dot description. Okay, so that's the set the duration of your work. And here as well, let's just copy this one, and I'm just going to replace for this short break duration also. So the short break duration, this one, it's going to be the label short underscore break dot label, and here the text. And after this one as well, and let's change this one. So this, let me remove this one, and here it's going to be a short break dot description. Okay, so this is the text, set the duration of your break. And here let's just copy this one for long break now. So it's just the replacing of these labels, long break dot label. And also here this description, let's remove this value, and this one, it's going to be long break dot description. Okay, fine. And here as well, let's change this one to rounds. So this is going to be rounds dot label, number of rounds. And here this is going to be rounds dot description. So here this rounds dot description, said how many rounds to complete a full session. One round ends after long break time elapses. Okay, and this is for long break intervals. Let's change this one to long break intervals. Okay, so it's the interval long breaks. Okay, yep. And here the description for that, so pretty straightforward. Long breaks interval, and the description. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. And after this, for sound, let's just add in here this sound text. So I'm just replacing this one with this sound. And now this alarm label, so this one let's replace in here, and there's no dynamic value. This one, it's going to be the alarm dot label. Okay, notification sound. And after this, the placeholder, and all of this, it's going to we are going to replace. So in here, this one, let's change this one to alarm dot analog. Okay, we should see the same text, and let's just copy this one, and this one, it's going to be alarm dot bell, and this one, it's going to be bird. So I'm just replacing this. You can just ignore if you don't want for multiple languages, but I'm just showcasing here. This is for bell, church bell, and this is for digital, and finally here for fancy. So fancy, let's add in here this. Okay, fine. And also the description that we have, let's change this one to alarm dot description. Okay, let's choose the sound to play when the time is up. Okay, that's the thing. And also now here, this one, it's going to be volume label. So here, this volume dot label, and here this value, let me pass in here this value. That's the thing. And the description that we have, it's going to be the volume dot description. Okay, so here this volume dot description. Fine. So basically, finally, this is the thing. And also here as well, the reset settings that we have. Let me copy this one, replace and remove this brackets, and the text of this, it's going to be the reset dot button. And also here I'm just going to add in here this loading text, and this one, let's change this text to be of reset dot button pending. Okay, and here as well, the loading text, I'm just adding the copying this one. This is going to be save dot button pending, save dot button pending. And here let me change this to update save button text. So I can just add in here save button text, save dot button. Okay, yep. So now everything looks good. So just localizing the settings form, and see in our timer component also the container that we have. Let's import this translations. And this one, it's going to be pomodoro.timer. Now we have this one, and also in our handle timer function that we have, after this, let me just check if this completed intervals is 0. Then we are going to update the current rounds also by 1. Okay, so just the correction to this, and I'm just going to remove this here from here because we are handling in there. And also in this use effect, now it's timer running alongside the current rounds. It's less than or equals to actual rounds value. So just a small addition, and for this let's add in here this current rounds as the dependency alongside the rounds. Okay, and for resetting the Pomodoro, let me create in here this function inside this use callback. So all we are going to do is basically reset the values, and let's the work duration, and in here the set timer minutes set back to work duration, seconds to 0. So I'm just refactoring and clearing the fixes. Okay, and this set current rounds, let's set this one to 1 and set completed intervals to 1. This is reset function. And now here this card title, so the title, so just go back to this timer. So what I'm going to do here, this card title, basically if the current rounds is less than or equals to rounds, then whatever we have, I'm going to show in here this formatted minutes and the formatted seconds. Else let's show this one the end text. This is end text. Okay, fine. That's the small change. And this title styling also, let's make this one to be dynamic. So I'm just going to wrap in here. So basically depending upon this current rounds, if this is less than or equals to rounds, so whatever we had this text size is 7 times extra large and 9 times extra large, I'm just adding in here. Else the text size will have it 4 times XL, and the text size, let me set in here 7 times XL. Okay, here I need to close this one here, and now everything should be fixed. Okay, just handling better. So this is what it is. So if I just start this is the thing that we have. This one needs to be closed here, and also this this thing, let's add in here. Now it should be fixed. Yep, just the styling for that. And after this card title, in the description again, if the current rounds it's less than the actual rounds, and then we are going to display this card description. So this time for a break and focus, and let's just add in here this localized version, the break, and even for this it's going to be a focus text. Okay, fine, just a small change. and also the content that we have, the card content. Let's make this one the display direction as a column, and remaining I'm just going to keep that as it is, but now whatever we have in here, this button and the timer running and all, this we are going to display if this current rounds is less than rounds, and I'm going to wrap this one inside this button, the flex items center, and have this gap of 4, and let's move this components that we have inside this div. Okay, fine. If that's not the case, then here if current rounds is less than the rounds, I'm just going to display the text, the values of the rounds, and if it's not the case, we will display the new button text. Okay, so here this button, on click, we are going to call in this reset pomodoro function. In size, let's have this one large, and there is class name, the text to be whiter and text to be extra large. Okay, so this is the thing, and now inside this button, the text of this, it's going to be new. Okay, so if you just wanted to see, I'm just going to reverse the logic and you will see this. Let me just complete this one, and then I'm going to show this. So here this rounds dot first, and the span, and let's show in here this current rounds, and also after this the second rounds dot second text, and let's add in some space, and after this we are going to show this rounds value. Okay, so for you this is going to be rounds. Okay, you can see this is the round 1 of 3. So if I just stop this and skip this one and start, this is the break. That's the indication here, round 1 and all those things. Okay, fine. And also the other thing that we had, I'm just going to keep that as it is. Fine, so we just localized this the Pomodoro container, and after this, going to our options sidebar where we have the Pomodoro links, and let's make this one as client side component, and let's get this translations, const use translations, and this is going to be the sidebar dot Pomodoro, and the this one, it's going to be t of timer, and this one t of settings. Okay, so this is just the way to localize, and also inside this shortcut top section where we added this the Pomodoro text. So let me add in the others also, I need to add in, but let's change that one later, the Pomodoro hour. Okay, fine. So this is the almost the localizing the Pomodoro section, and we are almost good. And after this let's try to focus on adding the tasks to particular users, as well as the to mind maps to users. So basically assigning tasks to users and assigning mind maps to users and keeping track of them on all those things. So for us to keep track of all of those things, we need to create a new models inside our schema, so that because we need to persist them. So for that I'm going to add in the two models. One is to the assigning the like, let's name this one as assigned to task model, and in here we are going to keep track of which user is assigned to which task and all. So here this is this model. By default this is going to be in relation to this user table. The relation fields the user ID and references the ID. On delete we are going to add in here this cascade, add in here this user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then the task thing, let's attach in this relation the fields, the task ID, references the ID of the table. And on delete, let me add in here this cascade, the task ID. So this it's going to be of type string, and here let's add in this index on of the user ID as well as on the task ID. So this is for the assigned to task. So let me just copy, and I'm going to create the similar model for assigned to the mind map. Okay, so here let's change this task to mind map, and this model it's going to be mind map, and relation change this one to mind map ID. So I'm just adding in here this mind map ID, and here as well let's change this one to mind map ID. Okay, now we did add these two models, so we need to attach to this respective model. So first let's go to this mind map table, and here I'm going to add in the assigned to mind map, and pass in here. So the error should be yep, and same thing for the user. I need to attach in so here we are here for the task. So let me just add in for this as well the assigned to task, and this is going to be the array to assign to task model. Now just going to the user table. So in here user, I'm going to add in those both of those things, assigned to task. Here let's assign this one assigned to task, assigned to mind map, and this one assigned to mind map. Okay, now the error we're not seeing, so this needs to be migrated. So let me just add in here npx prisma migrate dev, and for this one added the assigned to models. Okay, fine, so it's just added. Now we have this models created. We can create the endpoints to assign to particular users the thing, and also getting the details of those. So like we normally follow the standard. So after we create the model, I'm going to create inside this API folder, new folder. Let's name this one as assigned to, and inside this we'll have two folder, one for tasks. So let's focus on tasks first, and inside this, one for assigning and another for getting the details. Okay, so let me just create in here this route, the getting section. So let me just copy whatever we have in here for this, and just modify this accordingly for getting this things. So let's remove this params, and here I'm just removing this, the URL, and we are going to get this workspace ID and task ID. So let's change this one to workspace ID. So we are going to search for this workspace ID and copy this same thing, and along with this workspace ID, this task ID to which we are trying to assign, get these details. Okay, the task ID. And here, if we don't have the workspace ID or the task ID, so I'm just returning this instead of this one. Let's add in here this wrong data, and after this the task, let's remove. So basically I'm going to get the user details, so let's just clear this completely, the users. So this users here, this db dot workspace find unique, and we are going to use this ID that we have, the workspace ID, and after this whatever we want, we are going to include the subscribers. I'm going to select the user details, and inside this let's select this ID. Okay, and the user name, and after this the image, I'm select this image, and then the assigned to task details, and select in here this user ID which we just added. So the assigned to task, and here we have to filter this by where the task ID. Okay, so that those are the details that we want, and now we are going to handle this. If there is no user, I'm just going to return in here this empty array, else let's return this the users with the status code 200. So this is the endpoint to get the assigned to task details of a user and all those things. And now let's just copy in here this assign this route that thing, and for this let me just copy this one, and this endpoint, it's going to be post endpoint, and here let's copy the other things that we are handling, the session and all those things. Inside this I'm just placing this one, the post session, if session no user unauthorized, and after this thing let's prepare in here this assigned to task schema. So here this assigned to task schema will have the workspace ID, the task ID that we will be getting from the URL, and then assign to user ID to which user ID we are supposed to assign. So this is the thing, and once we get this, let's change this one to assigned to task schema, and if there is no success, we are going to return that, and here get this task ID and assign to user ID. And once we get that, this is pretty standard of checking the role of this. And also here let's check only for the read only. So if the user is read only, no permission is what I'm going to show. After this, let's get the assigned user details. So assigning user, we are going to query this user table and try this details where this assigned to user ID and include the assigned to task details and filter this by the task ID. So once we query this, and if there is no assigning user, okay, then let's return here with the error message, seeing that no user exists. So error dot user no exist. So these are all messages we are going to add eventually, so that's not the priority. And here I'm going to send in 405. So that's the thing if you don't have. Else, and let me just remove all of these things. Now what we are going to check is this assigning user dot this assigned to task, and then this assigned to task length, it's equals to 0. Then I'm going to create it, else we are supposed to delete that. So db dot assigned to task create, and all we are going to do is add in this user ID, which is assigned to user ID, and pass in here this task ID. So that's the thing. Else here, then we are going to delete assigned to task or delete the ID. So the ID, it's going to be assigning user dot assigned to task of 0 dot ID. So this is how we are going to delete. And after this, let's just return here the OK responses. Next response dot JSON, here I'm going to send in here the status as 200, and here after this also let's send the response as 200, and in here the status code, let's send this as 200. Okay, so we can just remove this one now because we are handling here in the above. And in this catch error, this it's pretty similar, the error thing. Fine. So this is how we assign a particular user to particular task of a workspace thing. So now we have this endpoint, so we need to create the components related to that. So basically, since it's related to task, so where we have the tasks folder, so let me just minimize in here. I'm going to create a new folder called the assigned to task. Okay, and in here we are going to add in the components that we can add the users to particular task. So first thing, let's create a command where we can search for the user. So the command container.tsx, and where we are going to wrap in this command user thing, and here this is going to be the command user component, and all of the logic we are going to perform in this assigned to task selector. Okay, so this is the things, and let's have a simple placeholders components for all of these things, and I'm going to show where to use all of this components and all. So this is the component where we'll consume the endpoint to get the details of the assigned user task by passing in the workspace ID and task ID. So let's just create in here this interface for this, the props. So in here this class stylings, if you wanted to pass in some things, and the icon size, like plus icon size, this it's going to be of a number, and then the drop down offset size offset. So drop down size offset, this is going to be number, and then this workspace ID, which it's going to be a string, and then this task ID, which is going to be a string. And for now, let me just add in the placeholder component and assigned to task selector, and this one, let's return everything wrapping inside this drop down menu component. And here let's destructure this props, and here this class name, drop down size offset plus icon size. By default, let me set this to 16, and the task ID and the workspace ID. Okay, so where are we going to use this one? It's basically in the so if I just go back to homes, any workspace thing. So let me just open this workspace and go in here, this first task page. So in this section, this and all the info, this thing we will create, so don't have to worry about that. The read only content, this is where I wanted to add in. So basically the place where we have this calendar, let me add in this assigned to task selector and pass in here this task ID. In here this is going to be task.id, and workspace ID, this it's going to be task.workspace ID. Okay, this is where we are going to add in. Don't worry about this read only creator info, task editor info. So let me just add in to look better. So editor, is this the task? Okay, so task, yep. So inside this editor, let me add in the read only section we do have. So inside this, let's add in here the creator info and created by, and then this editor info, so edited by. Okay, now we should see, yep, fine. So that's the thing, and here I'm just added. So for us to see something, let's develop this, and also here we are passing the updater in both the places. Let's change this one to task.creator. Okay, fine. So inside this drop down, first we are going to add in the trigger to open this drop down. So that one, it's going to be a button. So let's wrap that one inside the drop down menu trigger component as a child, and here let me add in the button component. The icon of this, it's going to be of users 2, and size, let's just pass in here the icon size, and let's add some margin, right? And after this, the text, I'm going to say here the assign user, something like this. Later we are going to change. Okay, Yep, so that's the button. So the styling of this button, so if I fix this, it should be good. This inside this one fit, let's make this one to fit, and height also fit. Text to be extra small. Justify, let's add in the start. Text to be left, and the font, let's make this one normal. Padding in the x direction 2.5, in the y direction let's make this one to be 0.5, and additionally whatever the param that we're receiving, I'm just passing in here. And also let's make this one variant to be outline, and the size of this smaller. Okay, fine. So now it's looking good. The assign user, and after this trigger we are going to add in the content, the drop down menu content, and here this side offset, this it's going to be drop down size offset is what I'm going to pass in. And here now let's just quickly add in the call to our endpoint. So using this use query thing, and inside this let's add in this let's restructure this values. Data we are going to get, let's rename this one to assigned users info. Okay, and is loading thing, let's rename this one to is loading info. Now inside this, the query not query key, query function, let's make this one as asynchronous, and let's make the call to our endpoint await fetch the endpoint, it's going to be /API assigned to, and the folder, the task, the get, the query param is the workspace ID, so the whatever we have here alongside the task ID. So I'm just adding in here this task ID, so this is going to be the call, and here if the response it's not okay, we are going to return empty object, as here users assigned task info. So for this, let me create the new types inside our extended full file. So I'm just going to create the type for this. So just below this, let me add in export interface assigned to task user, and here this username, the user object, the ID, image, which again it's going to be of string or null, and user name, which is a string, assigned to task, and this is going to be an object array of having user ID. So this is going to be list of objects, and after this let me just export this users assigned to task info, and here I'm just going to extend here the workspace thing, and add in the subscribers, which it's going to be assigned to a task user array. This one, now I'm just going to use this return as users assigned to task info. Okay, so that's the thing, in case it failed to get the data, and if not, let's get this data await response dot json. Okay, and I'm going to return here this data as user assigned task info, and after this let me add in here this query key, and here this one, let's name this one as get assigned to task info. Okay, that's the thing that I'm adding. So this is the endpoint that we have now, and so this endpoint we can now use this inside this drop down menu contain the status. So basically if this loading info, then I'm going to show this loading state inside this div. Padding of 3, let's make this flex, justify center, and items center, and here I'm going to add in this loading state component. Okay, fine. And here if it's not loading info and we have this assigned users info, then we are going to render this in our container, which the command container which we have not developed, that one. And if not, I'm going to show the error message inside this one, the p tag. Let's show this error text. Alongside I'm going to add in a button to reset. Okay, so here let's make this one width to be full and size to be smaller, and variant let's make this one to be default, and on click let's use this router. So I'm just going to refresh this one. So this router, use router from this nextjs, and here let's just refresh this one, router dot refresh, and inside this the text of this, it's going to be reset. And just the styling for this one, the div, let's make the padding 3 in all direction, text to be smaller, and the flex justify center, and also items, let's center this one, the direction to be column, and have this gap of 4. So this is the at least the placeholder component for this. Now this command container, let's create. So basically for that I'm going to pass on the list of the users alongside the task ID and workspace ID. So this one, let's again have a placeholder. So for this, the props that will be sending in is the users, which is assigned to task users list, and then the task ID, which is going to be a string, and then this workspace ID, which is a string. Now let's create this component command container, and in here let me just destructure this props, the props, and inside this the users, the task ID and workspace ID. And now inside this whatever we got, I'm going to wrap everything inside this command component. And let's say width for this, I'm going to restrict it to 15 rems. And now inside this the command input, so let's make this text to be extra small, and placeholder, it's going to be filter. Okay, and now this command list, if we don't have any result, so we are going to show this no user found. And here the command group, then the heading I'm going to add in here, it has assigned to. Okay, and now inside this we are going to iterate through this users list, get this user alongside the index, and here we are going to send it to our command user component. So inside this command user component, so again whatever the props that I added, let me just copy this one, the command user. Okay, and let's make this one as use client component, and import this assigned to user, and in here again it's going to be a simple one. So we are going to wrap in the information that we receive inside a command item. So export const, the component name, it's going to be the command user, and inside this let's have in this props and the users task id, workspace id with destructure. So what do I need to keep track of here is basically is the user is active or not. So I just wanted to have a track of, and this is the component where we will consume the endpoint to assign to particular user or not. So those are the things and the logic that we'll be handling in here. So first, the state variable, whether this user is active or not. So set is active user, and let's try to assign in here, and this one, it's going to be user, not the users list, and let me just change in here. Okay, so we are going to get this user dot assign to task. If length it's equals to 1, then I'm going to set this to true, else let me set this one to false. And then this messages to show in our error thing. So translations, the messages I'm just adding in, and let me get this query client to revalidate the list. So use query client and then the toast to show the error messages if there are any while we are trying to make a call to the endpoint. So now after this one, let's create this use mutation, and inside this, so let's destructure here this mutate and rename this one as handle task assignment. Okay, fine. And now here this mutation functions, let's make this one as asynchronous, and all we are going to do is make a call to assign endpoint. So API assigned to, and the task, and add in here this assign. Okay, and now here we are going to pass in this task id, workspace id, and assigned to user id. So this is going to be user dot id. Okay, so these are the inputs that will be passing on for this end. And after this, in this on mutate function, so again this is going to be asynchronous call, and here we are going to cancel if there are any queries that we are making to this get assigned to task info. And after this one, let's set this active user. I'm just going to toggle this one, the whatever the previous value it was, and let's just ignore here this types of this, and in here this on error callback function, this error, this it's going to be of Axios error. So pretty common like we used to handle. Again, let's toggle this active user value and get this error, and here this error dot response dot data. So if we have this one, so we are going to assign this value into the variable, else the errors default message. And after this, we are going to show the toast title with whatever the error that we have, and here this variant, let's add in this destructive. So this is on error callback function, and also an on settle callback function. I'm going to invalidate the queries that we are making here get assigned to task info, and here as well let's add in this ignore. Okay, and also now for this, the mutation key, it's going to be handle the task assignment. So this is the endpoint now. So this one we are going to use inside this command item. So let me wrap this one in this command item, and let's have the padding of 0 in all directions. And this is going to be nothing but a button that we have. On click, I'm going to call in here this handle task assignment function that we just created, and inside this one I'm going to have the user avatar component that we have and pass in the profile image for this one. So user.user.image, and the styling for this width 8 and height of 8. I'm going to set this one to 8, and size of this, let's set this one to 10. Okay, so this is the thing. And also after this we'll display the username, so which it's going to be user.username, and the text of this, let's make this one the secondary foreground, and find the div that we have to just look better. So basically here we don't I just need to include this component which I will add, and this center this items and a gap of 2. Okay, and this size, making this one as a small variant. Let's make this one to be ghost, and this one styling width full, height I'm going to set this one to fit, justify between, and padding in the x direction 2. In y direction let's have this 1.5, and text to be extra small. So this is the styling of this button. I think we'll see this eventually. And after this one, so if this is the active user, then I'm going to have this check mark. So here this check icon, this, let's have this text to be primary, and the size of this, let's say it's going to be 16. So this is the command user component, and now I can just go back to this command container, and wherever we just added the empty fragment, let's replace this one with command user component, and pass in here this user.user id, and here user, let's add in this user task id. I'm going to pass in here this task id and alongside the workspace id. So okay, so this is the component now. So basically as of now we might not get any data. Okay, this one, the command container where we have, and this one needs to be, so this endpoint, as of now we don't have any details, so we are going to receive the empty array in here. So that's fine, let's focus on our component. So now I added in here, and this inside this this component, the loading info assign task user, let me add in remove this empty fragment, the command container component, and pass in here this users, assign users dot subscribers, and the task id I'm going to pass in here the task id, and workspace id I'm just going to pass in here the workspace id. Okay, fine. So if I just refresh now, we are receiving this error because we are trying to get this info here, so which we don't have any, the assigned users info. That's why that issue. So just handle for now. Let me add in here this optional thing, so now we shouldn't see any issues. Yep, so there's no thing, so that's why the new user found. So I added in that this optional thing, so that when we don't receive the data, we show the empty component. And now in here, this command container and the wrapper component that we have in these mind maps in the preview sections, which we added here also. Let me just update this one to the creator. So the mind map dot creator. Okay, just fixing the things we missed before. Okay, so like that. So wherever we just missed, we are going to update. And now we need to, and also the endpoints that we have for mind maps here, where we are trying to check for the user role, even for so basically if I just open all of these things, let's only just check not allow the user, only if he's having read only thing, can edit and all. Let's just allow to perform the action. So I'm just going to remove basically wherever we added that one. So I'm just removing that, and here as well let's remove this one, read only, and even this title and emoji. Let's remove in here this read only thing, and here as well let's change this one to read only. Okay, so like this, even in the tag section, so wherever we just added this one, let's just update that one. Okay, so here as well let's just change this one to read only. Even this edit tag, let's update this one to read only as well. So like this, even here this new tag, let's change this one to read only. Okay, fine. And even in this task sections, let's just remove this thing, read only, and even inside this new endpoint, all of this. So just remove all of the places inside here as well, and inside this content as well. I'm just fixing the things like if they edit, you should be able to perform that. So we are again giving the permission for that edit role also, not just for other two roles. Okay, so these are the changes, or else you can keep that as it is if you don't want, or if you want to restrict that thing. Okay, so just a small change here. And now to fix this one, the user, let me to add in. So let me just log in. I'm just going to invite, let's log out from here. So I'm just logging out, and I'm going to log in using another account. So this we have in here, this sign in page. So let me sign in with Google account, and I'm just logging in. And here let me add in this details. Okay, add in, remove the space. Okay, fine. And let's add in this steady, and here the workspace name is test, continue and start. I'm not adding the image, that's fine. So now just entering this one, this is what we have. And And for this task, let's invite. So I'm just copying this link and log out this user and log back in with the other account which we had with a GitHub. Okay, and now let me just browse the invite URL, and now I should be part of this workspace. Yep, so now I have this workspace, and inside this, let me just add a new task. The task is added. Yeah, it's redirecting, so it's just takes time to reload when we are in the development environment. Okay, this is the task. So let me change the thing. So I'm just going to edit. So inside this, let's try to edit this one. Okay, on the endpoint that we're trying to call the workspace ID task ID 405. Let's just check this, the endpoint which is assigned to task, and here we are receiving in here this db error. Okay, let me just restart. Yeah, whenever we are making the changes to your schema, just try to restart this so that you don't see these issues. So I'm just refreshing the task page which we just added. So I'm going to edit that one. Okay, and this and all needs to be fixed. Okay, so here let's click on this edit section, and it's compiling, so we should be going to edit. Are we not in edit page? Okay, this one, let's just go to our edit page. I think I need to change the route of that, or else why is this issue? Okay, the tasks page, let me just open this dashboard, workspace ID, then this tasks, the edit page. What is the problem? That we are not able to go to this edit page. Task ID, and the edit page. Okay, the issue that we have is with respect to, so I'm receiving in error, the issue is missing message, could not resolve on F9 evo in routes. Okay, so going to this container, the placeholder, so let's fix this one. Okay, I'll just fix this. Okay, the issue that we were not able to go to edit page was because we are only allowing the user with the role admin and owner, but not with the can edit the thing and all. So let me just change this one. The user role is equals to can edit. Then we can go to this component the edit page, and also here let's restrict here to normally like we restrict in other places. If user role is equals to admin or a user role is equal to owner, I'm going to show these things. Okay, so just moving this one in here. Yep, so that's the small change. And for untitled things, so in the messages section, so basically in our this page here I just changed the name. If we have this master title, we are assigning this, or else the untitled, and this untitled just add in our route section of the messages thing. Okay, that's the thing that we see. Now just I added this one, so let me try to edit this thing. So we should be redirected to edit page. Yep, so it's, let's say now combined task, and the emoji, let me add in this one, and new tag, let me add in, so we don't have that, so let me create new one, combined. So I'm just creating this one and assigning this for this. Pick a date, let's pick October 1st to 23. Okay, that's the date. And here this content, the header, this is the combined task test. Okay, fine, so it's unsaved, so it's going to change. And now going back here, this needs to be auto validated, that we are going to take care. So just refreshing, we have this one. So if we click on this assign user, now we have the list of the users that we added. We are getting in all of the users belonging to this workspace, and getting this thing. So let's say if I assign this one, you can see here in the terminal the endpoint assigned user is 200. And even if you just go to this thing, and in this one, let me just restart the studio. Okay, so let me just refresh this one. So now we have this assigned to task, and there we have one entry, so that should be this user. So if I just select this one, so this is what we added, and that's what we have here. This is enabled. And okay, so the assigning of the user, it's working, and that's what I just wanted to show. And also now let's try to do the same thing for our mind map. Just before that, like we added in here this edit section, the invite user role and all those things. Let's change for this as well. Here the workspace, so I'm just updating this, and also we just updated in the task section. And also I wanted to add in the error for our tag selector component, so just to see if there is any error, and accordingly show this error thing. So that one, let's just go to common folder. In here this tag selector, what I'm trying to say is this one we will show only if the error section is true. So for this I'm just going to add in the prop is error, and add in here this boolean. So let me get this error value. And now in the this one, let's not use this, and instead of here, let's copy this one completely and remove this. Now we no longer need this. And after this, if we have an error, only then again we are going to show these things. Okay, something went wrong and all this. Again you can localize this and all, so I'm not worried much about that. So I'm not going to change that one, and now we need to update this one wherever we are referring. So in this mind map tag selector, so I need to get in here is error. So let me add in from here is error. I'm just going to add, and for this one let's pass in this is error value. So that one we are going to get from our use query endpoint. So that so I'm just going to this use tags in our hooks. In here, whatever the call that we are making while getting this tags, let's try to get this error value also. And here, instead of returning this empty array, let's throw new error. So okay, and this one I'm just going to return the error part, and now in the even the task container and all those things, I need to add in that one. So here as well, so use tags, we are using this. So let's just get this value, and for this tag selector I'm just passing in here this, just a better way of handling this error. So I'm just passing on for this. Okay, fine. I think now we shouldn't see any issues. So this is the thing, and we are able to assign the user the details that we have. We are storing in a DB and all. Now let's try to do the same thing for our mind maps. So we added the mind maps model. So first let's just try to create this endpoint. So like we just created here, I'm going to create a new folder for mind maps, and the same thing, the assign route and get route. So I'm just going to copy whatever we have for task, and we are going to tweak that. And here as well, let's create this route. So the get details, let me just copy this one inside this. First the get route, the instead of this task ID, let's change this one to mind map ID. And here also let me change this one to mind map ID. In this error handling, the mind map ID. Okay, workspace ID, mind map ID, and after this we are going to get this details. Instead of this task, I'm going to change this one to mind map and select user ID and pass in here this mind map ID. Okay, and if we don't get this users, we're just returning this one, and else this thing, this is going to remain same. And now for assigning, let me just copy this one, and here this endpoint needs to be changed accordingly. And here assign to mind map schema, let me change this one. We can have this created in our the schemas folder as well, but I'm just having here the instead of this task ID, it's going to be mind map ID. And change this one, the result assign to mind map schema, and change this one to works mind map ID. So once we get this subscriptions, where this is going to be pretty much the same, check for read only. And after this, the assigned user, instead of this assigned to task, let's get this assigned to mind map and pass in here this mind map ID. And if not assigning user, then this no exist. And let's change this one to mind map, and here as well to mind map. Okay, and this one should be assign to mind map and pass in here this mind map id, and this one as well. Let's change this to mind map, and this should be of mind map of 0.id, and the remaining should be pretty much the same. So these are the endpoints that we have for mind map thing. And okay, so and also in our schema, so let's just double check in the saved mind maps table. So this one needs to be mind map id. So I'm just fixing this one. So before just we left it for our like it was for task. So I'm just changing this to mind map id so that it and even to assigned section we have this mind map id and we created this one. So I'm just changing this name so that it aligns with our model. So let me just migrate this thing. So okay, updated task id to mind map id. Okay, so now this thing we need to update in our endpoints, the other endpoints where we are trying to save the things. So let me close this one. Mind maps, we have in here the saved folder, the mind maps for toggling. So in here the existing user mind map that we are trying to check, this one, it's going to be now the mind map id. Okay, and even inside this toggle task, the exist to save task, this should be checked with this task id. Okay, just small fixes where we, instead of checking for the task id, we're checking for the id of the table. So that's the mistake. Okay, and now let's create the components that we need for this assign to mind map. So inside this mind maps, let me just create a new folder. Let's name this one as assign to mind map, and in this we are just going to create the three components, one for the command user, so and then command container, and the other component is assign to mind map selector. Okay, so these are the three components. So basically whatever we have for task, let me just copy one by one. So first thing, the command user, so accordingly we'll just tweak this. So in here, instead of this task id, we are going to receive here this mind map id and change this one to mind map id, and is active user, everything it's going to be pretty much the same. And now this endpoint, it's going to be mind maps folder which we created, and here let's pass in the mind map id, mind map id. So here Okay, fine. And after this here, get assigned to mind map info, and this error should be same, and invalidating it should be mind map info. And this one, let's rename this one to handle mind map assignment, and pass in here this mind map id, the mutation key, and here as well let's pass in the mind map id, and here as well let me just pass in the mind map id. Okay, that's the change, and I think below this one, let's change this one to handle mind map assignment, and here I'm just going to change this one to mind map assignment, and remaining user avatar, username, everything, it's going to be pretty much the same. So this is a command user, and now the command container, let me just copy this one and paste in here. This command container, also we need to change this one to mind map id, and here as well let me change this one to mind map id, and this one instead of this should be mind map id, and let's pass in mind map id. Okay, that's the small change in this component. And now to assign to mind map selector, let's copy this one and just go to this assign to mind map selector, and inside this thing the props, instead of this task id, it's going to be now the mind map id, and let's change this one to mind map id. Okay, fine. And after this the endpoint, it should be now the mind maps instead of this task, and getting the workspace id, and we are going to pass in here this mind map id, and here pass in here this mind map id. And same way like this, let's create the extended types for our mind maps. So I'm just going to copy this one, and let's just change the name, assigned to mind map user, so user id, and here this is going to be assigned to mind map user id, and this one assigned to mind map info, and here let's change this to mind map user. Okay, that's the type that we have now. So just going here, let's change this one to mind map info, and just we are just importing that, and here as well let's change this to users to assign to mind map info. So instead of here returning this one, let's just throw error, no need of handling this empty object, so throw new error. Okay, so I'm just getting this data by passing in this, and query key here, let me set this one to mind map info, alongside I'm going to pass in here this mind map id. That's why even there we are passing this id. Okay, and after this one, whatever we have, the assigned users and all, it's going to be same, the loading state and all that thing. And here this one, let's change this to mind map id, and here I'm just going to change this to mind map id. And this container, this type also, it's going to be mind map user array. So let's just remove this unused imports. And what's the error now? Okay, now error is gone. And here we can just remove this thing, and in here what's the error? Yep. And this user also, this is going to be now the mind map user. And let's remove this unused part, and we shouldn't. Yep, this one, it's going to be mind map, assigned to mind map. Okay, just going here now. Yeah, so this is the change that we added, and now we need to add into this preview card a wrapper. So we can just go to this mind map, so we don't have in here. I have in here, let me just refresh. Okay, this workspace, I should be having one. Let's close this error, refresh this. Yeah, mind map title name is what I have. Let me just open this one. Okay, it's compiling. Yeah, it's loading. What happened? Okay, sometimes if you just see this error, try to refresh and get into. Oh, okay, let me restart this one. And let me just go back, and I'm just going to refresh here. It's compiling. And here I just wanted to go to this page, and it's compiling, so I'm just waiting. Okay, it's loading, it compiled. And now let's try to open this mind map ID page. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and now in this card wrapper, let me add this one. Where exactly can I add? Yeah, let me just add in here this assigned. Okay, I need to change this component name, assigned to mind map selector, and other things should be good. So here assigned to mind map selector, and pass in here this mind map ID, mind map dot id, and the workspace ID, which it's going to be mind map dot workspace ID. Okay, so this is the component, and here let me just add in some margin right for just the space between the that hover card component and this component. Okay, yep, so we have this assigned user, and now we should see, because for this workspace only I'm the one. So if I just add in here, yeah, we are assigned, you can see the check mark. That's how this is added, this component. And also in this preview options, where we are toggling this save sign map, let me refresh this route as well. Okay, fine. And yeah, that's the way to handle for the mind maps, also assigning and all those things. And the task sections also we did change in this thing. And here as well, let me just add in the toggle save task. On success thing, we are going to refresh the route and add in here this comma. Okay, fine. So that's how we simply handled the mind map assigning to particular user. And for the task related things also, wherever we had this get assigned to task info and all, let me add in here this task id, and even in this command user where we are trying to invalidate all of these things on settled and all, I'm just going to pass in here this task id and this task id, so that it doesn't be it's not going to be generic. Okay, that's the only change here. And now we'll have to add in the internationalization for all of this again. So for all of this assigned a section inside this thing. So let me just add the wherever we have for save task section. So below this I'm going to add in related to assignment. So I'm just going to copy that, so you can just take it from here. So this is for thing and we are not using this one, so I can just remove it. Else let me just keep it this way. And also the mind map preview section where we had just below this one, I'm going to add in for this mind map related things, so that we have both for the task and the mind map section. Now we need to localize those components which we just added. So it should be simple. So assign to task command container. Let's get this translations, use translations, task dot assignment. Okay, and here the the filter, let me change this one to placeholder t of, so basically whichever part you wanted to localize, you can just move all of that to the messages component. And this one, no user found, it's going to be t of not found thing. And assign to let's change this one to heading, t of heading. Okay, yeah, I think yeah, that's all in this component. And now just going into this assign to task selector, let's again import in here this translations, use translations, and this is again task dot assignment. And this one we have here assign user tag, so let me change this one to trigger point. So here the title, it's going to be trigger, and after this the error thing, so let's just add in this one, the error message. Okay, and after this the error button, t of the error button. Okay, so that's the task component. Same way we need to do for the mind map as well. this container use translation. So this one, it's going to be the mind map dot assignment, and let me just add in here the text as the not found, and even for the placeholder I'm just going to replace this one t of placeholder, and this one should be changed to heading. Okay, fine. So that's what we have in here, this assigned to and all those things, values, whatever we added. And same thing here, let me just use translations mind map dot assignment, and in here again same thing, the triggering point, change this one t of trigger the assign. Okay, and the error message fine, and this one the error button t of error button. So fine, so that's the title that we have, filter and assign to and all the heading, that's the components that we have. Okay, so now let's focus on making pages for whichever, like let's say I add it to favorites. So now I start this, so let's make separate pages for start task and mind maps, and also like page for assigned to users, task and mind maps and all those things. So that ends to create the pages. So let me just add in the placeholders in the dashboard section. I'm going to create a new folder called assigned to me page, and in here let's just create a simple placeholder for now, the standard page.tsx, and the loading.tsx. I'm just going to create these pages, and whatever I have for loading, let me just copy here this loading screen. For all of this it's going to be common, and for main page also let me just copy this thing, and this one let's rename this dashboard to assigned to me. Okay, and the session, this page, it's going to be dashboard and assigned to me thing, dashboard header, and here let's remove this one, and for now list I'm just change this one to assign it to me name. Let's whatever the standard that we had for others pages, making this display flex, column gap of 2 height, it should be full, and items center. Let's just keep it this way. This is for the assigned to me page, and I'm just removing whichever way not used. And same way let's create the start page inside this one, and here as well let's have this loading page, and also the normal start page loading, whatever we have, let's just copy paste it here, and even this page section let's copy and paste this. And let's just change this component name to start, and here this assigned to me should be changed to start dashboard header, and adjust the placeholders for now. Okay, so we just created 2 pages and all, and now in the sidebar section, should we add that and also the option sidebar that we have, if we have more things, I just wanted to wrap inside the scroll area. So if we have mini options, we are able to see all of that. So inside this options sidebar component, the path names that we have here, all of these things. Let me wrap these things inside the scroll area component, the height to be full, and now inside this I'm just going to add in this the paths that the components that we are adding are related to this settings, task, and mind maps, and all those things. Okay, just making this scrollable even if we have many these things. So once we create many things, you'll understand how those things helps. Okay, fine. Even in shortcut sidebar, let's try to add for this as well. So the div where we have the thing, so where we added in this the thing below this, let me add in here the scroll area component, and maximum height, let's say 35 rems. This is shortcut sidebar. Okay, and this the div that I have, I'm just going to move this inside this, and let's remove this height here in the top workspace and all. It's going to be pretty much the same. And now the tops component, whatever we have here, all of this thing, all the hover chords, let's move into separate components. So let's create inside this a new component called sidebar link.tsx. So this component, I'm just refactoring this side things and all, and then we'll focus on the pages that we just created. So, and here this whatever the string and this icon, which it's going to be of lucid icon, then this over text key, which is of type of string, and this sidebar link, let's use at all our card components, and I'm going to wrap inside this one, and then we are going to use that here. So the hover text key, the href, and this icon, and now inside this one, just this is refactoring, or else you can just keep that whatever the component that we have currently, you can just leave that as well. But if you feel if this is good, you can just go for this. And here basically, let me take whatever we have here, one thing, copy this one, and I'm just going to wrap everything in here. Let's need to import hover card, and this trigger, the active link component, the icon. So instead of this home icon, let's use this icon prop, and this container. Instead of this one, the text, it's going to be hover text key, so that we are making the reusable thing. And even this href, let's pass in this href. Okay, so this is simple component. Let's make this one as client component. Okay, and now here the top component that we have, let's create one constant list inside this library folder utils section like we created here. So let's name this as top sidebar links, and here we'll have this, the href. First thing for it's going to be our dashboard page, and the icon, it's going to be home icon, and the hover text key, it's going to be home hover text. So like this, let's create for other things to whatever the things that we have, and afterwards it's for pomodoro. And this one, let's make this one as a block, which makes sense. And this text, it's going to be pomodoro hour, and after this the calendar, which we don't have, that's fine. And here I'm going to add in here this calendar days. This is going to be calendar hour. And after this, the pages that I'm going to add in for the start, which we are currently adding. And also this one, let's change the icon to star, and this text, this is going to be a star hour, which we are to add this text. And then the assigned to me page, the icon, let's add in here this user icon. In the text of this, it's going to be assigned to me hour. Okay, so this is the links. And now just going to this top component, we are just going to use this list. Let me just remove whichever I don't need, and all of these things. So I'm just going to remove this completely, and all we are going to do is the okay, in this sidebar, fine. So now here, let's iterate to this top sidebar links, map through this, get this each link and the index, and inside this we are going to render this sidebar link component, pass in here this key, which it's going to be link alongside this index, so that it's going to be unique. And this icon, I'm going to pass in here this, it's going to be link dot icon, our text key, this it's going to be link dot our text key, the href, this is going to be link dot href. Okay, so this is the thing, and now I can just remove unused things from this component. So this is what we have, home. So if I just hover this home, pomodoro, and this calendar hover, and this one, the text that we don't have, so that's why we are seeing that text. We will add that, but this is the refactoring. So to just add that text, let me go to this. Okay, so let's search for home hour. Okay, here I'm just going to add in for start hour text and assigned to me hour text. So this is going to be assigned to me text, and I can just add in the calendar hour as well. So let me just add in here the text. It's going to be the title calendar. Okay, that's the text. And also in a routes, let's add in those things, the pages that we created. For Pomodoro, let's add in this Pomodoro text and the start page, start text, and also the assigned it to me. So I'm assigned to me, so I'm not adding into other JSON file, so I'm just ignoring that one for now. You can just add in whatever I'm adding inside this to that. Okay, so now we should see that text, the start, and this calendar and all. Okay, so now we made that, and now let's focus on the pages which we just created, the placeholder. So for that, let's first focus on the start section. So we need data for us to get the saved start task and all those things. So for that, what I'm going to do, first thing, let's try to create an endpoint inside this API saved folder. Let's create a new folder get, and in here I'm just going to create this new route, and let's just copy for one of the things, and then we are going to change this, and let's minimize this part. So in this thing, the request, we are going to get in the query param the user ID, and here let's get this user ID and also this sort value. Okay, so here this URL dot search params dot sort, and this sort type I can just maintain in this variable, whether this is ascending or descending. Okay, this sort is equals to ascending, then it's a true, else let's set this one to false. So why I'm maintaining this one, you'll understand. So if we don't have this user ID, so I'm just returning this as a wrong data. And now inside this, let's remove, name this as saved by user. Let's get this details, db.user find unique, and inside this let's pass in this ID, which is the user ID, and here this include the saved mind maps, include the mind map, select the emoji, all the things that I want. So I'm just adding inside this. So then this title updated at, updated by, and inside this let's select the username, name of the user, and the ID, the image, and the surname. Okay, and after this one, the workspace details, and here let me select this name, which is going to be true, and also the ID. Okay, this is what we get the details, the user. And after this, then let me just close this one. Yep, after this, now related to the task, so here also pretty much the same like we did for saved assign map, mind map. So the emoji, title, updated at, updated by, this is again going to be an object. The select, pretty much the same, username, the name, the ID, image, and the surname. So these are the details that we'll be getting. And after this, here the updated by, the workspace, again select the name, ID. Okay, so this is saved task details and saved mind maps details. So once we get both of these things, so here if saved by user we did not find, so I'm just going to return here this errors dot no user API. Okay, and now let's try to map the mind maps. So map the mind maps, and this is going to be of type startItem. So this type, let me just create inside this types folder a new file for that, and I'm just going to name this as saved, and this interface, so it's going to be of start item, and this ID it's going to be of type string, link ID which it's going to be a string, then this type whether is this of mind map. So I'm just adding in here mind map or the task, and this the title which is a string, and then this emoji icon, this is again a string, the workspace name to which this belongs to, and the updated details at, which is going to be of type date, and by thing, this one this is going to be of type user info, and or null. So this is the thing. Now I can just use that and collect this map to mind map. So start item array, and here let's use this saved by user, iterate through this saved mind maps and get this mind map detail, and in here let's transform the way that we want the ID, the mind map dot ID, this link. For now let's hardcode here this dashboard, the workspace mindmap dot workspace dot ID, and then this mind maps mind map, and here passing in this mind map dot mind map ID. Okay, this is the link, and this type it's going to be mind map, and this title mindmap dot title, this emoji mindmap dot emoji, and this workspace name. Let's add in this mindmap dot workspace dot name, and updated object, the heart, it's going to be mindmap dot updated at value, and by even we have this object mindmap dot updated by. Okay, so this is the mapped mind maps thing. Same way, let's copy this and have this mapped task list, and here instead of mind maps, this is going to be save task thing, and let's, wherever we have here this mind map, I'm going to change this one to task, and here as well let's change this to task. So task.id, and this one task.workspace id, and instead of this mind maps, this is going to be the route which we have task page, and this the individual thing, and task id. Type is going to be task, the title emoji, workspace name, updated at and updated by. And after this, let's try to collect in the single things. Let's name this as mapped saved info, and whatever we have the mapped mind maps, and alongside this mapped tasks. And here let's sort this, sorted saved info. So whatever this mapped saved info, we are going to sort this one and use this compare dates function. So here I'm just going to create an helper again using the updated at inside this library folder where we are maintaining these utils. So let me just create a new file called the compare dates.ts, and in here let's just export this function, name this as a compare dates, and the inputs for this one, the a object with the updated, the value that we have is date, and also same thing, the b updated at the date, and the order, is it the ascending or descending order. By default this is going to be ascending, and in here let's try to get this multiplier. So the ascending, if it's ascending it's 1, or else it's going to be -1. So we are going to return by multiplying this new date of passing in here this updated dot at, getting this time thing, and let's subtract this one b dot updated at this get time. Okay, so this is the helper function to compare the dates, and I'm going to pass in here this a and b, so that's exactly the inputs that it is expecting, and also this sort type. Now we have this sorted saved info, and we are going to return this info, this sorted saved info. And what is this issue? Did I miss anything? Star item link id is missing. Okay, let's have this as a link. And now, yep, so this is the endpoint for us to get the saved items of the user maps and tasks. Now we have this thing. So components related to our start page. Let's create a new folder for that. Inside this, let's name this as the start. Okay, same like this. Here I'm going to have a container in the specific item and the option to sort the order. So let's create each of those components now. Inside this, okay, so creating the start container component and also sort select component and the start item component. So these are the three components now. So let's just focus on this container. For this, the props, all we are going to send in is the user ID, and let's make this one as client-side component. The interface props, user ID, which is string, and here let me create a skeleton of this component. Returns, I'm just going to for now return this empty fragment, and here let's get this user ID, and this one where exactly we are supposed to use is in our start page, the assigned not assigned to the local and dashboard, the start page. Okay, this is where here inside this let me add in the start container and pass in here this user ID session.user.id, and let's now ignore this styling. I'm just going to add that one, and so this is where, so if I just navigate to start page, so here let me just add in here this dashboard slash start page. Okay, this is the thing, and inside this options sidebar component, let's add in this path also here where we have this dashboard. I'm just going to add in the path name, if even this is matching to dashboard start. Okay, so we are not going to have this option sidebar, and that's for that. Okay, so now all we need to do is focus on these components, and inside this start container, let's wrap everything inside this card component, and this one pretty straightforward. We'll have this bg background, border none, and shadow I'm just going to add in also the none. Okay, fine. And now inside this, the header, so pretty much the same like we had for other things. The flex to be row and items, let's center this, justify between, and here we'll have a div with the header. Okay, I need to close this, and now inside this let's add in this div, and the styling of this, again it's going to be flex, direction to be column, the space in the y direction 1.5, margin bottom 4, and margin bottom 0, and the header text, let's say I'm going to say this as the start items for now. Later we are going to change, In this one, let's make 2 times extra large font semi bold. So I can just copy this one, but anyhow we're done. Leading none, and the tracking to be tight. So that's the header and this card description. Let me add in some placeholder text, and let's make this text to be base. That's the thing. And after this div, we are going to have an option to sort, and after that here I'm going to have this card content. So basically this card content, make this one as a flex column gap of 4, and in here we are going to iterate through the start items. So to get the start items, we need to make a call to the endpoint which we created in this thing. So for us to make the call first, let's create this params object for sort type. Use search params from this next navigation, and here we can collect in here this sort param. It's going to be simple params dot get the sort value. So whatever the value, whether this is ascending and descending, we are going to get this one, this sort type, this sort param, and the sort param is equals to ascending, then it's going to be ascending, else this is going to be descending. Okay, and now the query function, so let's use this, use query, and inside this, and also let's get in here this data. I'm going to name this as startItems, and is loading, is error, and get this refetch function. Now inside this, the query function, make this one as asynchronous, and inside this the result, let's API saved get the user ID, which it's going to be the user ID, and this sort, pass in here the value as sort type. Okay, and it's pretty straightforward. So if you know result is not okay, so I'm just going to throw this error. Let's throw in error, this data, we are going to collect this one, and let's have this the start item type, this start item type, let's rename this one, whatever we have, the start from this types slash saved thing. So I'm just going to get this, since I'm creating the component with the same name, so that's why I'm just renaming this one to be start item type. Okay, and this one, it's going to be of the start item type array. So that's this data type, and once we get this data, I'm going to return this data in here, and after this we have to attach in this query key, and let's name this one as get start items, and I'm going to pass in here this user ID and the sort type for this. So this is the endpoint call, and here if it's loading, I'm going to render this loading screen component, so the one which we have, the loading screen, and if we have any error while we are trying to make this call, let's for now add in here something went wrong, so I'm just going to add in this text. Okay, So this is the thing. And now once we get this data, we need to iterate through this and pass into our components, which we don't have yet. So inside this start item, let's create this component. Again, this is going to be a client side component, and for this we are going to send the start item thing. So again, let's rename this one as star item type, because this component name is that. Okay, so this is what we'll be sending for this component. And here let's receive this props, and we are going to be rendering everything inside this link component from this yep, and attach in this href. So this one to attach, and let's first close this component, and in here let me get this components props, the items, and here we'll have this emoji id, link, the title, the type of it, updated, and also the workspace name. Okay, and here let me just attach in this link for this, and let's have this formatter. We'll use this use formatter, this date time, new date. I'm going to pass in here this updated at value, and let's just get this now date, and the item type, this is going to be based upon this type value. If it's a mind map, I'm going to name this as a mind map. Else this, it's going to be a task. For now I'm just adding in like this. We can replace this later with the other text. And after this, everything, let's wrap inside this card component, and the content of this pretty same. We'll show the emoji thing and the title of it, then updated by, and the button to start and all those things. Okay, so the card content, let's make this one flex, width full, justify between, and items, let's center this, and padding top, and inside this let's have this div, this one flex and gap of 4 items, let's center this one. And here we are going to use this read only emoji component and pass in for this selected emoji, and I wanted to pass in the additional styling for this component, which we don't have an option. So first let's have this the whatever the values that I get, let's iterate and pass in, and then we'll develop this one. Here the start items, let's iterate through this, get the start item, and now inside this the component that we have, the key, I'm going to pass in here the start item id, and the item, it's going to be the start item that we are going to pass in. And let's just close this component. So yeah, this is what we have now. That is what we are showcasing. So here this going to this, the read only emoji component, I wanted to add in the optional styling for this component. So let me add in the class name, which is again a string. So let's extract this one, and the current styling whatever we have. Let's use the cn and wrap inside this thing. Okay, and close this thing, and here I'm going to pass in this class name. This should be cn importing for this. Okay, that's all. Now I can pass in class name for this. So just going back to our start item, the emoji, I'm just going to pass in additional styling for this read only emoji component. So if it's a smaller screen involved, we'll have this item with 16, or less than the smaller screen it's going to be of 12. Okay, fine. So that's the styling, and after this read only emoji, let's have a div, and in here I'm going to add in the title and the star icon, the item center, and then inside this h2 tag let's make this text to be 2 times XL, and the font to be semi bold, and in here I'm just adding or showing the title. Okay, yep, the combined task and mind map title name, that's the detail. And here let's add the star icon, size let's say 22, and let's have some margin left. So then for the title, okay, this is the thing, and after this div we have this updated by. Then I'm going to show this div. So again, make this flex item center, and inside this one I'm going to show the item type. Item type, yep, that's the task, and this is the mind map. And let's make this one to be text muted foreground, and below this p tag let's add in this user our info component, and user details I'm going to pass in this updated by details. Yep, that's the thing. And in here let's add in this is for workspace name. Yep, so just for now this is what I added, and after this let's add in here this button variant. Let's make this one to be ghost, and we'll have here the star of icon, and inside this pan text I'm going to add in this unstar text, and let's add in some margin left. Okay, so this is the component and also the after item type. Let's add in the format dot datetime relative datetime, and pass in here this datetime and now. Okay, yep, that's the thing. We can add in some space. Okay, that's fine. So this is start item component, and the container component we almost have, so except that I need a component to toggle the ascending and ascending order. So here again this is going to be a client side component, and for this the props that will be sending it's going to be the sort type, which here it's going to be a string, or it can be null as well. And on refetch, this one, let's add in here this options, basically the 10 stack React query thing. So the refetch options and the refetch query filters of this, it's going to be t-page data, and this one I'm going to add in here this t-page data, or it can be of undefined, and we are going to return a promise of the type query observer result of this starred item array and unknown. Okay, fine. Query filters we do have here. Okay, this here on this okay, fine. Let's just ignore this type issue. Refetch options and all. Okay, let's ignore that type issue and this component now. This sort select. To just ignore that one, you can just add in any or ts ignore thing, that should be fine. And here this component, the props, let's get in here the sort type, refetch things, and now inside this let's have this router, use router from this nextjs, then on select handler, all I'm going to do is update the sort query param. So this type, it's going to be ascending or descending, and in here this router dot push dashboard start, in the query param this sort, the value it's going to be the input, the type, and after this let's call this refetch function. Okay, fine. And then this UI thing, it's going to be simple select component and default value. If this sort type is ascending, or this sort type it's descending, let's have this sort type, else this descending value, and on value change let's get this field, and this field I'm going to pass in here to this on select handler thing. This field I'm just going to typecast this one as ascending or descending. Okay, fine. And now we can have this select trigger and all. Though the select trigger component, the width, let's let's set this one to 180 pixel, and now inside this the select value, the placeholder I'm going to say sort for now. Okay, this is the placeholder, and after this the content of this thing will have this ascending or descending. The select item, the value here, this is going to be ascending, and the text of this is going to be ascending, and here this select item, the value, let's set this one to descending, and the text of this is going to be descending. Okay, so this is the component, and now let's ignore the type, and here after this div I'm going to import this component and add in here this sort select component sort type. Let me pass in here this sort type that we have, and the refetch function. So I'm going to pass in here this refetch function. So now we should see this thing. Yep, the sorting descending or ascending. So if I just say ascending, yeah, it is refreshing. And if I say descending, this is what this sort type it is. So now we added the components related to the starred items, and we are seeing all of the contents inside this. And the next thing, we added the unstar icon placeholder. So let's try to add in a function for removing a task and all of those things. So for that, to unstar, let's try to create in a hook. So inside this, so first let's ignore this error. Yeah, okay. So inside these hooks, let's create a new hook called use unstar item.tsx. Okay, so in this, so basically what we will do is we will try to update the starred item for using the toggle mind map and toggle task endpoint, where we can make this as a favorite, star and unstar. So that is this hook is about. So let's make this one as a client side component, and the props for this that we are going to send in is this id, the string, the item id, that one I'm just going to add in additionally into our the endpoint where we are getting these details. And this type, it's going to be either mind map or task. User id, this is going to be of type string, and then this sort type, this it's going to be ascending or descending. So these are the props, and now let's create this hook, this use unstar item, and in here this is going to be, and let's get this props, the id, item id, sort type, the type value, and also the user id. So inside this, like I said, we are going to make a query. So let's get this query client so that I can use query client, revalidate or cancel some of the queries, and the toast if there is any error to showcase when we are making the call to our endpoints, and the messages thing, so use translations, which it's the messages, and the router to redirect or refresh. Okay, and now the body type, so let's get here, if the type it's equals to mind map, though the body it's going to be the mind map id, which here in our case it's the item id. If not, it's going to be the task id, and pass in here this item id. And the API endpoint, again this is going to depend upon this type. If it's the mind map, the API is /API saved mind maps, and toggle mind map is our endpoint, If not, this is going to be saved tasks toggle task is the endpoint. So just depending upon these types, we are collecting the body and the endpoint, and also that we can actually make a query to that. So here now the actual query use mutation, and inside this is what we are going to pass in on star item. So here the mutation function asynchronous, here let's make a call to our API, and this is going to be a body. So this is the mutation function, and now on mutate, what are we going to do is, first thing, I'm going to cancel the queries of getting the star items. So star items, and pass in here this user ID and this sort type, and also let's collect here this previous star items, which we can get it query client dot get query data, and here this is going to be of type star item array, get star items, use this pass in the user ID and this sort type. So once we collect this previous star item, so I'm just going to check this previous star items. So did we get the some result? So let's validate this one, previous star items, and if so, and if they have values in here, so I'm just going to collect this after checking this, or else the empty array. And once we have this validated thing, we are going to update here the updated star items. So check previous star items, we are going to filter this the star item from that list, the star item dot id. Okay, so we are filtering this, and after this, let me again set this query data for this get star items, the user ID, sort type, and pass in this updated star items as the new data. And from here we are going to return this checked previous star items. Okay, and here let's ignore this type error for star items, and after this, if there is any error, like we normally handle this Axios error, and if I want the context also, so let me just get this context. So this query client for the query data for our star items, I'm just going to set whatever the previous it was. So here get star items, user ID, and the sort type, the context dot check previous star items, and here if we have this any error dot response dot data, so pretty standard, we are going to collect these values, else let's have this errors as the default message, and we are going to show in the form of a toast this title, message of error, and this variant, it's going to be destructive. Okay, so that's the thing. And after this, on settled callback function, I'm going to invalidate this queries get startItems and pass in here user ID and the sort type. And now we are going to refresh our write to see updated result. Okay, so this is the thing. And this mutation key, this it's going to be unstar item, and here also let's just ignore this. This is the hook which is going to help us to unstar this. So now we have this. Now I can use this one into the startItem component. So alongside for this, let me just pass in here the sort type, the ascending or descending as a props, rather than having inside this. And also the user ID I'm going to pass in. And here let me collect the sort type and the user ID. So once we collect, and I'm just going to use this hook here, so use on startItem, and now we need to pass for this ID, item ID, and the sort type, and also the user ID. And here let me just have this as the on unstar callback function. So why is this item ID? I do have okay, here I need to we have in here. So let me just get in this item ID. So this we don't have this one. So what I'm going to do, the endpoint where we have the saved get endpoint which we created. So let me just close all of this endpoint. Let me add in the item ID, and this is going to be task for mind map. It's going to be mindmap ID, and here I'm just going to add in, this is going to be task ID. Okay, and now we need to update this type as well, or else we are going to receive an error. So here this item ID, which it's going to be of type string. Okay, fine. So now just going back to this startItem component, this type should be updated. Yep, we do have. And now why is still the issue? Yep, so we are passing in here and getting this on star function. So here the item type, rather than like this, let's try to wrap inside use memo hook. So let's name this as item type sentence, and let's wrap inside this use memo hook, and this is going to depend upon this type value. And inside this we are going to return this type if it's equals to mind map. I'm going to add in this as a mind map text, else this is going to be task. So that is the one thing. And now on star handler we are going to, here this should be question mark, and we are going to receive an event of mouse event. So here inside this, let's prevent this one and call this on unstar function. Why is this error? This expression is not callable. What is it then we are returning? Okay, I'm not returning here, that's why it's throwing errors. So return unstar item, and now we shouldn't see any problem. Okay, fine. So that's the unstar thing, and now let's wait for the errors to fix. The item type and all, yeah, I need to change this. It's going to be now item type sentence. Okay, the unstar error is gone, and now the emojis that we have and all, let me change this one to item center, just making this one responsive. And even this div, let's make flex column and also flex row. Okay, and item center from small screen onwards, and width, let's set this to be full. In this div, let's again set this one to be full, and the div that we have here, same thing, let's make this one column, and from medium onwards let's have this to be row, and medium onwards make this item center, and also the gap, let's have 1. Okay, why is it taking so long? Let me just refresh this again. Compiling, it compiled, yep. Okay, this is the thing. So I'm just updating these styles along with the changes, and also these two things, the time sections that we have. Let me add in this div and make this as a flex items centered and have small gap between them, and then I'm just going to move this both of this inside this div. So yep, so I'm just moving inside this div, and for this user info card as well, let's pass in the styling that we can do customly. And after this, the button, let's try to add inside this drop down menu component, and in here this drop down menu trigger, it's going to be our button. So let me just add in this button inside this size. Let's make this one to be of icon, and instead of this text, let's remove and add in here this more horizontal icon. Now once we open this, we will have the actual content where we have the call to the endpoint which we just written. The drop down menu, content align, let's add in this one to be end, and the menu item, drop down menu item on click, let's call this on star handler, and the cursor, let's make this one to be of a pointer, and inside this let's add in this star of icon, and the size it's going to be 18, and the text it's going to be the same. I'm going to add in this unstar text, and let's add in some margin. Okay, so this is the thing. So if I just add in here, and if we click, we should not see this one. So let's just test this one. So if I click on this unstar, yeah, so it is unstarred and we saw the updated results. So again, if we just go to the place where we had this mind map, if I wanted to star that, and I wanted to see that one, so let's go to this thing and make this one to favorites, and let's go to the start page. We should see this. Yep, so that's what so we're able to star and unstar these things, and that's what we updated into this component, the starred item, and that's what we added here. And if there are no starred items, what are we going to do? Okay, let's say I'm going to remove this. Okay, saved task, toggle task, where is the endpoint? I think I configured wrong endpoint for that. It's the toggle task. Okay, so just going in here, the endpoint should be changed to toggle task, and I think now should be good. So let me just test this again. So if I wanted to unstart this, okay, again, where exactly is it? Saved tasks and the toggle task. Okay, again I misspelled, it's a toggle. Okay, now let's unstar this one, and let me, yes, it worked, and let me just unstar this one as well. So if we don't have any start items, I wanted to show a simple, like there are no start projects or task or something. Any task or mind map you star will be show up here, something text of that kind. Let's create a simple component inside this starred container. What is the issue? What is this issue? Okay, I need to pass in the other things, this sort type. So here this sort type and also the user ID. So if I just pass in here, we shouldn't see any issue. Okay, that's the thing. And like I said, let's create the no starred items component also. So this one also, the card. So basically let me just copy this one, and I'm just going to change this to simple component. For this there are not going to be any props, and also let's just remove all of the calls, the endpoint calls and all. So I'm just removing all of these things, the cost and all the text. Now instead of this one, I'm going to add in like there are no start projects or tasks, something like that. And the card description, I'm going to say that any task or mind map you so let me change, you star will show up here is what I'm going to show this one. And this sort type and all, let's just remove this one. And also here this card content, let's remove this. And here what I'm going to show, and also this props, let's remove. And whichever we are not using, I'm just removing everything. And here the card content, what I wanted to show is the SVG icon. So let's add in a simple SVG. So inside this SVG folder, let's add a new file called startItems list.tsx. And in here, let me just add in the SVG icon to show just the simple component. So that's what we'll be showcasing in place of the no content inside that component. Okay, so here I'm just copying this component, the SVG icon. So this is the simple startItems list. So this one we can show this one here. And this needs to be rendered if we don't have any startItems. So we need to update inside our container. So here after this error, let me add in here, if the startItems length is equals to 0, then I wanted to render this no okay, I did not change this, so let's change this one to no startItems component. And here let's update this one to no startItems component. So ideally we should see this component now, because we have no startItems currently, and that's what we expect it to show us. Let's see this one. So it's compiling. Yep, okay, this is what I wanted to show. So for this one to just style better, let's make this thing flex, and the flex column items, let me center this, and a margin top 12, and also some margin top 16, and if it's a medium, more margin top, and text to be a center, and overflow I'm just going to hide this. Okay, yep, so that's what I want. And here let's have this item center, justify between, space and all those things. Let me just remove this margins, and this should be good. Yeah, and also this one, let's add in here this some margin here, and fine. So this is just the placeholder, so if you don't have any start content, and this is the component which we just added. And for user info card as well, in our common section, let me add in here the optional, the styling, if I wanted to pass in wherever I'm consuming here. So I'm just adding in here the button that we have here. Let's try to make this one as a dynamic. So let's import this cn, and here I'm just going to close this, and let's attach in the class name that we are receiving as the prop. So basically additional styling if I wanted to. So this one, the class name, and let's add in this width also to be fit, and whatever we had before, let's make the text also to be secondary or foreground. Okay, so this is small change, and now the component where I am consuming in the start item. So basically here, this user info card where I'm just consuming, I can pass in the additional styling. So if I don't want any padding in the x direction or something like this. Okay, so we don't have any star items to see, but that's fine. So this is the things pretty much we are. And also this start page inside this dashboard, the thing that we have, let's make this height to be full. Okay, so you just saw the empty thing, so I'm just going back to this and I'm starting a task and mind map back, and let's, so here this mind map, let's start this, and even this task, let's start this task also, so that we'll see those two as the start items in our start page. It's compiling. Okay, let it compile, and once it compiles, I'm just going to add in, and okay, it's loading, it's compiling. Okay, fine. And here let me just add all this one also to favorites, and just moving to this start page. Now we should see both of those things. So yep, so now we have this, and everything should work as usual. Ascending, yes, descending, yep. And now let's try to localize this start page components, and also add in some error component. So yep, for start page, so again let's go to this messages array that we have. So we are going to add in for the start page related things. I'm just going to copy those details also. So in here below this, I'm just copying this. So start related things, default name, unstar, and client error, and all those things. Okay, and I'm not adding another section. Then now just going to all of these components, start item. So let's just use this translations, and this thing, it's going to be of a start, and this thing, whatever the value that I added in here, now I can change this one to like t of item sentence dot mind map. Okay, yeah, that's what mind map. And even this one also, let me change this one to item sentence dot task. Okay, fine, yep, that's the thing. So we just added that, and also here in the headers that we have. So basically let's just change this one, the header that I have. If we don't have the title and this type, it's equals to mind map, then I'm going to display in here this default name dot mind map. Okay, so fine, and This is for the mind map. Same way for task, I'm just going to display here. If this type is task, and instead of this mind map, I'm going to add in here this task. And if we have this title, and then we are going to display this title. So just small change here to just display default message in case we have no title for that. Okay, so and after this one, the updated by thing, let me change this, the text after this text. Let me just add in here some space and add in this sentence t of item sentence dot by. Okay, yep. So the by thing, and also in the workspace name, let's change this one completely and add in here the item sentence dot in. Okay, yep. So that's the change. And also I guess we have here unstar thing. So this alone, if I just change this, this is localized. So t of unstar. Okay, so if I just open this one, yep, the remove star is what we have the text, and that's the thing. And now we need to localize the container, the star item container, and in here again let's use this translations. So the translations, the star thing. So in here again okay, this one, if this is just should be I mean it can be anywhere, any type. So I'm just changing this to reverse descending. Okay, and here instead of the oops something went wrong, let's create a simple component for that alone. So here inside this components folder, let's create this new folder called error, and here inside this, let's name this as a client error dot tsx, and inside that, so I'm going to have a so basically whatever we had for no start items. So let me just copy all of this thing and going to this client error, and inside this, the props, that thing we are going to send in is the message. So here this is going to be message of a type string. Okay, and let's rename this component to client error. So this is what it's going to be, client error. And here this message, let's add in here this props, and these things, the workflow, the styling and all, it's going to be pretty much the same. What is the issue? The props. Okay, and the title, let's change this one to be the translation. So let me just have this translation. So use translations, and this one it's going to be client error, which we just added. And also let's have this router. So use router, and now this one, the title, it's going to be t of the title, whatever the value that we have. And inside this description, let me add in this message that we receive as a prop, and let's have this some margin top so that there's some space. Okay, and inside this card content, now instead of this one, let's add in a button which tries to refresh the page, and let's see if the still issue occurs. Okay, this size, let's set this one to be a large size, and the styling for this, the text should be white, and on click let's make this router to be refresh the page. Okay, so that's the thing, and inside this, the text of this button, it's going to be t of button. So this is client error component. Now here, instead of this one, the component that we have, I'm going to render this client error component. So let's add in this client error component the message that I'm going to pass on. It's going to be t of the error. Okay, so this is the component, and now the description and all. So let me just the title, again this, it's going to be t of the title. So let me just add in here this title, and this description also, it's going to be the t of description. So okay, so you will see now the default text will be gone. Yeah, here you will find all your saved mind maps and tasks. So this is the title in the localized thing, and same thing to be a sort select component. Let me add this translations, again use translations. So here this one, the start thing, and now this the select thing, let's try to wrap inside a div. So inside this div, let's add in here this select component, and here the ascending thing and the text that we have, these titles. So this, it's going to be t of sort dot ascending, and this one is going to be t of sort dot descending. Okay, and also just below this, I'm just going to add in small info, or like let's add in here this sort dot info. That's why I'm just wrapped inside this div. So in here, that is sort, and let's just style this one to smaller size, so text to be smaller, and I'm just going to mute this foreground and have some margin top. Okay, yep, so sorting by edit date, so that's the text that we are providing. And even this no start items, let's add this translations, use translations, and here this is going to be start dot no underscore items, and the title that we have and everything, let me just change this one to title, in this one to description, t of description. Okay, fine, so that is the thing. And also cells were reversed in the saved get endpoint. Also let me just reverse this sort of type, so false and true. Okay, and yep, that's the thing. And also now, yeah, that is the localizing of the start page and all those things. And next focus, it's going to be on our assigned to me pages, and either you can have this one as the full or just remove this, it's your choice. So I'm just removing this. Okay, fine. Now related to component assigned to me sections. For assigned to me sections, let's add in the components for them also. And just a small change I just wanted to add for the warning component, the color change. I just wanted to change that to blue color. this security card rather than this yellow so that it looks good. So let me change this one to blue. Yep. And now this components, so where I'm going to create I will focus on the page components eventually. Now let's try to add in a filter related components. Like let's say you wanted to filter the tasks or mind maps belonging to you and all those things. So the best place that we wanted to be adding in here, it's going to be an options sidebar. Let's create a new folder inside this assigned to me filter. Okay, and here I'm just going to create a component for that. Let's name this one as assigned to me filter.tsx. okay, that's the component, and also assigned to me the workspace component. So let me create that component also, assigned to me workspace component. Okay, fine. Now these things needs to be showed as part of the assigned to me page. So basically, so this is assigned to me page, and now when I click on here, the options sidebar section, we don't have anything. So for that is what I'm trying to create this components as part of this assigned to me page in the options sidebar. So for us to see here, let's add in after this thing, let's create here the placeholder component for this filter. So let's make this one as a client side component, and the interface props for this that we'll be sending in is the user workspaces. So here this workspaces, it's going to be workspace array, and now this component, let's create in here this assigned to me filter, and now inside this one, let's return this empty fragment for now, and the props is this user workspaces. So on this one I wanted to include here after this. So basically inside here let's add in this path name check first. If this path name is the dashboard assigned it to me, then I'm going to show this component user workspaces, and we don't have this user workspaces, and I need to pass into this component. So let me add in here this user workspaces. This it's going to be of type workspace. Let me just destructure this user workspaces so that I can pass on to this component user workspaces. Okay, fine. And now for this options sidebar component we need to update. So to pass for this options sidebar, so we need to pass in the value for this options sidebar. So that one, let's go to our sidebar container, and in here for this, let's add in here this user workspaces, and I'm going to pass in here this user workspaces. Okay, that's the small change, and let's try to work on this component so that we see something on the screen. So let's wrap everything inside this div and make this one to be flex and column and have this gap of 6. Width I'm going to make it full, and in here first the title, let's add in this type. So basically type in this sense uh, like tasks, mind maps, all of those things. So that I wanted to show, so let's create a constant list here. Let's name this as a radio options, and in here this id, it's going to be all. The label, let's say this is going to be all, and then the id, it's going to be for task. The label, this one, let's add in this as a task. Later we are going to change it, and this id, it's going to be mind maps. The label, let's say this is going to be mind maps. Okay, and I'm just going to have this as a const. Now we have this list, so I wanted to render inside this div, so let me use the radio group component, and the value for this one to pass in the current type and all. Let's try to store inside this variable current type, and I'm going to wrap inside this use memo, and depending upon this type param. So here again we are going to get those types and all using search params. So let's get that search params using the search params, and here this is going to be the type params, whether the task, mind maps, or all. That is the thing like we have for our sorting thing. So search params dot get type, and let's add it and also get this workspace filter param. Here again we are going to pass in specific workspace, and now this router to just push the values. Okay, so on change of the values in the radio type, and now here this one, it's going to depend upon this type params, and inside this so what I'm going to do, let's the type params if we have, and the type params is equals to all, or the type params it's equals to the mind maps, or the type params is equals to tasks. Then it's going to be type params, or else the value it's going to be all. Okay, what is the issue? Yep, this is the thing, the current type, and this value, let me pass in here this current type for this one, and also let me just close this radio group so that we don't see any issues, and let's have the function to handle the radio change values. So in here we are going to expect these values to be of all, or this task, or it's going to be for mind maps. So once we get these values, so the link it's going to be this dashboard, and the assigned to me page. Okay, so assigned to me page. So this is the link, and now what I'm going to do is check for the workspace filter param, and if we do have the link, what I'm going to do is this dashboard assigned to me. I'm going to add in here this workspace, here the workspace filter param alongside this type, which it's going to be the value. Okay, else the link it's going to be just with the type thing, so assigned to me, and here this workspace it's going to be the value I'm going to have in this all, and this type, let's pass in the value that we received as the param. So this is what link it's going to be, so assigned to me workspace, and here it's all, and that's the thing. And after this we have this value, whatever the current route that we have, I'm just going to replace this with this link. So this is how we are going to handle this radio change, and I can just pass in here on value change. Here let's pass in this handle radio change, and this default value it's going to be the current type. Okay, so these are the radio group, and now we are going to use this radio options list and try to iterate through this, get this each radio object, and I'm going to have this radio group item and set the value to the ID that I have, this radio.id, and the ID also, let me just pass in here this radio.id. So this is going to be the radio group item, and after also this label component, let's make this one the cursor pointer, and the HTML for I'm going to attach in here this radio ID, and this label it's going to be radio.label. Okay, so this is what it is. Yep, now you can see all those things. This needs to be styled. So basically let's not worry about that. I'm just going to style eventually all of these things, and after this let me add in here one more div, and I'm just going to add in the workspaces like assigned to me and all those things. Okay, so here I'm going to add in the title as the workspace. Okay, and after this the links for that, the active link component, let's add in the link for this, and inside this the text that I'm going to add in is the div, and here let's add in this layout grid icon in size, let's say of 18. Okay, fine, so that is the thing. And after this let's add in simply the workspace, and below this one the user workspaces that we get, we are going to iterate through this and get each of the workspace, and in here the assigned to me workspace, whatever we have, we are going to use that component and render. Okay, so this is the thing, the assigned to me filter. So let's just style this better. The text that we have, just text to be extra small, and if it's a smaller screen, let's make this one to be smaller. And uppercase title text, let's make this one as a muted foreground. So that's the type. And after this div where we have this radio group, make this one flex column and have this gap of 2 width to be full and have some margin top. So that's, yep, now we have some space. And the radio options where we have the div or each item key, let's assign this as a radio ID. And now this styling, make this one as a flex. Let's center this, have some space in the x direction, height of 9. You can see the reflection on the right hand side. And this rounded medium, padding 3, transition, let's add in this colors for the duration of like 200 milliseconds. Hover, let's make this BG accent, and the hover, the text color, let's make this one foreground and cursor to be pointer. Okay, yep, now you can see now it's hovering and all, it's looking good. So that's the styling for this. And on click of this div, what are we going to do? So just below this, let me add in this on click functionality, and here let's get this the current target dot first child as this HTML button element, and I'm going to get this ID, this button dot ID as all, or this mind maps tasks or null. Okay, so this is the ID, and if we have the ID, then I'm going to trigger this handle radio change and pass in ID for this thing. So that's what we are going to do in here. And now this radio item, let's add in the scale effect for this, scale of 75, and medium, let's add in the scale of 90. Okay, fine, yep. So you can see now, so if I just click in, the params will be set in. So now we don't have, so I'm not going to test the on click functionality. And this text, the title, whatever we have for this one, let me just copy in here for this workspace as well. I'm just applying the same, and this div as well, let's add in same thing, gap of 2, width full, margin top of 2. Okay, and this active link component, let's pass in here this variant to be ghost, and size of this to be smaller, and the href that we are going to pass in for this, it's going to be the dashboard assigned to me, and the query param, the workspace is equals to all, and the type that I'm going to pass in is this value that we have in this current type. So this is what we are going to pass in for this. And the styling for this, let's make this one width full, flex, justify start, so that it starts at the left section, and items center, gap of 2, overflow, let's just hide it. And now if this workspace param is equals to all, then I'm going to add in here bg secondary, and font to be a semi bold, else this one to be empty. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. And this layout grid, let's make this one rounded medium, background to be primary, text, let's add in this white color, font to be bold, and height and width, let's set this one to 7. Flex, justify our center, and I'm going to center this items. Okay, yep, now it looks better, the layout grid that we have. And yeah, pretty much this thing. And here let me add in this disable active state color for this component. So for us to add this one, I need to tweak this component. So let's go to this component and add in here this disable active state color, and this is going to be optional, so boolean is what I'm going to pass in. After this workspace icon, let me just get this disable thing. By default I'm going to set this to false, and here I need to add in this comma. And this one, the thing that I have, let me check this disable active color and pass in this way. Now we shouldn't see any issues. Okay, and also for radio group, so yeah, you can see the param that we are setting in. That's fine. So yep, this error let's ignore. So just going back to this assign to me filter. So this is the thing, and now this workspace component I need to work on. So just going to this component, this one again, it's going to be client side component, and the props that we are going to send for this, it's going to be the whatever the filter params that we have, the workspace filter param, whether this is a string or null, and this workspace details, which is going to be of type workspace, and the href to that workspace, and also the current type. Okay, fine. Now here this component, it's going to be assigned to me workspace, and this component, let's return everything that we have, the active link component. So here we have this error. Let me just add in this thing, and here the props, let's just destructure those values, workspace filter param, href, and this current type. Okay, so these things, and now let me just import into this component and develop this one. Remove this empty fragment, the assign to me workspace component, the current type. Now let me pass in here this current type, workspace param filter param, and then this key, let me pass in here this workspace ID. Okay, I did misspell this workspace. Workspace. Okay, fine. This one should be small. Yep. Let me close this so that we don't see an error. And the href this one, it's going to be dashboard slash assigned to me, and the workspace details is what I'm going to pass in. Okay, fine. So now we have these three workspaces, and that's why we are seeing that. So going to this component now, let's the h reference, it's going to be whatever the value that I receive, and the param, let's pass in here this workspace ID, and this type, let's attach in this current type that we are receiving. So this is what it's going to be. And the ID, let me just destructure from here the ID, color, image, and name. Okay, fine. And the workspace color, I'm just going to add in the use memo based upon this color that we see, the background color and the on our background color. So like I added in multiple components, so I'm just taking it from there and copying it here. So this is the colors. So use memo, let me just import this one. So the custom colors, let me import use memo and also the custom colors. Yep, so this is just the straightforward based upon the color value that we're receiving, we are setting that background thing. So that thing I'm going to add in eventually. So here let's pass in this disable active state color. Variant, it's going to be of type ghost. Size, I want it to be smaller. The styling, let's make this with full flex. Justify start items, let's center them. Have this cap of 2 overflow, just hide it. And here based upon this workspace filter param, if it's matching to ID, then I'm going to have this background secondary font to be semi bold, else nothing. Okay, fine. Now inside this, if we have the image, I'm going to use this image component and pass in here this source for this, the image, and the alt, let's for none of the things we have the image. So in height and the thing, let me just set this to 300. Before we had, but we just deleted the old db. Okay, so this is the thing, and the styling for this, just the height and the width, I'm just setting this to 7. Object to be cover and rounded to be medium. Okay, this is the image, and if we don't have the image, this div is what will be rendering, and inside this all I'm going to have is the first letter, convert this to uppercase. Okay, that's what we have, and now we need to style this thing. Rounded medium, text, let's make this one white, font to be bold, height and width, let's set this one to 7, flex, and justify center items center, and pass in whatever the workspace color that we have. Yep, so this is the thing, and the name after this one, let's add in this name of the workspace. Yep, so this is how it's looking now. It's looking good. So that's the assigned to me workspace component, and now we are adding we are seeing that in this section which we added as part of our option sidebar, and included the additional prop and showcasing that. Okay, fine. So now inside this workspace options, the small change I'm going to pass in here for this shortcut, the workspace ID, and the sidebar link component inside this thing. Let me add in optional include prop. So here let me just get in this include thing and pass in for this active link component. Okay, and this one we are referring inside this top component, so I'm just going to pass in here this include. So this link include, and I'm going to change this one, the top sidebar links in the utils. Let me add in the library folder utils, and here for Pomodoro let me just add in this include dashboard Pomodoro. Okay, so this is the thing, and that's what we are referring inside this top, and now we don't have any issue with the types. And also in the workspaces, yeah, so that's the change for us to see the option sidebar for our assigned to me section. And after this thing, what we are going to do is let's try to make an endpoint which is going to get us the data about assigned to me page and all those details. So on that one, let me create an endpoint inside this API folder in the assigned to. Create a new folder called get, and here let me create the route.ts, and now we are going to change this. So whatever we have here, let me just copy this one, and inside this let's remove this, minimize this terminal section, and here whatever we are getting is the workspace filter param and the current type, whether this is the all tasks mind map and also the user ID. Okay, so let me first collect the workspace filter param. This one, it's going to be just workspace, and after this let's get here this user ID, changing this to user ID, and also we have this current type, url dot search params get this type, and here let's just check for if we don't have this user ID, so I'm just returning this wrong data. Now here in this try catch block, if we have this workspace filter param and the workspace filter param is not equals to all, then let's just move this one here, and we are going to change this. Let's name this one as task and mind maps, and this one we are going to pass in here the ID as workspace filter param and include, or let's remove all of these things, include task and the filter the assigned to task and some get this user ID. Okay, same thing we are going to do for mind maps, where assign it to mind map and some user ID. Okay, so this is going to give us task and mind maps, and in here let's move this one to this block. So if we don't have this task and mind maps, I'm going to reply in here with this message, errors dot no workspace. Okay, and the status code, let's return this as 404, and this is the thing, and else let's switch based upon not else, and now we are going to switch based upon current type. So if this case is tasks, then I'm going to get only the task data. So we need to again filter this, or else transform this. This one, it's going to be assigned to me tasks and mind maps, and let me just create these types. Going to this extended file in our type section, so here let's include the types for that. So export interface assigned to me data item, in this it's going to have the ID which is of type string, this title again a string, emoji string, the link have a string, and workspace name. Okay, and this one we are going to have use inside this assigned to me task and mind maps. So assigned to me task and mind maps. So here let me add in here this task, so which is going to be assigned to me data item, and also this mind maps, it's going to be assigned to me data item. So this is the type that we have, and now I'm just going to import that into this endpoint that we are building. So this, it's going to be assigned to me task and data maps thing, and here this tasks, whatever we have, let's get this tasks and transform the details, only the things that we want. So in here this ID, the task ID, and this title, let's have in this task dot title, the emoji we are going to add in this task dot emoji, and this link, it's going to be the dashboard workspace, and pass in here this workspace ID, the task section and the task full or page, and pass in here this task ID. Okay, that's the link, and here this workspace name, task and mind maps dot name, it's going to be that. And after this, the mind maps, let me just leave this as the empty object, and then we are going to return here this response with the assigned tasks data, and status code, it's going to be 200. So this is what we are going to do. And now For this mind maps case, let me just copy this one, the mind maps, and here let's just change this to assigned mind maps data, and yep, and here instead of this one, let's rename this one to this task. It's going to be empty array, and this one it's going to be mind maps, and I need to change this one. Instead of this task, it's going to be the mind maps, and change the name of this to mind map, the ID and all. Let me just change in here. This one to mind map. Okay, ID it's going to be same, title emoji, and the link workspace mind map workspace ID, and here it should be mind maps, and we have this mind map, and pass in this mind map ID and workspace name. This one should be this task, and mindmaps.name. Okay, if there is anything else I will change it later. For now I'm just focused on getting this data, so this is going to be assigned mind maps data. Okay, and default, so this, if this default, what we are going to do is, let me just copy this for the task whatever we had, and for mind maps I'm going to copy this one, okay, and the name of this, it's going to be assigned all data. Okay, that's the thing, and this one, let's change this to assigned all data. The ID, title, emoji, and the link, and whatever we had, we are just attaching that. Now not a single thing, it's going to be an empty array, and here assigned all data. And if this is not the case, so here, now in the else part, let's try to get this task and mind maps await db.workspace find many, and in here let's include the task, and where assigned to task sum, so pretty much the same, the user ID, and same for this mind maps. User ID. Okay, so this, it's going to give us the task and mind maps data. And in here, once we get this, and so let me just close this one. So after this, we are going to check if this task and mind maps length is equals to 0. If that is so, we are going to return in here this empty array, else and the status code as 200. If not, the assigned data, this is assigned to me task and mind map data. For now, let's have this the empty arrays for both of those things, and now I'm just going to again use this current type based on this. So if the case is the tasks and mind maps, let's iterate through this each item, and inside this, the assigned data for each task, I'm going to push this item that task map this each task, and what we need in here is this the id, the task.id, the title, and whatever we had in that definition, and this emoji, which it's going to be item dot, this task dot emoji, and link this one dashboard workspace task dot workspace id, then this task, and I'm going to add in here this task.id. okay, that's the link, and workspace name, it's going to be the item.name. okay, this is what it's going to be. And after this, let me just break from here. And now for the mind maps, so let me just copy this whole thing, and for mind maps just iterate through this, and now instead of this task, it's going to be mind maps, and item dot mind maps, and get this I'm going to change this to mind maps, or mind map dot title emoji, and this thing, let me change here this mind map workspace id, and this one, let's change mind maps and mind map, and also here the id of this mind map, and this is how it's going to be the same. And default it's the default case in here, let's whatever I just copied, we are going to push for this task, and also whatever we have here for mind maps, also we are going to do the same. okay, fine, and we are going to break, and after this let's just return the next response JSON, the assigned data that we have with the status code as 200. This is how we get the data related to whatever the assigned to me section is. And let's remove this one because we handled all in the return section. And this if there is any error, we return the 405 if there is any db error. So this is the endpoint to get the data that I want this thing. And now, like we did create for a start me container and all those things, we need to create the container for this as well. So components that we have, the assigned to me, I'm just going to create a new folder inside this, the assigned to me folder, and inside this let's create a new file. Let's name this as assigned to me container.tsx. okay, and let's make this one as client side component, and the props that will be sending on for this component, it's going to be user id, which is of type string. And this component, let's export the bare minimum skeleton, then we will use this one in our assigned to me page, so which we are currently having nothing in that page. So assigned to me container, and this props, let me get this props here, this user id, and inside this one we are going to make a API call to the endpoint which we just created. and for now let's return in here this empty fragment and name this as something like assigned to me container. I'm just going to add the API calls and all to this. So inside this dashboard page section here, let me just import the component in here, this assigned to me container, pass in here this user ID, which it's going to be session.user.id. and now we need to work on this component, which I will. So let's go to this component assigned container, and in here I want to get the current type and workspace filter param, which we have in this sidebar section in the options sidebar for assigned me to filter. This is where we have. So let's do one thing. Let me move this code to one hook, and we'll use that one inside this component as well as in the component that we need. So for us to do that, let me create in here this new hook. Let's name this as useGet assigned to me. Let's name that as params.tsx. Okay, and in this whatever I have in here, let me just copy all of this, and then later I will remove from here. Let's make this as a client side component, and the hook useGet assigned to me params. And now inside this, let's just copy this and import this use search params and also this router from this next intl client and this use memo, the type and the workspace. So if we have this workspace, then we are going to have in this one, else by default I'm going to set this all, and current type, it's whatever we have, it just stays the same. And from here let's return the current type and workspace filter param, so that now we can reuse this across the component. And first in this assigned to me filter, whatever I just copied, let me just remove this, and we are going to use this get assigned to me params hook, and I'm just going to destructure here this current type and workspace filter param, and also the router I did remove. So let's add in here, that's the error that we are seeing, use router. Okay, what else? The issue, why is this issue? Okay, this is going to use router, and let's remove which we are not using. Now we have this reusable thing, and all I can do is go to our container, and here let me just import the hook which we just created, use get assigned to me params, and let's just destructure the current type and workspace filter param here. And after this, let's make the call to our endpoint, and in here let's get our data, which I am renaming this to assigned info, and is loading, let's again rename this to is loading info, and if there is any error. Okay, and now inside this the query function asynchronous, and here this result, let's make a call to the endpoint which is /API assigned to and here this get endpoint, and in here we are going to provide in this as a query params workspace, and provide in here the workspace filter param, and add in this type, which it's going to be the current type, and user ID. I'm going to pass in this user ID. So this is the endpoint, and after this, just the straightforward. If the results are not okay, we are going to throw this error, new error, and let's try to get this data. If there is no error, await response.json, and I'm going to return this data. This needs to be changed to query function, and after this the query key, and for this let's name this as get assigned to me info, and pass in here this query params, user ID, work filter param, and this current type. So this is what we pass in for this. And for now, let's just console this assigned info, and rendering this in the component and all. We will take care. Okay, so that's the thing. So now we just added to that. So if I just refresh this one, we should see this one. Okay, let's remove this query params and try refreshing this. Still the data is undefined. All user ID, okay, it's successful, and this is client side component. So all I have to do is check in this console. We should see some data. Yep, this is the data that we have, the mind maps, tasks, and all those things. That's what we want. We'll see this in UI eventually. Now we are able to get this data. So let me create in a singular item inside this component. Let's name this as assigned to me item component, and for this also let's add in the one more props, the created at and type of it as well from the endpoint itself, so that it makes my work easier. So just a small change so that I can properly display in the component. So the assigned to get route here, I need to add in the created at in time, all those things. So basically let's just minimize this one, the terminal, and open here. After this thing, let me add in this created at, which it's going to be task.created at. In type, I'm going to add in here itself the type things. So same thing I need to do for other things. And also let's try to create a reusable function which is going to help us sorting the assigned data by created at, and that's the main reason why I'm adding here. So for that reusable function, the best place is going to be our library folder. So I'm just creating a new file here called sort assigned to me data.ts, and inside this it should be simple. So this name, let's name this as sort assigned data by created at, and in here we are going to receive the assigned all data So this one, it's going to be assigned to me task and mind maps type, and in here once I receive this sorted array, all we are going to do is whatever we have the mind maps and whatever we have the task, I'm going to sort here based upon this created at value. So in here, let's just take this one and compare this created at and call in this get time function and subtract this new date of this a dot created at and this set time. Okay, and finally I'm just going to return here this sorted array. We are receiving the error because I need to add in for this the created at and the new things that we are adding. So here I need to add in this created at, which is of type date, and this type which should be let's create in here a simple type, export type assigned item type, and here this is going to be task or the mind map. Okay, so now let's have this. So now we shouldn't see any issues in the function which we added here. Yep, so now we have this, so we can go to this endpoint and now use this helper function while we are returning this. So basically here, rather than returning this, I'm going to use this sort assigned data by created at and pass in here assigned task data. Okay, same thing here as well, the created at mind map dot created at, and this type it's going to be of the mind map, and here as well let's pass in this as the input for this sort assigned data by created at, and here as well let's add in task dot created at, this type it's going to be task, and here as well let's add in mind map dot created at, and this type it's going to be a mind map. Okay, and here let's use this function. Yep, and here as well I need to add in all the places. This one it's going to be the task dot created at, and this type it's going to be task, and let me add in this one assigned item type. Okay, here again created at, this is going to be mind map dot created at, this type it's going to be mind map assigned item type. And let's just copy these things for here this mind map, and for this task let's just copy from here. Okay, that's the thing, and finally here we are going to use this function to sort by created at and give me this data, so that we don't have to do every task in our the component where we are receiving. So just heavy lifting the things that we have, and now going to this component where we are focusing on this item, let's create this one, and we are going to name this as assigned to me item, and the props for this I'm going to send is of assigned to me data item. So assigned to me data item, and here let's just get that props, and the info, let's again destructure the emoji, id, link, title, workspace name, the type, and created ad. So this is the data that will be sending into this component, and everything let's try to wrap inside this card, the card content component. Let's worry about, so basically for now let's wrap inside this div this read only emoji component, pass in here this emoji styling and all. I'm going to do this eventually, and after this inside this div let's have this div for title. So in here for now let's just show this title. We are going to handle the same way for the name, and if type is mind map and type is task and all those things. So I'm just leaving this for now, and now we need to use inside this assigned to me container. So to use in here let's remove this one and try to wrap inside this card component. Okay, so basically whatever the things that we added, so now we don't have anything in that. So inside this card component let's just add the header. So pretty common, like for whatever other sections that we added, the header I'm going to say assigned to me later, let's say, yep, that's the card, and the description inside this. For now let's add in some placeholder text. Yep, that's the card description, the header, and after this the card content that we have. And inside this let's do like assigned info dot map. Okay, and in here get this info and pass on to this component assigned to me item component. Here we are going to pass in here this info, and the key here it's going to be info dot id. Okay, let's just see this one if we see something or any errors. Okay, the assigned info thing, let's try to handle this better. This loading in and all, let's just keep its default values whatever we had. The error also, let me just get the value, and this use query type is going to be of assigned to me data item array, and here this error, and in asynchronous if you don't receive any result, let's do one thing, the error, let's get this error as a string, and I'm going to throw this as the error by passing in this error thing, and whatever we have before, let's just keep it that way, and let's handle this one. If it's loading, we are going to return this loading screen. If it's error, let's try to return this client error component which we created. So here I'm just going to pass in the message for this. Let's say this is going to be error dot message, and the let's just close this one, and the messages I need to get this from this translation, so use translations, and here it's going to be messages. Okay, fine. And in here this client error component, let me pass in the additional props for that, like the link to go on reset. I'm just going to add in for this as the optional. Let's name this as href to go on reset. This is going to be of type string, so let's destructure this value, and after router refresh, or else let's do this conditional check. If we have this one, so the link, I'm going to navigate to this link, else I'm just going to refresh the current page. Okay, that's the thing, and here I'm just going to pass in here this value in the container. The value that we will be passing in, it's going to be slash dashboard assigned to me, and the workspace, it's going to be all, and the type also, it's going to be all. Okay, fine, this is the thing, and now I can just remove this, and let's try to better handle this one also. So how I'm going to handle this based upon this current type. So if this current type is all, and this workspace filter param is also all, and the assigned info dot length is equals to 0, then we are going to say that there are no matched results or something like this. For now I'm just going to change that later. So if this is not the case, so that is the assigned info dot length, it's equals to 0, then we can say I did not find any results matching criteria, something like this. We are going to change that, and if that's not the case, and now we can render this section. So let me just remove this brackets, and I think we should be good. This is going to handle all of the scenarios, and now just the styling, pretty standard that we had for other sections. Background bg on the border none, shadow to be none, and here this header, let's make this flex to be row. In items, let's center them and justify between the div that we have here. Let's make this one as a flex, and the direction to be column, space in the y direction 1.5, margin bottom of 4, and if it's smaller, less than smaller screen, will have margin bottom of 4, if not margin bottom of 0, In this title, text size to be 2 times extra large, the font type semi bold. So basically whatever we have for the other pages. Tracking tight. In this card description, I'm just going to apply this text to be base. Okay, in this card content, let's make this flex column in gap of 4. Why is this still an issue? I'm mentioning here this is of type this one. Okay. So am I not checking the errors? Current type, and this is the case, and this is the case. We are showcasing this results. Else, we are checking this. Okay, and this assigned to me item. This one we need to export this card inside this one. Now we should say something. Yep, we have that, and that needs to be styled. And what is this issue? Yeah, now it is fixed. So this needs to be styled now. So the card content, let's make this one flex width full, justify between, and if it's a smaller screen onwards, let's have this item center padding at the top 4, and this div, let's again make this flex column, flex row, smaller screen onwards, gap of 4, and items, center them and have this width full. And this read only emoji, yep, now it's looking good. This one, let's have height and width to be 16 and less than the smaller screen. Let's set this height and the width as 12. Okay, yep, so that's the thing. And now here this div where we are trying to show this title, let's make this width as full and make this flex items, let's center them, and this text of this header text should be larger screen. If it's a smaller screen onwards, let's make 2 times extra large. Font type, let's make this semi bold. Yep, and this one only if the title is not null, let's render this else, and also let's just check if this we don't have title and this type it's equals to mind map, then I'm going to add in here this something like placeholder for now, default name mind map. Okay, same applies for the type task as well. So here we will change this. I'm just adding in here for checking. Okay, so here this task, fine. So this is the thing assigned to me section, this title and all this text and all, we are going to localize this. That should not be a problem, but at least now the endpoint that we created to get this data that I have and the task and the mind map related details, I'm getting into this component. So once we got this, let's try to make this component better. So that I'm just going to make it better, And also let's try to get the updated details as well in our endpoint. And once we get this created, why updated details and all those things, let's try to create separate item card for this assigned item, and we'll display all of this details, your user avatar and I updated by and all those details. So this assign to thing, all I wanted to do, it's basically include the update by details as well. So in here, after this task, let me include the updated by details. So the username, basically all the details that we need regarding this user, and the ID like we just added for the other endpoint, and here the surname, this it's going to be true. Let's just copy this one, and we are going to do the same thing here as well. Okay, to the mind maps as well. And now here let's include the workspace ID, which it's going to be of workspace task.workspace ID, and then this updated object at task.updated at and by task.updated by. So same thing, let me just copy and okay, this is for okay, did I miss this endpoint? Because for mind maps we don't have anything. Okay, yes, I did mess it up. For our task we have this, and in here I just need to remove this extra thing. Yep, the mind maps thing, that's what we have. And let me just copy this thing and change this thing to mind map. Okay, yep, mind map things and all those things, and this is the thing. Okay, a lot of things messed up, case for trunks and mind maps, and in this default section there should not be any case. Now should be fixed. Yep. And here also let's add in the task details and the mind map details here as well. Okay, sorry guys, I just did not notice this one. So just see this, you fixed the case whatever I just had, and the other places also whatever we added in this endpoint, that needs to be included in below as well. So after this, here let me add in this include updated by details, and here as well we are going to get this, and after this the same thing that I copied here, let me just copy this one and paste first for this thing, and now for this task. So let me change this one to task. Same thing for this as well. So this one, let me change this to task, and here this mind map stays the same. Okay, a lot of changes, but that's a simple. So we just are trying to get this workspace ID along with the updated details. Okay, and also here while we are saving this getting route, here as well the mind maps, let's include the workspace ID. This one, the mind map dot workspace ID, and here as well the workspace ID, which it's going to be task dot workspace ID. Yeah, I think they should be good. Those are the endpoints change, and now we need to update our definitions in this types extended. So in here, add in this updated object, the add, which is going to be of type date, and this by, this is going to be optional, which is of type user info, and this is going to be of type null. And even in this saved, I need to add in here this workspace ID, which is of type string. Okay, so we just updated this one, and so basically in here the start page that we have, I'm going to add in this workspace ID link for each of this thing inside our start item component. So let me just close this one, the error as well. So in here the start item, let's here add in the workspace ID. So we are getting this workspace ID, and just going in here at the bottom, here let's add in the name whatever we have inside this link component, and the styling, let's pass in this as the button variants, and here this variant I'm going to set this one as a link. And also after this, let's set this padding 0, and now inside this thing I'm going to pass in this workspace name, and the link for this, it's going to be dashboard slash workspace, and the workspace ID that we added as our param. Okay, so now let's see, we shouldn't see any issues. Okay, it's loading, and this just the small change of adding this ID. Yeah, I think we shouldn't see there's not a problem. We should get the same data as it was before. The only change is this workspace ID is a link now, and this paragraph text that we have, let's add in some space here. It should be, yep, now we have some space, and this is what, clicking on this, it takes us to this workspace ID page. Okay, that's the small change, and now we need to focus on the assigned to me components. This is the thing so which we just added as the placeholder. So let's just go to this assign to me page, and here is the thing. Now let me get in inside this the updated details alongside this workspace ID which we added. Okay, assign to me data item. Let's just go this. Did we not add this? Okay, I'm going to add in here this workspace ID, which it's going to be of string. So we get these details into this component. Now complete refactoring of this we are going to do. Okay, so basically whatever we have for our start item component like this. So let me just copy this old thing and replace whichever we don't want. So I'm just adding in here the link component, so just wrapping everything inside this link section, and this formatting and all, let's just take from that component. So basically it should be pretty much the same as we did here. So let me just copy this timings also. The use formatter, let me import this from nextjs. Okay, it's taking time to load, so use formatter, and even this translations. Translations as well, and use memo from this React. Okay, fine. And now inside the content that needs to be there, whatever we had for the emoji, the same thing. And after this, the title, it's going to be same, and remove the star icon. And after this pan, it's going to be item type sentence, and also the edited by. And let me just import this user hour info component. Okay, and this cn utils as well. So let's import this. Button variants. Okay, so we are going to change a few things. Yeah, I think mostly this should be the thing, and let's see how it's looking. So it should be pretty much the same as that start items, the components whatever we just added. Why is it loading again? So let me just refresh. Okay, we still have a lot of issues with this drop down thing. Let me just remove this one. I think now we should be good. Hopefully there shouldn't be any issue. Yep, so the assign to me is as same as whatever it was for the start item, and only the thing is the messages, the localized thing needs to change. Then this one, let's add in the messages for this. Inside this one I'm going to add in here the assign to me section. So let's add in here the assign to me default name for mind map and task, and also the edit item edited item sentence thing. So that one we are going to add in after the tag section. So let me just add in here edited item sentence. Okay, so this things need to be just added in for the translation things. So you can ignore this if you don't want to support multi languages and all, or else you can just add in here. So let's have in this common sections. This it's going to be common, that's where we just added. And the item type, now instead of this is it's going to be C of edited item sentence dot map. Okay, and this one C of edited item sentence dot task. That's the change. And even here the item sentence here, let me change this one to edited item sentence by. Okay, and even this thing, so I'm just changing this edited item sentence dot in. Yeah, so I think we should be good. The same thing needs to be done inside this component assigned to me item component. Let's have this translations of the common, and here change this one to edited item sentence dot mind map, and this one change edited item sentence dot task. So basically I'm just going to change whatever we changed in the start item component, and here. Okay, that's the change, and that's what we have for this task and mind map and all. It's going to be pretty much the same, and that's how we just added for the assign to me components as well. And let's add in more titles here. The assigned to me, the things which we just added. So let me just, yep, so we just added the default sections here, and add in the other things like title, description, no assignment, not found, and all those things. So let me just copy those things and add in here this title, description, and all these things. So this needs to be changed, and also let's try to add in little bit of transition for the components of this start page, and also the assign to me page. So here just I'm adding for this link our effect. So let's say the scale of 1.01 and add in this transition or transform and duration of 200. Okay, the same thing I'm just going to add in for our assign to me component. So just going to this assign to me item, so add in this styling, and now if you just see this, yeah, this is what I'm mentioning. So now hovering, we are having some scale effect and all, so just the small thing. And now in this container we need to add in this titles which we just added. Let's get this translations, use translations, and pass in here this assigned to me. Okay, and here this title, let me just change the assigned to me to t of the title that we added, and this description, this one, it's going to be description. Okay, fine. The assigned to me and description we just added, and also here this the text of this, it's going to be t of no assignment, and here not found thing, which let's change this one to not found. Okay, yep, so that's the thing. Here you will find all of your saved mind maps and tasks, assigned to me section and all. For now, that's the thing that I just added, which looks decent for me. Yep, so we just added a small transition, the hover effect for this. And now let's say we added the user to particular workspace, and if the user wanted to leave from that workspace, we need to have that option also. So basically we need to delete the user to whatever we just added to that workspace. So all the entries in the tables associated to that needs to be removed. So for that, let's create an endpoint which is going to help us achieve that firstly. So inside this API folder in workspace, let's create a new folder for leave, and inside this, so let's create this new route.ts, and whatever we have for editing, let me just copy this one, and we need to add in logic to delete the user from particular workspace. So here error unauthorized, that's the same. And now this body, the result, let's all we are going to receive is the ID. So let's import this job. This is going to be an object, receive in here this ID, which is going to be of type string. We safely parse that and get this ID, and we are going to find using this ID the workspace, and also let's get the other details, saved mind maps. So I'm going to the workspace ID, it's going to be the ID that we received from the URL query param, and all of this details. So basically all the details related to mind map or task, the assigned to task, assigned to mind map, and all those things. So where the task workspace ID matching to this ID, and also the assigned to task task workspace ID matching to this ID. Okay, and after this one, assigned to mind map. Again, this one mind map, pass in this workspace ID. So we get all of this details by querying this user's table, and if we don't find this user, we are returning this. And also now here, if this user's subscription role is owner, then I'm going to say this can't leave as the error message. Else let's just remove this one. First, get this all the IDs of saved mind maps, task IDs, and assign to all of this. I'm just going to collect the IDs. So here saved mind maps IDs, using this user.saved mind maps, transform this mind map and get only the ID that we want, mind map.id, and the saved task IDs, user.saved mind maps, map this task. Let's add in this task IDs, and now the assigned to sections, assigned to mind map IDs, user dot assigned to mind map, and get this all the IDs, mind map dot ID. Okay, and after this, let's get this assigned to task IDs, using user dot assigned to task, get this task IDs. Okay, so once we collect all of these IDs, all we are going to do is delete all of these entries from all of these tables. So saved mind maps first, call this delete mini, and where ID I'm going to pass in here this saved mind maps ID. So that's how we are going to delete saved mind maps. And now the saved task, delete mini, and here now the IDs, it's going to be in saved task IDs. So we are deleting the saved task IDs, and next we need to delete the assigned to task delete mini, and pass in the list of the IDs we just collected in assigned to task IDs. And after this, we need to delete the assigned mind map details. So here where this ID assigned to mind map ID. So now we have deleted all of the saved things and assigned things. And after this, we need to delete the entry from the subscription. So the subscription table, delete in here this where user ID workspace ID, the workspace ID, the pass in this workspace ID alongside the user ID, which it's going to be session.user.id. Okay, so this is how when the user tries to leave from the workspace, we delete all the related info about him in all of these tables alongside remove finally from the subscription table. And here let's just remove or send this status as okay. And this is the endpoint that we have. What is the error? And let's just remove the schema, whichever we are not using this. Okay, yep, let me just remove this one. Yep, so now we have this endpoint. So now we have this endpoint. I'm just going to create a new component where we can perform this API call and allow the user to quit from the workspace. So that one, so inside this components folder, let's create new folder called leave workspace, and inside this I'm going to create in here this leave workspace .tsx and make this one as a client side component, and inside this we are going to make a call to this endpoint, and the details of for this component we are going to send in is the workspace details, leave workspace, and now here let me just get in the workspace ID and the name. So those are the two things that I need, so ID and name. So once I get this ID and name, so we are going to show the dialog to delete like we normally did, so the to open or not, so this is the state variable for that. And quickly let's have in this the translations as well, so I'm just going to localize this, and this one leave from workspace in the error messages, so use translation messages, and the toast if there is any error, so use toast. Okay, fine. And after this the call using this use mutation, and the name for this, the mutate, let's name this as leave from workspace, and is pending. Let me just collect this one, and this mutation function, let's pass in the ID and ID of the workspace to the endpoint. So the endpoint is API workspace leave, and here we are going to pass in this ID. Okay, fine. And then on error, the pretty straightforward Axios errors. If there is any error, let's try to collect that error dot response dot data, and if we have this, I'm just going to collect this else. Okay, here this question mark else the errors dot default, and pass on this to our toast message. So this title, it's going to be m of error, and the variant this one, it's going to be destructive. Okay, this is on error callback function, and in on success, let's show this toast message that it was successful. So that title, it's going to be em of success dot leave from workspace, and this has to be in a string, so I'm just adding this one. And after this, let's try to go to our dashboard. So I will use this router, use router from this nextjs client, and here let's navigate the user to dashboard page, and let's refresh the things. Okay, and for this the mutation key, let's name this as leave from workspace, and the ID is the query body that we're sending, so that's the thing. And now this UI thing, so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this dialog component and pass in here this open, the open value, and on open change, let me pass in here this set open, and here this trigger, it's going to be just the button and all those things, which I'm just going to add in. So basically like we did try to wrap in the other invite users invite content, it's going to be in the same way. And this components and all, where are we going to add is, for example, let's say I open some of this workspace that I have, and here the workspace ID pages and all. So let's see, this is the ID. So let's just add in this component there, and then you'll have an idea where exactly this goes. So inside this workspace ID and inside this section, I'm going to add in just below the wherever we are inviting the user. So here, if this user role, it's not equals to owner, then I'm going to add in the option to leave the workspace and provide here this workspace details. Okay, fine. So now we don't have anything to see inside that, that's why we're not seeing. So let me first add in this something inside this, and then we will add in the other pages as well. So in this leave workspace, the trigger point, it's going to be the button. So this dialog trigger as child, let's add in this button component, and inside this the icon that I'm going to add in is of door open, and the size of this, let's set this one to be 18, and let's add in the localizing text for this so that I can directly add in now itself. So this one, wherever we have this invite the things that we added, so I'm just going to add in here below itself to leave the workspace things. So let me just add in this details, leave or title or description, warning and loading button related to leaving this workspace, and the errors and all, I've not added any of those things. Later just add it, I'll add it at the end, and then you can take it from the link in the description that I will share. So now this text, it's going to be let's wrap in inside this span, and I'm going to by default hide in the less than the smaller screen cells. Let's make this one as inline, and this the text, it's going to be a T of leave. Okay, now we should see here next to the invite button this component. Okay, so just refreshing. Okay, where did we add this component? Okay, it's not open, but still I should see the trigger point. Did I add it in the dashboard workspace ID page? Okay, I'm the owner, that's why we are seeing, and now here I should yeah, this is what it is. The leave from workspace, and let me just style this button better. So this button, let's have this height of 9 and rounded medium, and have this padding in the x direction 3, and the width, let's set this one to be auto, space in the x direction 2, and bg, let's have this destructive by 10, and hover, let's have this bg destructive, and text should be destructive. On hover text, I'm going to change this one to white color. So this is the styling for this button, and on click, all we are going to do is set this dialog to content to be true. So we are going to show the dialog content, and variant, let's make this one to be ghost, and size of this, I'm going to add in here this icon. Yep. Now leave from workspace, the text wise, and that we are seeing, so we just added that. The messages, okay, this should be workspace spelling, I just misspelled it. Yep. Okay, that is the button, the icon to leave, and after this trigger, let's add in this content, and inside this the header, the dialog header, the dialog, the title, inside this the title, it's going to be t of the title, and after this let me just add in the name inside this span tag. So let me just open this one. So if I just click on, yep, leave the workspace name. After this title, let me just add in the description, and this, it's going to be t of description, and after this header, let's show this warning component, and here the text I'm going to wrap inside this p tag. The text of this, it's going to be t of warning. Okay, so this is the thing, and after this we'll have the button to leave from the workspace. So this button, this would be disabled if we are in the process of removing the user from this workspace, and on click we are going to trigger the endpoint that we just created, and the styling, let's make this flex, have this gap of 1. So let's center this item. So inside this, if it's pending, I'm going to show this loading the state, and size, let's have this one to be 18. So I'm just going to add in the size for this. The loading text, this should be of loading button. So we are going to update the component to add in the size prop. If not, so I'm going to add in here this door open icon, this size, let's pass in here this 18, and the text, it's going to be t of leave. Okay, fine. So now let's just remove this one for now, the size thing, and we should see the whatever we added. So it's just loading, let's give it some time. Okay, it's loaded. let's just open this one. Yep, we have this leave and all those things. So if I just click on user will be removed from this workspace, and it should be redirected back to the dashboard. So let's try to leave this from this workspace, and now it's compiling the endpoint and it's successful, and now it should be redirected to the dashboard page. So yep, so we are onto dashboard, and it's revalidated, and only we have these two workspaces, and all the entries will be deleted. Okay, that's the that's a way for allowing the user to leave from particular workspace and all those things. And also now let's add in this component like we did add to this thing into the other pages wherever we added the invite things. So in this task and all those pages wherever we have this invite section, I'm going to add in here. Let's import the leave workspace component, and now inside this edit as well, let's just add in here leave workspace. So I'm just going to import leave workspace component. Yep, so same thing, we need to add here as well. So let me just add in this leave workspace component. Let me import leave workspace, and I think yep, and inside this edit page, and then we should be good. Yep, so I just added in all of the places, and it should be yep. Then just the small changes in the invite users component. I'm just adding in this query params to the mutation thing, so that when we are revalidating, so here pass in the ID for this. Okay, and also here let's just add in some margins. In this p tag, the invite URL, let's break all. Okay, leave this as it is, or this one, whatever we have. So I'm just going to add in here this break all, and also the display to be inline block. Okay, fine, just these small minute changes, and even in this invite users. So basically this is what I'm trying to do here, just fixing this thing. And here the button text color, let's make this one as primary, the invite the trigger button. Yep, and we are not adding in any stylings for this. I'm just removing this. Okay, so we added an option to leave from the workspace, and we're almost done with this pages of the start and assign to me components that we added. So it's looking good. So the next thing that I wanted to focus on this calendar logic and all the components that we need related to it and the everything. So we are going to focus on it. The calendar section. So let's create a simple page inside this dashboard. So I'm just going to create a new folder for calendar and add in the new page and also this loading component. So let's just take the loading code from the other things and add in here. Even this page section, let's copy this one and add it here. This page thing, let's rename this assign to me section, and here as well let's just remove, this is going to be calendar text. Okay, and this assign to me page, let's just remove this styling. Yep, now it's looking good. So here as well I'm just removing this dashboard calendar page. Let's just remove the styling, the dashboard header and this thing, and now we need to work on these components. So to work on these components, let's go to this components folder and create a separate folder for calendar, and inside this I'm going to create a calendar header and calendar grid and also the calendar component and specifically day component and all. So let me just add in those components. Calendar grid and then calendar header and this day component. So yep, so these are the components. So now inside this calendar, let me just add in this placeholder component, calendar, and here let's just return this div, and here I'm just going to add in here this as calendar header for now, and let's export use this component inside this calendar page. Instead of this one, I'm going to use this calendar component. Okay, and also make this one height full for now, later we'll adjust this. So first thing, I need the calendar header component. So let's work on this header component, and the props that I'll be sending in for this is the month index, so which it's going to be the number, and on resetting the month handler callback function. So this is one callback function which it's going to be again of type void, and on changing this month handler, so one is to reset and another is to change. So here we are going to send in whether to go to next month or previous month, so this is that, and yep, so these are the props, and this one, let's make this one as well the client side component. So once we have this component calendar header, so in here let's return this empty div, and I'm just going to add in this props for this, and let's import into our main component, and then we'll develop this one. So month on change month handler on reset month handler. Okay, now going here, so I'm just going to import here the calendar header component, and for this we need to pass in month index and all the change on change callback functions. So let's maintain a state variables here, the current month. So here the current month, I'm going to here get using to get the current month, let's try to write a util function, and also I'm going to take in help of a library nextjs to deal with data or date related things. Okay, so it installed, so I'm just going to create in the utils file a helper function which is going to give me the month. So let's create in here this function get month, and in here this for this one day, so let's import this one from nextjs from this the library which we just installed, and here this one, it's we are going to call in here this month function, and by default I'm just going to set this as the value, and now let's get the here day js dot here, and this first day of a month we can get in here by passing in here this date, the year, month, and call in here this day function. So this is going to give us the first day of the month. So and here let's store this current month count by subtracting with the first day of a month, and I need this days matrix. So this days matrix, let's create an array of length 5. Okay, and I'm going to fill this one with empty array, and map here, and now this. So basically I'm just trying to create 2D array, and let's fill this one with null and iterate to this. Now we are going to just increase this current month and return in here, this has to be array object, and now this day of js passing here this new date, year, month, and the current month count. Okay, this is going to give me the days matrix, though should be like 7 days and all those things. So even now first day of a month, so it might be unclear for now, so when you see in the UI it will be clear. If first day of a month is equals to 1, then the first week it's going to be days of matrix of 0th value, and the previous month, if this month is equals to 0, it's going to be 11, else whatever the value that we have, the previous value of that, and same thing for previous year month is equals to 0, so here minus 1, else it's going to be here, and the last day of previous month. We can get it by passing in here this year and this previous month plus 1 and get this date. Okay, so this is going to, so just to get more info of how to use the JS thing, you can just refer these docs and all. And now here I am going to iterate from 7 to first week dot length, and here let's decrement that this day value, the last day of previous month, minus I plus 1, and now this first week dot, I'm going to shift this day JS new date of previous year, pass in this previous month and this day. Okay, and here let's again now return this days matrix. So this is the function which is going to give me the days matrix, and now eventually you'll understand where we're using and all. So now just going to this calendar components, in here the current month. So all I'm going to do is use this util function and store these values inside this, and now this month index, set the current let's say month index. Default I'm going to set in dayjs dot month value. Okay, and let's update this current month by passing in this month index depending upon the month index change. Okay, and now the callback function to change this month handler. So let's try to wrap this one in this use callback, the text, whether it's the next or previous. So I'm just adding this one. If change it's equals to next, all we are going to do is we are going to increase this month index by 1. Else let's decrease the month index by 1. Okay, and this one just on mounting of this, okay, we are going to trigger that. And now this on reset handler, this is again the callback function. Let's, if the month index is the value of this thing, so I'm just going to return, so we want it to be in the current month. Else we are going to set this month index to the value of this, that's the current month, and this one it's going to depend upon this month index. Okay, so now we have this functions that I wanted to pass in. So inside this I'm going to import this calendar header component and pass in here this month index, and on change month handler, let's pass in this change month handler. On reset handler, reset handler function, let's be consistent, so I'm just changing this one to month handler, and here this one also, let's change this to month handler. So if I just click on this one, so we'll be redirected to calendar page, and that's where we have this component. Now I don't have anything inside this calendar header, So let's start to add so that we'll see something inside this. Here this header, let's add in inside this span the month value. This month, let's use this formatter like we from this nextjs, this date time, new date of day js dot so let's import this one, import day.js, and I'm going to get this here and pass in the month index. Now let's get this here by using this format dot date time, pass in here this date time, here get this numeric value, and same way we are going to get this month value, format dot date time, pass in here this date time, and here this month I'm going to get this value. Now I'm trying to display here. Yep, that's the value, November, that it is displaying. And in this span, let me display here this here. Yep, 2024. And so to just look this better, let's make this font type to be bolder, and this whole div I'm just going to make it to occupy whole width, and whatever the content that we have, it's going to be in flex column. So if it's just less than smaller screen, else flex row. Justify, let's add in this between, and items, let's center this, and this header let's make to be extra large, and if it's a smaller screen onwards, 2 times extra large, medium screen onwards, 3 times extra large. Let's have some margin bottom, and medium onwards, no margin bottom. Yep, so that's the thing. And after this thing, inside this, let's add in this button component, and this is to change this month handler. So I'm going to send in here like going to previous month and all. Let's say the previous is the text of this button. Okay, fine. And this styling, let's add in this rounded none, and padding in the x direction to be 2, in y direction let's have 1, height and width. Height I'm going to set this to 8, and if it's a smaller screen inwards, to 10. Padding, let's set this to 4, and in the y direction let's set this to 2. Variant, let's make this one to be outline. Okay, same way like this, I'm just going to add in the button to reset and the button to, so let me just add in these 3 buttons. So the second button, let's change this one to reset thing, and here let's add in the text as reset, and here instead of this previous I'm going to add in here this next, and this text it's going to be for next. Okay, fine. So that's the calendar header component for now, and the grid component, so let's make this one as a client side component, and this props for this it's going to be the current month, which is of type matrix of this day thing, and month index, it's going to be number. And this component, the calendar grid, let's first extract this props current month and the month index. And for now, let me just return here this empty fragment, and this one needs to be imported into our calendar component. So just below this one, let me add in here the calendar grid component and pass in here this current month, and the month index is what this component needs. So now we have this thing, and also let's make this component width full, height as well full, make this flex and column have this gap of 8, and items I want it to be centered. So going to this, now working on this calendar grid component. So let's have inside this a div. Now inside this let's create in here this days of the week array. So here let's add in this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I'm just adding this as the days of the week list. Now here we can use this list and iterate this, get this day a value alongside the index. So now inside this, the p in the p tag, I'm going to use this day and convert this to local. Let's convert this to local uppercase, and we are going to see this one now. So yep, Monday, Tuesday, and all those things. So this one, let's add some margin right, font to be a semi bold, and text to be smaller. Okay, and the main div, let's make this one to be width full, height full, same like we just made the other thing, and have this a gap of 3. And we want this one into be a grid. So the div which we have here, let's make this one width full, and this should be in a grid. And grid columns, I want these 7 columns for 7 days, and text to be right. Okay, yep, so this is what we have in a grid now. And just below this div, let's inside this div, let's iterate through this current month and get this row alongside the index. And now here let's use this fragment, and the key for this is going to be index, and inside this I'm going to again iterate through this row, get this day value, and then this index. And here I need to create inside this the day component that we can display. So in here, let's just create this day component. So this is going to be a simple component. So for this, the props that we'll be sending in is the day, which is of type day JS. Okay, and also the month index, which is number. And now here this day, inside this let's return this div, get this props, day and the month index. So I'm just going to use this component, this day component, and pass in for this the month index and this day prop. And now inside this day thing, inside this div, let's add in the text, like the day that we got, and the format of this in this thing. Why is this issue? Okay, let me just remove this thing, paste this again. Okay, return, and remove this return thing. Okay, I need to close this div. And also this bracket. Yep. So now, yeah, this is the days, now the date of the current month and all those things. Now we need to style this better. This div, let's import this thing and add in the border for this component and make this display as a flex in column, and overflow. Yep, and overflow in the y direction, let's make it to be auto. And I wanted to add in here padding of 1 and a transition. Let's add in this opacity. For duration, let's say 200, and add in this background or BG background. Okay, and now here this day dot format, if this equals to Saturday, or this day dot format it's equals to Sunday, then we are going to add in different background accent, and dark. Let's add in this popover background for this, or else nothing. Okay, yep, so that's it's going to change. Okay, and also now inside this is previous month. So the previous month I can get here in this way. Previous month, it's going to be this day dot month if it's this not equals to the month index. Okay, so if this is previous month, I'm going to add in here this opacity of 50, and if it's a darker, let's add in this opacity to be 25, else let's add in nothing. Okay, so this is the for the main div, and the text that we have, or the date that we are showcasing. So this one, let it reload. Okay, yep, and yeah, so that's this previous month and all. So here this flex, make this one column items, I want it to be at the end. and this one, yep, it's starting to look better. This one, let's make text to be smaller and padding of 1, margin top 1, and text I want it to be a center. Yep, and after this here again also d.format, it's equals to djs format date month year. Let's add in this transition colors, duration of 200, and background I'm going to add in this primary text. Let's make this one to be white, and a width of 7, and rounded, make this one full, else let's just have normal. Okay, fine. So you would have understood now. So for current date, this is the styling. Okay, so this is the thing, and now the grid where we have this div. If I just style this better, we should be good. So again, this one, make this width full, height full, and this also grid, and grid calls 7. The rows, let's have this 1 5. Yep, so this is the calendar that we are trying to build in. Fine, so for now this is the component header and the component that we have. So we can go to previous month, you can see it's working, the next month and all. Now if I just go here, reset to this, so we are back to the current month and current date and all. So that's this component, and now the options sidebar also let's handle. In this option sidebar component, let me just add in this path name is equals to dashboard calendar. Okay, so that I don't want the option sidebar. Yep, now it's looking good. Yeah, still a lot more styling needs to be done. We are going to do eventually. Okay, fine. So after this, to make it better and all those things, and to properly work the calendar functionality, let's first the grid that we have, let's try to get the real dates and try to display in the calendar. So for that, let's create an endpoint. Inside this, create this new folder, calendar, and here this is going to be this get route, the route.ts, and wherever we have the get endpoints, I'm just copying this. Let's paste it here on this get user ID. Okay, so if we don't have user ID, so let's remove this workspace ID. So instead of this, let's say this is wrong data. Okay, and now let's remove this completely. So I'm just going to query in here the subscription table. So here the user subscriptions await db dot subscription find many, and in here pass on here this user id, the user id, and we are going to include inside this the workspace and the task details. Okay, so the workspace include the task details, include the task date, and this is what we want to be displayed on the calendars. So that's exactly what I'm trying to get. And here, if this user subscription length is equals to 0, let's just say I'm just going to return the empty array with the status code 200. Okay, and after this, let's collect here the all task in the format that I want. So for now, so this one, the definition, let me just prepare an interface inside our extended types. So inside this extended file, let me just create an interface for calendar item interface, calendar item. This will have the title, which is a string, and then the task date. We will have this id, which is of type string, then from, which is the date format, or it can be undefined, the to date, and this is again let's add in this date, or else this can be null completely, the task date. Okay, and then this workspace id, which is a string, the workspace name, which is again of type string, the workspace color, which is of again the custom colors, and finally the task id, which is of type string. So now I have this one. So going to this endpoint, here this one, it's going to be of type the calendar items array. So let me just import in here this calendar item array, and we are going to iterate through this subscriptions and get this subscription, and inside this let me return this subscription dot workspace the tasks, and it get this each task details that we want, and here the title, this it's going to be the task dot title, and the task date, the task date dot from, then we are going to add in here the task date dot id, and the from thing task date dot, if we have this from, let me just store this in the date format, task date dot from, or else the undefined value, and then two same thing, so task date dot to, and here let's store in the date format task date dot to, or else undefined. Okay, else if we don't have, it's going to be null, and then this workspace id subscription dot workspace dot id, the workspace name subscription dot workspace dot name, workspace color, this it's going to be subscription dot workspace dot color, and then the task id, which it's going to be task dot id. So we are collecting in the format that I want. This is the all tasks, and we are going to return here the all tasks. So this is the endpoint to get the details that I want, and Once I get these details in our calendar component, let me make a call to this endpoint. Okay, so for this endpoint we need an user id. So let's pass the user id to this component from the parent section. So I'm just going to add in here this user id, which is of type string. So here let's add in here this user id. So this one, the place where we are consuming in our dashboard calendar page. Here I can just pass in this user id, the session dot user dot id. Okay, fine. So now just going here to this component, we are receiving this user id, and here let's use this use query, and in here we are going to get this data. Let's name this as calendar items. That's exactly they are. Is loading and is error. I'm just going to collect this, and this is going to be query function. Let's make a call to our endpoint result await fetch, and pass in here the slash api calendar slash get, and this one user id. I'm going to pass in here this user id for this, and if we don't get this result, I mean the api call, it's not successful, I'm just going to throw this error message. Else let's collect this data. Okay, so this one response.json, and this is going to be of type this calendar item array, and I'm going to return this data from here. And this query key, this is going, I'm going to name this as get calendar items, and pass in here this user id. So this is the call to the endpoint, and here let's handle this loading thing and all. So if loading, let's add in here this loading screen. If error, we are going to show this client error component. Okay, and redirecting thing, let's redirect to calendar thing and message. I'm going to for now add in here this error. Okay, and now we have these details. I'm going to pass on to this calendar grid. So let's add in here this calendar items. We'll get error. We are going to add in those props, the calendar items, and now inside this thing, let me add in this prop calendar items, and this is going to be of type this calendar item array. Let me get these values from here, this calendar items, and this thing for here I'm going to add in here again the days info prop, and for this I'm going to pass in here this calendar items. So I need to change this day component as well. So inside here let's add in this days info prop. So this is going to be again of the calendar item array, and let's destructure the same here days info. This info, whatever, let's just remove all this padding and overflow thing, and here I'm just going to add this margin bottom for this. And after this thing, inside this div, I wanted to add in the task related details. Okay, so basically this is what I wanted to add in the task related things only if the date based upon the range of the task date. So for that, to show the calendar task better, I'm just going to create a new component called calendar task, which is related to task, and then we will try to render this component in place of this task. So let's create this calendar task component.